Lin Fan watched the battle quietly and heard the low growl of the Black Heart Tiger in his ears. Take action. The 13 bandits had suffered heavy losses, with only 7 remaining capable. Each of them was a top-tier martial arts expert, and the Sisui gang was nothing more than a piece of trash to them. The combined force of the 7 men cracked the bluestone floor with a deafening force. The leading black-hearted tiger stepped down and created a deep pit, like a human-shaped beast. Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao's expressions were stern. They did not retreat, but counterattacked. The flashes of swords and sabers flickered with cold light, and the sword energy surrounded them, even cutting through the corridor pillars. Although they were outnumbered by 2 against 7, they were not at a disadvantage. With the blessing of the Great Rejuvenation Pill, their skills are far beyond ordinary, and their cultivation level suppresses the entire audience. Combined with the unique skills of the 4 great forces, their fighting spirit becomes more fierce. Lin Fan witnessed a true duel between martial arts masters for the first time, a shocking experience far surpassing the fake special effects on the screen. The corridor finally collapsed with a roar, but both masters remained unharmed. Blackheart Tiger was slashed twice by the sword spirit and frantically questioned their origins. Dao Miao Miao, her red skirt fluttering, rebuked them with a roar, dominating the entire audience like a god of war. The sword spirit remained silent, but wielded the semi-divine weapon to cut off the precious weapons of the 2 thieves, making them like a tiger without claws, and their combat power dropped sharply. The 13 thieves had roamed the land for years, plundering countless plunders without ever having suffered the humiliation of having their weapons destroyed. Now, facing the demigods, their weapons stood a chance, their psychological defenses shattered. The sword spirit coldly warned, "Since you dare to come here to cause trouble, don't even think about leaving." These words chilled the enemy's heart. A sharp-eyed thief exclaimed, "They are the heirs of the Divine Sword Villa and the Tyrant Blade Villa." Blackheart Tiger was stunned, then immediately denied their supposed strength. They should only be second-rate, yet now they were able to suppress first-rate masters. This abnormal fighting power made everyone want to retreat. Blackheart Tiger decided to evacuate, and everyone agreed. A remote county town had unexpectedly seen the emergence of a terrifying archer and the heirs of 2 powerful factions, each possessing exceptional strength. This place radiated a sense of strangeness. However, when the 2 women realized that they were about to leave, they immediately launched a stronger attack, obviously having held back. Blackheart Tiger's face darkened, realizing that retreating forcefully wouldn't work. The sharp-eyed thief whispered a suggestion: capture the manor owner. He had previously inquired about the appearance of the owner of this place, and the archer and the 2 women looked at the same corners several times, and that person was standing there. He Xinhu understood immediately. The opponent had a delicate demeanor and no trace of martial arts, so taking him down would be effortless. Once they controlled him, they could threaten him to leave, a tactic they were already familiar with. The 6 thieves desperately tried to hold back Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao, while the Blackheart Tiger suddenly erupted, lunging towards the corner. Lin Fan's gaze was slightly cold as he watched the approaching figure silently. The prey, believing itself to be the hunter, had actually walked into a trap. From the dark corner of the corridor, Blackheart Tiger charged, his target precisely at Lin Fan, who was standing in the corner. Lin Fan stood motionless, seemingly completely defenseless, which only made Blackheart Tiger more certain that he was an ordinary person with no martial arts background, and that he could easily defeat him. The other thieves were overjoyed at the situation and tried their best to entangle Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao, preventing them from coming to their aid. However, the 2 women did not move, but instead watched coldly, which confused the sharp-eyed thieves for a moment. Blackheart Tiger had originally thought that the archer would block his attack, and had even prepared a countermeasure. But to his surprise, the archer simply glared at him with a sneer, as if he were watching a joke. He suppressed his anxiety, roared, and unleashed his famous Black Tiger heart-ripping technique, aiming directly at Lin Fan's chest. However, Lin Fan simply swung his fist lightly, without employing any martial arts techniques, relying solely on physical strength to meet the blow. This punch, packed with the force of 10,000 pounds, instantly shattered Blackheart Tiger's claws, twisting his fingers and deforming his wrist. Amidst screams, his strongest killing move was completely shattered, and his entire arm was crippled. The 13 thieves were utterly shocked. Their top masters were easily defeated by a seemingly frail young man. Lin Fan smiled faintly, like the Grim Reaper gazing at his prey. He took a step forward and struck Blackheart Tiger in the chest with his second punch, breaking his ribs and slamming him into the ground, leaving a deep, human-shaped crater. The once formidable bandit leader was now effectively annihilated. Seeing their husbands so ferocious, the two sword spirit women became more eager to fight, and they killed 2 more people in the clash of swords. Sueru also began to shoot the fleeing bandits, his poisoned arrows like the grim reaper chasing the soul, killing anyone who hit him. Soon, only 4 of the 13 thieves remained. One of them narrowly escaped over the wall, while the rest were either killed or captured. Lin Fan approached the severely injured Blackheart Tiger with a cold gaze, determined not to leave any harm behind. Blackheart Tiger begged for mercy, offering to trade his wealth for his life, but Lin Fan sneered and refused. "Kill you, and the wealth will naturally belong to me." Even after learning that the wealth was hidden in a secret place, he remained unmoved. Finally, Blackheart Tiger used his identity as the younger brother of the Junwoo boxing gym's deputy master to threaten him. Lin Fan paused briefly before crushing his throat with his foot, showing no mercy. The intimidation of the 4 absolutes was nothing more than that in his eyes. Jin Ling and Dao Miao Miao were not in the least bit afraid, but instead angrily stated that they would negotiate with their families when they returned. Lin Fan ordered Su Eru to clean up the battlefield, and the latter excitedly began to search the corpses and retrieve items, appearing to be very skilled at this task. However, at this moment, the old housekeeper and Uncle Fu hurried over. He was shocked at first when he saw the corpses all over the ground, and then he reported in a deep voice that a group of armed men had come outside the door, claiming to be from the Imperial Military Department, chasing after bandits and wanting to enter the village to search. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he heard the old butler's report. The Jinwu Division, a violent martial arts organization personally established by the Emperor of the Dalong Dynasty, specialized in dealing with underworld forces and villains who threatened the imperial court's rule. It wasn't surprising that the 13 thieves were being pursued by them, but it was a coincidence that they arrived just as he had dealt with them. The sword spirit also noticed something unusual, but Lin Fan thought it might just be a coincidence. She mentioned that someone in her family worked at the Jinwu Division, but Dao Miao Miao was unconcerned, claiming her uncle held a high position in the frontier army. Lin Fan then realized that both daughters-in-law had connections in the upper echelons of the imperial court. At that moment, outside the gate, a group of black-robed, weapon-wielding horsemen gazed at the manor. A cold-blooded young man questioned why they didn't just barge in. The tall, thin man at the head of the group's hawk-like gaze threatened to overwhelm everyone. He was the commander of this Jinwu Division force, a force beyond the peak of its power. The leading man announced that the manor's owner was unusual. The eldest daughter of Divine Sword Villa had just married him and received a 30% stake in the Divine Weapon Pavilion as a dowry. This shocked all members of the Jinwu Division, as the Divine Weapon Pavilion was the cash cow of the Dalong Dynasty. Even more astonishing was the fact that the eldest daughter of Badeo Villa had recently married into the same estate. 2 heirs to the 4 supreme powers marrying the same person simultaneously, with the approval of their elders. This kind of status and background is enough to make the Jinwu Division extremely cautious. The leading man admitted that the other party's information was unusually limited and instructed everyone to swallow their pride and avoid offending the important figures. The subordinates were already intimidated by this and quickly responded. With a creak, the door slowly opened. Lin Fan walked in front, flanked by Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao. The soldiers from the Jinwu Division recognized them immediately, even in the darkness, and their gazes quickly focused on Lin Fan. Lin Fan was also sizing them up, especially the tall, thin man standing in the lead. He wasn't a large man, but he exuded a faintly dangerous aura. The sword spirit whispered to him, introducing him as Zhui Ming, one of the 4 great constables. He was a top-notch detective, skilled in tracking, and renowned for his skill. Lin Fan understood. The 4 great constables were second only to the commander-in-chief of the Jinwu Division in status. Not even the 4 supremes dared to underestimate them. He smiled at them, admiring how impressive it was that the 13 thieves could be forced to flee in pursuit of such a figure. Zhui Ming also examined Lin Fan, then bowed and introduced himself, saying that he was here to pursue the 13 thieves and hoped that Lin Fan would cooperate. Lin Fan replied indifferently, saying that he was a law-abiding citizen and would naturally cooperate, and then informed him that the 13 thieves were now in the village. The members of the Jinwu Division were shocked upon hearing this. Zhui Ming stared at Lin Fan and asked in a deep voice, "Are they in there?" Lin Fan replied calmly, "Yes, but they had evil intentions and were all killed. Now there are only corpses." Those few words sent shockwaves through the hearts of all the members of the Jinwu Division. 13 thieves, who had roamed the Jianghu for years, perished in this very manner? When Zhui Ming looked at Lin Fan again, his gaze was filled with a depth and indescribable shock. Lin Fan stood at the manor gate, watching the men from the military control division enter. They were shocked to see the bodies scattered across the ground. They were the notorious 13 thieves they had been hunting for so long, and now they had all been killed. One of the young detectives couldn't help but ask, wanting to know how Lin Fan had managed it. After all, they knew the 13 thieves' strength and cunning better than anyone else. If they hadn't been so incredibly difficult to deal with, they would have been wiped out long ago. Lin Fan simply smiled faintly and said, "Just normal resistance." This casual response made the constable glare, clearly unconvinced by such a perfunctory explanation. But Lin Fan didn't lie at all. If they came to grab it, he would resist until they were all down. In modern times, this is called self-defense. Leading Constable Zhuai Ming quickly stepped forward and delivered his verdict. The 13 thieves deserved their punishment. Lin Fan had done a great deed. He then stopped his men from questioning them. He gazed at Black Heart Tiger's corpse, his heart trembling slightly. The fatal chest wound and shattered larynx were not to be underestimated. For the Jinwu division, regardless of the outcome, the 13 thieves' death was a good thing. Mission accomplished, it not only deterred the underworld scoundrels, but also served as a report to their superiors. Why not? Otherwise, this was the fate of the evildoers. Lin Fan smiled in response, praising the detective for his intelligence. The young detective, knowing what to do, immediately shut up, and the atmosphere became polite. The two sides exchanged words, neither arguing over the details. As the Jinwu division's men were disposing of the corpse, Lin Fan suddenly reminded Zhuai Ming that he had information to share. Before his death, the leader of the 13 bandits claimed to be the younger brother of the deputy owner of the Jinwu boxing gym, and had even threatened revenge. Zhuai Ming's expression froze. If this were true, it was no small matter. Lin Fan smiled faintly and told him to investigate. Driving a tiger to devour a wolf was his usual tactic. This kind of intelligence, which might involve the four supreme beings, would surely interest the Jinwu division. Zhuai Ming quickly realized that this was a good opportunity to justify their actions. Normally, the relationships behind the four supreme powers were complex, making it difficult to act without evidence. However, once there was evidence, the emperor could grant special permission to execute them first and report them later. He bowed solemnly in thanks, but Lin Fan said that the information was given by the thief himself, and there were letters left behind for verification. Zhuai Ming laughed and said that he would investigate thoroughly to eradicate the cancer and restore peace to the people. As the two interacted, their relationship quickly grew closer. Zhuai Ming even gave Lin Fan his own badge, promising that if he needed it in the future, he could use it to contact any of his Jinwu division branches. Lin Fan accepted it with a smile, and a tacit understanding of mutual benefit was established. As the bodies were cleared, Zhuai Ming left, mentioning that there was a generous reward for the 13 thieves, which would be delivered to him soon. Naturally, Lin Fan wouldn't refuse such a good offer. After sending them off, Lin Fan instructed his assistant, Wang Erxiao, to repair the corridor as quickly as possible and urged the head shopkeeper to deliver the purchased supplies as soon as possible. Although Wang Erxiao's combat power was insufficient, his logistical arrangements were well organized, which reassured Lin Fan. At that moment, Su Eru came running over excitedly, grinning from ear to ear, announcing that he had found nearly 10,000 taels of silver on the 13th thief's body. Lin Fan was also somewhat surprised. This was a huge fortune, a large sum no matter where it was placed. It turned out that Su Eru's constant corpse finding wasn't a quirk, but rather an unexpected windfall. Dao Miao Miao's eyes lit up when she saw the handful of banknotes, and even the sword spirit couldn't help but take a second look. To them, that figure was significant for even the divine sword villa, let alone a mere 13 thieves. It was true that murder and arson brought gold belts, while robbery brought the fastest money. Lin Fan took the banknotes and handed 1,000 taels to Su Eru, saying it was a reward. Su Eru repeatedly declined, saying that he was where he is today because of Brother Fan's cultivation and that it was his duty to contribute. However, Lin Fan stuffed it back and told him not to be so pretentious, saying that this was just the beginning. Su Eru was so excited that he was speechless holding the banknote. Seeing this, Dao Miao Miao also pouted and asked for a reward. Lin Fan reluctantly gave her another 1,000 taels. When she received it, she was as happy as a child, and her smile was particularly sweet. Lin Fan, not forgetting Jian Ling, offered one as well. However, Jian Ling smiled and declined, saying she had nowhere to put it and asked her husband to keep it for her and to ask for it when she needed it. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, feeling a certain fondness for both of his wives, despite their different personalities. As the night deepened, Lin Fan took them back to his room, ready to personally give them a huge reward. Peace had returned to the manor, but the martial arts world was already in turmoil. The downfall of the 13 bandits, the implications for the Junwoo boxing gym, and the movements of the Junwoo division's masters quickly spread throughout the Dalong underworld. Tianfeng County, the source of this storm, was now home to countless underworld figures and spies. The Sisui gang, once a dominant force in the county, has now completely subdued its power, its members keeping a low profile, fearing any involvement in this turmoil. The landscape of the underworld is quietly shifting. Taiyatui Shuishengpyo, the leader of the Sisui gang in Tianfeng County, had long since lost his former ambition after suffering a series of setbacks. His position as deputy leader was revoked, and he even stopped interfering in the gang's trivial matters, leaving it to the protectors to barely maintain the foundation, whether it survived or not. He thought of retreating behind the scenes and enjoying his hard-earned peaceful life, but before long, his territory was flooded with various martial arts masters. Second-rate and first-rate masters were everywhere, spies were everywhere, and even members of the four supreme powers showed up among them. He couldn't afford to offend any of these people. His former prestige vanished before them, and even faced experts, he had to smile apologetically. Taiyatui Shuishengpyo was confused. Who had attracted these ferocious characters? Soon, spies arrived with news that these people were seeking the owner of a manor outside the city. Taiyatui Shuishengpyo's heart trembled, and he immediately thought of a force to be reckoned with. The spies further revealed that the matter involved the 13 thieves, the Junwoo boxing gym, and the Junwoo division. These three names made his legs tremble. Any one of them could easily wipe out the Surabaya gang, but now they were implicated together. The magnitude of the situation was beyond his imagination. He immediately ordered the Sisui gang to disband on the spot, sending all members home. He also announced his retirement from the underworld, intending to live out the rest of his life in peace. The gang wasn't going to survive, and since it was no longer viable, it was time to shed its banner. The spy was stunned, but Taiyatui Shuishengpyo's determination was as strong as steel, and he kicked the man out. From then on, there was no more Taiyatui Shuishengpyo in the world, only Lao Tai, who lived at home in retirement. Lin Fan, however, was unaware of all this. If he had known, he would have probably just shaken his head in silence. How dare someone so timid as this? He would have immediately retired from the underworld. That day, the head shopkeeper arrived with a report on his purchases. He mentioned that a number of chivalrous knights and spies had arrived in the county, seemingly all targeting Lin Fan, and asked if he needed to respond. Lin Fan, who was concentrating on repairing some strange metal gears, replied calmly, "Don't worry about it. Just do your job." He handed the shopkeeper a new shopping list and told him to find more special metals, saying they would be very useful. The shopkeeper understood his intention, took the list, and left. Wang Nanan had been helping out in the blacksmith shop. Seeing Lin Fan fiddling with those odd-looking gears, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Lin Fan smiled and explained that these were called gears and that they could amplify force or adjust speed by interlocking and rotating. Wang Nanan was amazed, having never imagined these tiny pieces of metal could have such miraculous effects. Lin Fan wanted to rub her head, but his hands were greasy. Seeing this, she immediately brought water to clean his hands, then smiled and leaned forward for him to touch. Lin Fan gently stroked the top of her head, his eyes filled with doting. As the two of them worked together, a mechanical beast made of metal and wood gradually took shape. A falcon-like form, its internal structure intricate, its exterior almost indistinguishable from the real thing. This mechanical falcon does not require external power and can hover in the air with the help of airflow and mechanisms. There is a special photographic mechanism hidden in its eyes that can record what it sees, making it a powerful tool for reconnaissance and early warning. Lin Fan tossed the mechanical falcon into the air, and it immediately flapped its wings, circling the manor. Its flight range and duration had been precisely set before it was released. Wang Nanan looked up and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The combination of wood and metal could actually take flight. She looked away and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms with a look of admiration. Lin Fan responded softly, holding her slender waist, with a hint of pride in his smile. Being petite has its advantages. Those who understand will understand. The successful test flight of the mechanical beast made Lin Fan even more devoted. Every day he was either thinking about new mechanical beasts or setting up mechanical devices throughout the manor, some for early warning, some for deadly killing moves. All servants were told in advance which places they were not allowed to approach, and no one would be held responsible if something happened after triggering the rules. Fortunately, those who were able to stay were all obedient and honest, and they followed the rules very well. Dao Miao Miao always loved to stick around Lin Fan. Seeing him setting up traps, she couldn't help but tease him about his knowledge of traps. Lin Fan just smiled and said he knew a thing or two, which only made her dissatisfied. She complained, "Even wooden shells can reach the sky. How could that be considered a little knowledge?" Lin Fan nodded gravely, believing that even a true master, even at the pinnacle of perfection, would only possess a basic understanding. Dao Miao Miao felt helpless yet impressed, praising the nourishing pills he had given her a few days ago for making her feel warm all over. Lin Fan tapped her forehead and jokingly said she had found a treasure husband. But she stayed aside and refused to leave. So Lin Fan put down his work, held her down, and slapped her hard a few times to make her behave herself. Just as Lin Fan was adjusting his mechanism in the corridor, various martial arts masters gathered in another courtyard in Tianfeng County. A shirtless man carrying a sword spoke up, saying he wanted to hear the latest rumors. The skinny old man with a hoarse voice immediately questioned his plan. Although the atmosphere was tense, no one dared to provoke him easily. Anyone from the Five Poison Valley was afraid of provoking a poisonous hand. Neither of them seemed convinced, yet they were still tentatively trying to confront each other. A nearby man in brocade robes interrupted coldly, reminding everyone to rely on their own abilities, and then turned and led his men away. Soon, only the old man and the young man were left in the courtyard. The young man was puzzled as to why so many masters from various sects had come. The white-haired old man explained that they were after the treasure left behind by the 13 thieves and a legendary map to a hidden treasure. It was said that this was the direction to the treasure trove of martial arts collected by the previous dynasty. Once found, countless lost and unique skills could be obtained. The young man suddenly realized, and the two of them immediately left. The place they were heading to was the mansion of the retired Taitui Shuishampio. At that moment, in the manor, Lin Fan was still busy with his work, oblivious to the turmoil outside. He didn't see any maps among the 13 thieves' belongings, only banknotes and daily necessities. Even if they had such things, they would have been handed over long ago and would not have been kept on their person. Lin Fan didn't care about the turbulent struggle. The trap he had painstakingly set up was just waiting for these people to test their skills. Su Eru's urge to touch corpses would finally be satisfied. As night fell, the manor became eerily quiet, even the chirping of insects fading. Only Lin Fan's room remained bustling with activity. He and his wives were busy cultivating the fields. Just outside the wall, groups of nocturnal figures quietly emerged. They were none other than the Jianghu, traveler, who had gathered during the day. A shirtless man, carrying a knife, reminded everyone to exercise restraint before taking action. After a few brief exchanges, they flew over the 3-meter-high wall like birds, their movements smooth and crisp. Just as their toes touched the ground, a shrill cry of a night owl echoed from the sky. These people in the martial arts world subconsciously felt that it was unlucky, but they didn't know that it was Lin Fan's mechanical falcon that was giving them a warning. As the sound rang out, a mechanism somewhere in the manor was quietly triggered. Inside the manor, hidden gears turned gently. The martial arts masters who had climbed over the wall only had eyes for the 13 thieves' wealth and the map to their hidden treasure, completely unaware that they were facing a dead end. They had already explored the layout of the place and knew that there was a distinction between inner and outer courtyards, so they presumed the treasure lay in the hands of its owner. As for the risks, they were mentally prepared. People die for wealth, birds for food. But I didn't expect that this old saying would come true so quickly. As soon as I landed, someone stepped on the mechanism, and after a few screams, there was dead silence. A few brave ones drew their swords and went forward to check, their faces instantly turning pale. Several corpses were pierced by dense spears, hanging in the air like candied haws, and blood dyed the ground red. The rest of the people felt a chill in their hearts and moved more cautiously. However, the ruthless nature of the agency would not let anyone off just because they were cautious. Not far away, 2 fellow disciples approached the pond, triggered a trap, and fell into the pit. The guillotine-like blade instantly severed the two, their internal organs scattering across the ground in a horrific scene. Horrified, some tried to retrace their steps, but a deadly trap suddenly appeared in the area they had just passed. The once peaceful manor was instantly transformed into a gloomy battlefield. The sword-wielding man narrowly avoided a trap set by a fellow disciple, but watched helplessly as those around him perished. The withered old man from the 5 Poison Valley was no exception, as 2 young boys were shot to death by arrows and died instantly from the poison. He snorted coldly, saying that these mechanisms were merely unorthodox methods, no match for a top-notch expert. But while he spoke lightly, he didn't move a step, clearly not wanting to be the first to explore. After a moment of stalemate, A sharp sound pierced the air in the darkness. Before a master could finish his words, a poisonous arrow pierced his eyes, and he fell to the ground dead. Everyone panicked, thinking the system was about to attack. Some hurriedly sought cover, while others turned and fled, leaving the map and treasure behind. In the shadows, Su Eru, masked in black, wielding a longbow, reaps lives like the god of death. His poisonous arrows fire silently, each one taking out a target. Familiar with the layout of the manor's traps, he was not afraid of being approached. Instead, he hoped that his opponents would chase him and die. There was a deadly trap in front of each ambush point. Some shrewd masters noticed that the arrows came from the dark and tried to get closer to the hunter's position, but they triggered the mechanisms and were killed one after another by poisoned needles, spears, and pits. From beginning to end, Lin Fan and his wives did not take any action. They relied solely on Su Eru and the mechanical traps to kill these uninvited guests to pieces. In the end, only 5 top-tier masters managed to escape over the wall, all of them wounded. The knife-wielding man, poisoned, had to hack off his own hip to save his life, and walked with a limp. The old man from the 5 Poison Valley also fled with injuries, his arm pierced by a poisonous arrow. If he had not been proficient in detoxification, he would have died here tonight. When they came, there were dozens of people, but when they left, there were only 5 seriously injured people left, looking in a miserable state. Lin Fan's mechanical skills were only just beginning, but he had already transformed the manor into a den of danger. If he had more time to gather high-level materials, this place would become a true death trap. At daybreak, Lin Fan stretched himself out of his comfortable bed, straightened his clothes with the help of his eldest daughter-in-law, and walked out of the room. The garden was already in a mess. These martial arts masters broke into the garden to avoid being seen, but ended up dying here. Brother Fan, we have made a fortune again. Seeing Su Eru, the familiar voice sounded again, with unconcealable excitement. Hearing Su Eru's words, I've made a fortune again, Lin Fan was at a loss for words. Su Eru excitedly said that although these intruders were not as wealthy as the 13 thieves, they still had several thousand taels in total. He held up a bag of banknotes and silver, grinning almost to his ears, calling these people money-giving boys, and hoping for more. Lin Fan looked at the pile of wealth and knew it was likely from a dirty source. Those who died here probably weren't good people. Su Eru chuckled and agreed, but when the spoils were divided, he refused to take any more, believing it was his duty. Lin Fan didn't force him. After all, if he followed him, he would have no worries about money. Lin Fan asked whether those people had been dealt with last night. Su Eru replied that the dead ones had been cleaned up, and some of the injured ones who were not dead were tied up in the rockery cave in the garden. He suspected that they had other purposes. Lin Fan praised him, saying, "Well done." He felt that this honest captain of the guards was quite thoughtful. Su Eru humbly said that it was Brother Fan who taught him well, and smiled with a silly look on his face. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh, praising him for his increasingly eloquent speech. He had indeed made the right choice by choosing him as the captain of the guards. Su Eru's expression straightened, saying that since Brother Fan trusted him, he must not let him down. The 2 men then arrived at the garden. Although the bloodstains had been cleaned up briefly, the air was still thick with the stench of blood. Lin Fan instructed Wang Erxiao to shut down the system and arrange for someone to clean it up thoroughly. Led by Su Eru, they came to the stone caves beside the rockery. These cave entrances were originally landscapes, but now they have become temporary cells, imprisoning the martial arts masters who survived the night before. Each of these people possessed profound internal strength, with the weakest at the peak of their powers being second-rate, and many even being first-rate masters. They should have been able to call the shots in the martial arts world, but now they were tied up like pigs and sheep, looking utterly miserable. Lin Fan's eyes were cold as he ordered Wang Erxiao to take the badge left by the Death Chaser to contact the Jinwu division, saying he had something important to discuss. He would make the forces behind these people pay the price. Wang Erxiao respectfully accepted the order. Having already been strengthened by the medicine and trained in martial arts, he was no problem running errands and delivering messages. Lin Fan planned to select 2 of the captives for interrogation. However, before the meeting even began, the old butler arrived to announce that 3 guests were outside, seeking to see him. Lin Fan inquired about their identities and learned that one of them was the former leader of the Sisui gang. This person had offered an apology before, but Lin Fan had never met him face to face. Now that he had arrived with 2 unidentified individuals, he was quite curious and asked them to wait in the reception room. Outside the manor, 3 people stood in silence. The old leader of the Sisui gang, with a bitter expression, explained to the young man beside him that he knew little about the manor's owner, only that he was involved with Badeo Villa. The young man angrily accused him of incompetence, and the old gang leader could only quietly admit his mistake. He had long since disbanded his gang and retired from the underworld. If it weren't for the two people in front of him, he would never have set foot outside his home. Another white-haired elder began to reprimand the young man for his impoliteness. The old gang leader almost bent over at the sound of his voice. This man was none other than the old patriarch of the Tan family, known as Northern Leg, one of the four great masters. The Tan family was listed among the four great masters for their sheer power, so one could easily imagine their status as the strongest. Though reluctant, the young man apologized to the old leader. The old leader didn't dare to neglect him and accepted the apology with a smile. Just as the white-haired old man was about to continue teaching, the gate of the manor slowly opened under the guidance of the old butler, and the three people were politely welcomed in. In the living room, after exchanging identities, Lin Fan was a little surprised. He hadn't seen the Western Fist Saint whom he had always wanted to meet, but he met the old patriarch of the northern leg of the Tan family first. He bowed politely, and the other party responded gently, saying that it was an impolite visit. Lin Fan had always been soft-hearted and not prone to hardship, so since the other party was so humble, he naturally gave him enough face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Fan got straight to the point and asked about his purpose. Patriarch Tan smiled and admitted that he had indeed come to discuss serious matters, and mentioned that things at the manor seemed turbulent last night. Lin Fan said calmly that he had encountered some thieves. The old patriarch then changed the subject and asked if he wanted to know the real reason why these people had gathered. Lin Fan asked calmly, and the other party mentioned the previous dynasty's collection of martial arts secrets from all over the world. Lin Fan shook his head and said he didn't know, leaving the old patriarch speechless for a moment. A young man standing nearby couldn't help but question Lin Fan's martial arts skills. Lin Fan replied calmly, saying he was just a farmer's son. The young man was speechless, and the scene was silent for a moment. The old patriarch had no choice but to personally explain the origin of the secret treasure and the rumored map of the secret treasure that the 13 thieves carried with them. Lin Fan suddenly realized that there was finally a reason for last night's chaos. It is said that the secret cache not only contains peerless martial arts, but also rare weapons, and even the wealth of the former royal family. No wonder the underworld forces are flocking to it. Lin Fan admitted his interest in the hidden treasure, but unfortunately, he hadn't found any map to it on the 13 thieves. The old patriarch frowned at this, but the young man immediately suspected him of embezzling the treasure. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold and his tone became a little sharp, indicating that although he was a farmer's son, he was not a soft persimmon that could be questioned by others. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The old patriarch immediately rebuked his apprentice for his rudeness and ordered him to apologize to Lin Fan. The young man was reluctant, but he still muttered his apology. The old patriarch also personally bowed and apologized. Seeing the other party's sincerity, Lin Fan restrained his emotions and responded lightly, "It's all a small matter." After a brief reconciliation, the old patriarch was about to leave because the atmosphere was no longer suitable for a deeper conversation. However, Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. "Old patriarch, please wait. I don't have the secret map you mentioned, but I know where it might be." After hearing Lin Fan's words, he paused and turned to ask if it was true. Lin Fan put down his teacup and said calmly, "This is just a possibility. The other party needs to evaluate its authenticity." The old man sat down again and listened intently as Lin Fan explained the details. Lin Fan didn't hold back and told the Jinwu division the clues he had previously shared. The old man was visibly moved when he learned that the 13 thieves might be controlled by the Jinwu boxing gym. He was well aware of the ins and outs of the forces at the same level and immediately realized that something was wrong. Lin Fan added that this information, coming from the thief leader's dying threat, was highly credible. The old man quickly deduced that the rumored hidden map was most likely in the hands of the Jinwu boxing gym. Lin Fan replied with a smile, saying that the authenticity of the information needed to be determined by someone like the old patriarch who was familiar with the situation. He quietly controlled the rhythm of the conversation, but the old man paid no attention, lost in thought. After a moment, the old man asserted that the boxing saint himself would never be involved in this matter. Although he had a fierce temperament, he was upright and only wanted to promote his own boxing style. Lin Fan nodded, and he had an impression of this Western Fist Saint whom he had never met. He also noticed the grudge between fists and feet. Western Fists and Northern Legs were probably old enemies. The old man changed the subject and said that the deputy director of Jinwu Boxing Gym might be involved. That person is extremely selfish and appears to be chivalrous, but in fact he has evil intentions. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow in confirmation, and the other party nodded in agreement. This exchange had established a tacit understanding between both parties, and no further words were exchanged. Half an hour later, the details were finalized, and the old man and his 3 companions departed. Lin Fan smiled as he watched them go. With Zhen Wuxi and Beta Wei getting involved, if the deputy gym leader was truly behind this, there was bound to be something interesting going on. 3 days later, the detective Zhui Ming personally led his team to the manor. Lin Fan smiled and bowed in greeting, but the man just smiled bitterly, saying he hadn't even showered in the past few days of traveling. The new recruits from the Jinwu division who were accompanying him were all secretly shocked to see the iron-blooded constable being so polite, and their eyes couldn't help but be filled with a bit more awe. Zhui Ming got straight to the point and asked about the gangsters who had broken into the village, as mentioned in Lin Fan's letter. Lin Fan didn't waste any time and took him directly to the garden to check it out. A group of martial arts masters tied up like pigs and sheep came into view, many of whom were famous figures who were the focus of the Jinwu division. Whether they were newcomers or veterans, they all put away their former arrogance and looked fearful at this moment. What was truly terrifying was not the strength, but the unfathomable depth. Zhui Ming also took a deep breath. He had expected this matter to be of great importance, but he had not expected it to involve so many sects and forces. If he could take this opportunity to rectify the underworld, it would be a great opportunity for him to make great contributions. Faced with this gift, he accepted it without hesitation and devoted all his efforts to handling the matter. Lin Fan smiled in response, their minds connected. Zhui Ming immediately ordered these people to be taken away and given a proper treatment in the torture chamber. After finishing his business, Zhui Ming hurried away. Lin Fan's life returned to peace and quiet. He refined iron and made pills, set up mechanical devices during the day, and spent his nights with his wife. The martial arts world was in turmoil because of him, but no one dared to provoke him anymore. Soon, rumors spread that the secret map had been found in the Jinwu boxing gym, and everyone's attention was drawn there, while his side was quiet. A month later, during a heavy snowfall, Lin Fan was busy in the blacksmith's workshop when he suddenly learned that Dao Miao Miao was pregnant. He was stunned for a few seconds, then rushed into the room laughing. Not only was he happy to have a son, but the new function of the system finally came into use. Inside the room, Dao Miao Miao gently stroked her still flat belly, her expression gentle and content. Several other wives gathered around her, caring for her with attentive care, their eyes tinged with envy. They had married earlier and should have gotten pregnant first, but in the end, Dao Miao Miao, the last to marry, beat them to the punch. Lin Fan pushed the door open and walked quickly to the bedside, holding her hand with a doting gaze. As a miracle doctor, he could tell at a glance that his wife was pregnant. Dao Miao Miao still had a girlish look of pride, which made Lin Fan unable to resist praising her as the best. She smiled like a child and looked at the sword spirit provocatively. The sword spirit could only grit its teeth, knowing its own superior qualities, yet still failing in this matter. Yi Xiaoro and the other 3 wives were in a state of mixed emotions, frustrated yet secretly motivated. Lin Fan, however, remained immersed in his joy, ordering his servants to hold a 3-day banquet to celebrate the event with the entire village. For 3 days, the manor was filled with joy. The servants feasted on delicious food, and everyone was beaming. Dao Miao Miao, enjoying everyone's blessings, felt particularly happy. However, just as the joy faded, tragic news struck her like a bolt from the blue. Master Dao had been poisoned and was in imminent danger of death. This sudden news nearly caused her to lose her pregnancy, but Lin Fan intervened to stabilize her condition. Thinking of Lin Fan's medical skills, she immediately grasped at hope and begged him to detoxify her grandfather. Lin Fan nodded in comfort, stating that there was no poison he couldn't cure, but considering she was pregnant, he suggested she stay at the manor. Dao Miao Miao insisted on going along, and seeing her determination, Lin Fan agreed, but only asked her to obey him. She packed up and rushed to the blacksmith's room with her secret guards, but Lin Fan was nowhere to be seen. Just as they were getting anxious, a heavy, clanking sound echoed from the warehouse, and a massive metal tiger slowly emerged. The mechanical beast stood nearly a foot tall at the shoulder and stretched 3 feet long, resembling a prehistoric behemoth. The secret guard instinctively drew his sword to protect his master, only to see Dao Miao Miao approach with surprise, confirming that this was the mechanical beast Lin Fan had described. Lin Fan's voice emanated from the tiger's mouth, inviting her to come up. A hatch opened on the metal beast's flank, and a ladder slowly lowered. Lin Fan explained that while this mechanical beast couldn't fly, it was extremely fast, stable, and equipped with powerful firepower, making it perfect for this journey. Dao Miao Miao excitedly boarded the cabin, and the secret guard followed, marveling at the intricate gears and mechanisms. Lin Fan asked her to help him pedal to provide power, thereby compensating for the lack of a core power source. Once everyone was in position and the hatch closed, Lin Fan pulled the main control gate, and the mechanical beast suddenly took off, dashing forward like an arrow from a bow. Looking through the cabin's stands, Dao Miao Miao watched the rapidly receding scenery and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, his eyes filled with admiration for Lin Fan. Lin Fan simply smiled faintly, saying this was just a trial run. The real fun was yet to come. The northern borders of the Dalong dynasty were blanketed in a thick blanket of snow, the sky and earth a single hue, as if even the heavens themselves were dyed silver. Beside a frozen lake, a group of young men and women recited poetry and admired the scenery, the chill wind seemingly undeterred. Someone suggested breaking the ice for some fishing, grilling fish, and a feast. As the crowd enthusiastically agreed, a sudden, resounding roar echoed from the other side of the lake. White snow billowed into the sky, like a blizzard sweeping in. But a closer look revealed this wasn't a natural storm, but a curtain of snow whipped up by some massive creature at high speed. Someone pointed at the ice ahead, and a massive beast, its gleaming cold in the snow, sped towards them, cracking the thick ice and roaring with thunder. How could these wealthy young men, with only a limited knowledge of martial arts, dare confront such a behemoth head-on? As they fled in panic, the beast thundered past them, its chilling oppression making even breathing difficult. That fleeting moment was already unforgettable for them. This behemoth was none other than the mechanical tiger Lin Fan had crafted. To amuse the pregnant Dao Miao Miao, he deliberately sped past them. As it sped along, the giant tiger left countless legends wherever it passed. As they approached Badeo Villa, Dao Miao Miao's expression grew heavy again. Lin Fan comforted him softly, assuring him that Master Dao's poison wasn't too difficult to deal with. But as soon as the mechanical tiger entered the villa, the patrolling disciples cried out, "A giant beast is attacking!" Emergency alarms rang, and all the experts were on guard to meet the enemy. Ba Dao Villa was in a critical period at the time. Elder Dao's life was in danger, and any disturbance could trigger a major war. However, when everyone saw the hatch on the giant tiger's abdomen open and Dao Miao Miao emerged, supported by Lin Fan, they were all stunned. The secret guards explained that it was a mechanical beast, and everyone suddenly realized what was happening. They were deeply shocked by the scale and momentum of this man-made giant. Several high-ranking officials looked at Lin Fan with a hint of hostility. Lin Fan responded calmly, having already made note of these people. The middle-aged steward stepped forward to report that Elder Dao had been calling the young master's name. Dao Miao Miao's eyes welled up, and Lin Fan soothed her gently, wiping away her tears. Their intimate gestures intensified the hostile glances, especially from one of the young men, whose expression was already filled with intense hostility, clearly a true rival in love. The young man, radiating intense hostility, was Dao Miao Miao's suitor and Lin Fan's rival in love. Seeing their close proximity, he could no longer contain himself and coldly questioned Lin Fan about whether he understood the poison Elder Dao had contracted, accusing him of teasing Ba Dao Villa. Dao Miao Miao, already feeling down due to her grandfather's critical condition, suddenly flew into a rage, directly retorting. Lin Fan reached out to comfort his wife, calmly addressing Lu Hui's questioning and questioning how he could be so sure he couldn't detoxify. Lu Hui scoffed, quipping that he couldn't possibly be proficient at such a young age, and then struck a bet. Lin Fan readily agreed. If Lu Hui could detoxify him, he would kneel and apologize. If not, he would kneel and admit his fault. News of this confrontation quickly spread throughout the villa, turning it into a battle of dignity between the two men in front of Dao Miao Miao. Lin Fan ignored the accusations and followed his secret guard straight to the courtyard where Elder Dao was. Inside the courtyard, Senior Executive Uncle Hong, upon hearing of the bet, expressed concern for Lin Fan's actions. Dao Miao Miao immediately vouched for her husband's medical prowess, even mastering alchemy. During the standoff, Elder Dao's frail voice emanated from within, personally granting Lin Fan permission to treat him. Though reluctant, the senior executives had no choice but to give way. Inside, Elder Dao's face was dark and sallow, his breath weakening, yet he maintained a gentle smile. After a few pleasantries with Lin Fan, he got down to business. Lin Fan claimed to have some knowledge of detoxification and offered to give it a try for the elder. After receiving permission, he examined Elder Dao and began treating him with silver needles. This poison wasn't a single one, but a mixture of multiple toxins, seeping into the skin, blood, and bones, making it extremely difficult to remove. Even so, with Lin Fan's fully qualified medical skills, the poison quickly forced its way to his left middle finger. He asked Uncle Hong to bring a basin of water, then slashed his middle finger, letting the black blood gush out, instantly staining the clear water a dark green. Lin Fan instructed to bury the poisoned water deep, and Uncle Hong promptly complied. When he returned, old Dao, whose life had been hanging by a thread, had been able to sit up. While his complexion hadn't recovered, he was no longer in critical condition. Dao Miao Miao burst into tears of joy, and old Dao was also filled with admiration. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be not only a master craftsman, but also a miraculous doctor. After putting the needle away, Lin Fan's expression froze as he inquired about the poison's origins. Old man Dao, his expression serious, slowly uttered 3 words, Saintess of the White Lotus cult. Lin Fan frowned slightly upon hearing this, knowing this was no ordinary character. When Lin Fan heard the title, White Lotus Saint, the entire room fell silent, as if those 3 words carried a certain intimidating power. A moment later, Elder Dao spoke, recalling the White Lotus sect's imminent destruction and the sudden arrival of this saint. Not only had she outmatched the White Lotus sect leader with her sheer strength, but she had also used her cunning poison techniques and mysterious powers to forcibly turn the tide of battle. Lin Fan knew she was no ordinary person, but he hadn't imagined she could push Old Man Dao, one of the 4 supreme masters, to such a critical point. He inquired about the saint's appearance, only to learn that she often wore a silver mask, her face hidden from view. Her only defining characteristic was a chilling aura that seemed to penetrate the bones. Old Man Dao solemnly warned Lin Fan to be on guard, and Lin Fan took this to heart. During the conversation, a senior executive, Uncle Hong, tentatively asked Lin Fan to treat his wife's poison. Lin Fan was reluctant at first, but Dao Miao Miao persuaded him, and he readily agreed. As the 2 men left the courtyard, Lu Hui and his men blocked their way, mocking Lin Fan's ineffective attempts and demanding he kneel down to fulfill his bet. Lin Fan asked calmly if he was serious, but the other party responded arrogantly. Before he could finish his words, Uncle Hong rushed over and slapped him away. Lu Hui rolled over on the ground several times, screaming in agony, his face swollen like a pig's head. Uncle Hong angrily scolded his rebellious son for disrespecting Master Lin and beat him up on the spot, leaving him in pain, tears streaming down his face, bewildered as to why he was being beaten. Uncle Hong then turned to Lin Fan and offered a sincere apology, which Lin Fan waived in forgiveness, effectively letting the matter go. The disciples of the villa who were watching originally thought that they would see Lin Fan make a fool of himself, but the situation turned out to be completely reversed. Lu Hui was beaten like a dog by his own father, while Lin Fan was greeted respectfully and went straight with Uncle Hong to detoxify his wife, leaving everyone in the audience looking at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what had just happened. When Lin Fan followed the higher-ups to the pavilion, the woman was sitting beside the snow-covered artificial lake, her expression dazed, as if lost in some deep thought. Her face was delicate, with the features of her former beauty, but it had long lost its luster. A dead look hung between her brows, and she needed a servant's support to move. Lin Fan could tell at a glance that she was not only poisoned, but also burdened by a heavy burden. The senior executives hurried forward, clearly deeply concerned for his wife. Dao Miao Miao explained Lin Fan's purpose, stating that he was a skilled doctor, even capable of curing the White Lotus Saint's poison. The woman's expression flickered upon hearing this, but quickly dimmed, and she scoffed at the incurable poison. Lin Fan saw it clearly, but remained silent, examining the patient with the discerning eye of a physician. Soon, he calmly revealed the results. The woman had been infected with a chronic, strange poison. It wouldn't kill her immediately, but it would continually drain her life force and breed even more terrifying toxins. The woman, moved by his words, asked if he truly had a cure. Lin Fan chuckled, saying that no poison could trap him, but he needed the person's cooperation, otherwise it would be useless. This puzzled the higher-ups, but it made the woman lower her head. Lin Fan understood that she had willingly been poisoned, using her life to nurture the poison, and when her life was exhausted, the poison would take shape. The higher-ups questioned her angrily, but the woman remained silent. After a long moment, she looked up and asked Lin Fan if he was truly confident. The answer she received was affirmative and confident. At Lin Fan's insistence, the woman finally agreed to detoxify. He took out his silver needles and a deep green pill emitting a rich, life-giving aura and handed it to her. As the pill entered her body, chi surged through her body. With a deep voice, he began to apply the needles, forcing the poison out of her body. Half an hour later, the multicolored venom was expelled, and the woman's complexion gradually became rosy. The higher-ups breathlessly inquired about the results. Lin Fan calmly nodded, indicating the poison had been completely removed. The higher-ups were so grateful they nearly knelt, but Lin Fan held them back. The woman, feeling her body lighten, smiled wryly to herself, seeming surprised by the ease of the detoxification. Dao Miao Miao, like a child, boasted about Lin Fan's skills, earning the woman's sincere praise. Lin Fan told her to take good care of herself and leave with Dao Miao Miao. However, after taking a few steps, the woman suddenly spoke up, reminding him that anyone who could cure the White Lotus Saint's poison would surely be visited by her in person, so he should be cautious. Lin Fan paused, then smiled, and said he would wait for her to arrive. Then they would see whether her poison was stronger or his own medical skills were superior. Inside the White Lotus's temporary stronghold, the leader, draped in white cloth to conceal his severed arm, was furious, smashing everything in his path, leaving the room in ruins. The followers, cowering in fear, shuddered, unable to breathe. Having finally managed to stabilize the situation, he took stock of the losses, only to discover they were far worse than he had anticipated. The main headquarters had been razed to the ground by Tyrant Blade Villa, and other secret branches had been uprooted by various factions taking advantage of the chaos. It was clear that Tyrant Blade Villa had rallied numerous forces to join the effort. This attack severely damaged the White Lotus cult. If it weren't for the remnants of the main headquarters, he would have been practically left without a single commander. Furious, he was about to kill to vent his anger when a cold voice rang out from the doorway. A woman in a snow-white robe, hood, and silver mask slowly entered. Her words forced him to suppress his rage. She was none other than the White Lotus Saint, whose status rivaled that of the cult leader. The White Lotus cult's survival this time depended entirely on her ability to turn the tide and inflict a heavy blow on the enemy. The saint took the first seat that had once belonged to the cult leader and coldly demanded to know who had leaked the information. The cult leader replied that the information had been leaked after a pilgrim, who was away on a mission, lost contact. The target of the mission was the offspring of a certain higher-up, and he explained the details. The saint pondered for a moment, then ordered him to personally capture the individual alive. Just as the cult leader was about to accept the order, a rare carrier pigeon flew into the room. The saint took the letter and glanced at it briefly. A slight tremor between her fingers turned the scraps of paper to dust. A smile crossed her lips as she whispered, someone had actually solved her unfinished holy poison. The cultists fell to the ground, afraid to look directly at her. They knew the saint's smile foreshadowed someone's impending doom. She then changed her orders, saying she would handle the matter personally, and informing the leader that the Sword King's poison had been cured by the target. The leader was struck by lightning upon hearing this, unable to believe it. However, the saint smiled faintly, thinking it was not surprising. How could someone who could make the incense master confide in someone be ordinary? Inside Badeo Villa, Dao Miao Miao relayed the woman's parting words to Lin Fan, patting her chest and promising that if the White Lotus Saint dared to come, she would meet him with sword drawn. Lin Fan smiled and agreed, feeling that his wife, soon to be a mother, still possessed the innocence of a young girl. The two chatted and laughed as they walked along the tree-lined path, drawing the awe-inspiring gazes of the disciples. Lu Hui, having offended Lin Fan, was severely punished by his own father. He remains bedridden, his face severely swollen. Had it not been for the villa's wealth and plentiful medication, he would have suffered long-term complications. Lin Fan also successfully detoxified the Great Elder, the Sword King, earning him respect and gratitude from the entire villa. The Sword King is the pillar of Badeo Villa's survival. Any mishap would inevitably draw a host of wolves. Lin Fan's remarkable achievements upon his arrival at the villa naturally earned him widespread recognition. Just as the two were strolling around, the secret guard came to report that Dao Batian, who had gone out to look for a miracle doctor, had returned and was waiting for them to meet him. The main hall of Badeo Mountain Villa, resplendent and imposing, was usually where Dao Batian conducted his business. Today, however, he wasn't sitting at his desk, but instead stood on the main terrace, gazing grimly at the door. The nearly 2-meter-tall villa owner, his muscles etched like steel beneath his tight-fitting attire, exuded a fierce, iron-blooded aura that made even top-tier masters seem inferior to him. Lin Fan and Dao Miao Miao entered the hall, and, seeing their father-in-law's expression, they secretly felt something was amiss. As expected, Dao Batian coldly rebuked his daughter for marrying without permission, questioning whether she still respected her father. Dao Miao Miao, with a playful smile, tried to coquettishly admit her mistake, but was sternly rebuffed, saying that coquettishness was useless this time. Seeing this, She immediately threatened to call her mother and grandpa Dao to cure him. Dao Baishan's face darkened, but he was helpless against his daughter's powerful connections, so he turned his ire on Lin Fan. Although he was dissatisfied with the young man who had abducted his daughter, he thought of him as a divine healer and master craftsman who could forge magical weapons and detoxify strange poisons. And he couldn't help but sigh that having a son-in-law who was too outstanding could also be a problem. Lin Fan seized the opportunity and respectfully addressed him as father-in-law. Dao Batian then took the opportunity to express his gratitude for his assistance in rescuing the great elder. During their conversation, he gradually came to appreciate Lin Fan's character and abilities and urged him to treat Miao Miao well, urging him to show no mercy. Lin Fan made this solemn promise, and the two sides chatted and laughed, the atmosphere gradually warming. The two chatted over tea. Dao Batian was forthright and generous, while Lin Fan was sociable, often making his father-in-law laugh with witty remarks. Dao Miao Miao, unusually quiet, diligently poured tea. As the conversation grew lively, she asked if her mother had returned. Dao Batian replied that she had returned with him and was currently in the kitchen, preparing a nourishing soup for the old man and his son-in-law, while complaining bitterly about how little he enjoyed the pleasures of eating. The three of them then headed to the backyard. Dao Miao Miao, upon seeing the woman busy in the kitchen, immediately rushed over and called out to her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law was a voluptuous woman, her figure mirroring her daughter's. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she surveyed him with a look of satisfaction. Dao Miao Miao couldn't resist showing off her husband's abilities in front of her mother, earning her mother-in-law's doting praise. Dao Batian, standing nearby, his dignified demeanor completely gone, standing there with a smile on his face, only to be scolded by his mother-in-law to serve the dishes. He offered a few tough words, but under the dangerous gaze, he immediately gave in and obediently helped. Watching the nearly 2-meter-tall burly man bustling around in the kitchen, Lin Fan secretly laughed and realized the truth. If he wanted to gain a foothold in Badeo Villa, he had to win over his mother-in-law first. Winning over a mother-in-law isn't difficult. A few kind words, a gift of something she'll like, and a display of filial piety and respect usually work. The only prerequisite is that she has to be pleased with you. Otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain. Clearly, Lin Fan's mother-in-law is quite pleased with him, both because she loves him and because she admires his exceptional abilities. Lin Fan pulled a small brocade box from his bosom and respectfully handed it over, explaining it was a gift for his mother-in-law. Inside was a whitening cream he'd concocted using his ultimate medical skills. It not only whitens, but also refines the skin and slows aging. His mother-in-law's eyes lit up at the thought, and she couldn't wait to try it out. She immediately felt a cool, refreshing sensation. Lin Fan asked Dao Miao Miao to bring him a mirror. She was pleasantly surprised to see her skin had indeed brightened and her fine lines had faded. She immediately expressed her love for the gift. Dao Miao Miao pouted and complained, asking why she didn't have any. Lin Fan smiled and scratched her nose, saying that she was young and beautiful, naturally beautiful, and didn't need to rely on such things. She immediately smiled when she received the affirmative answer. At the dinner table, the mother-in-law excitedly showed off the magical whitening cream to Dao Batian, which made the father-in-law feel a little unbalanced. Lin Fan took the opportunity to explain that he had prepared a gift for his father-in-law as well, but it was a big thing, and it was inconvenient to carry it around in the yard. After dinner, the group arrived at the guest house, where a shimmering, mechanical tiger stood tall. Standing 10 feet tall at the shoulder, its body clad in metal, it exuded immense power. Dao Batian gazed up at the behemoth, gasping in shock. He then recalled the legends circulating in the southern territory about the giant beast. It had been created by his own son-in-law. Lin Fan explained that the tiger was not only capable of sprinting at high speeds, but could also charge into battle and kill enemies. Dao Batian eagerly agreed to experience it for himself, unaware that a terrifying, overwhelming blow from the enormous beast awaited him. In the wasteland behind Badeo Villa, Lin Fan stood in the open field with his mechanical tiger, facing his confident father-in-law, Dao Batian. He had chosen this spot as his testing ground to avoid disturbing them. Dao Batian, a renowned, top-tier martial artist, faced the behemoth without flinching, confidently declaring he could handle it with his bare hands, even without weapons. Lin Fan, without further ado, immediately switched the mechanical tiger into combat mode. With the crackling of its joints, the tiger's momentum instantly grew fiercer. Its short-range burst and mobility were even more astonishing than in its rushing mode. Dao Miao Miao teased Lin Fan, urging him to teach his father a lesson and show him the power of the tiger. Lin Fan commanded the tiger to charge and pounce. instantly leaving 4 deep pits in the ground. His 3-meter-tall body soared into the air, its weight vibrating the very air. Dao Batian raised his brows slightly, realizing he'd been a bit overconfident. But he couldn't save face, so he roared and fought back. With a surge of powerful internal energy, Dao Batian's aura was like that of a beast awakening, steady as a rock. The tiger slammed its massive claws down from the air, but he saw no way to block it head-on, dodging to the side. A large, 10-foot-wide crater was instantly created in the ground, sending sand and rocks flying. He seized the opportunity to rush to the tiger's front paw joint and delivered a powerful punch, powerful enough to crack the city gate. However, the tiger only left a small dent, its stance unchanged. Dao Batian was shocked. This defense was comparable to the gate of an iron city. Lin Fan chuckled. The tiger's armor was made of special, thousand-forged plates, nearly as hard as a demigod's. Destroying it with brute force would be harder than destroying a main battle tank. Dao Batian, unconvinced, prepared to strike again. However, the tiger's reaction was unexpected. It turned its joints and turned around in an instant, its huge claws sweeping down with a storm. Dao Batian was forced to quickly roll over to avoid it, his clothes rustling in the strong wind. He quickly distanced himself, hoping to observe and search for a weak spot. But Lin Fan pursued him closely, pouncing again from midair. His massive claws brought down, instantly shattering the boulder he had intended to stand on. The rubble scattered like flying bullets, and although Dao Batian smashed them all with his fists, he was still covered in dust. Knowing that a fight was useless, he simply waved his hand and admitted defeat, saying that the giant was as hard as a turtle shell and had incredible strength. He would be lying flat on his face if he was hit by one. Although the fight was over, Dao Batian was actually quite excited, patting the mechanical tiger with praise. Lin Fan smiled as he descended the hatch, explaining that he had only used his melee abilities and hadn't yet demonstrated his ranged attacks. Dao Batian's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Fan climbed back onto the tiger and pulled the gate. The tiger's head locked onto a distant boulder, emitting a low humming sound as a dark, glowing crossbow bolt whizzed out. Amidst the roar, most of the boulder was blown away, and the crossbow arrow was deeply embedded in it, leaving only the tail end exposed. Dao Batian was stunned and couldn't help but praise it repeatedly. Lin Fan smiled calmly, saying that this was just one of the long-range methods. There was also a mass destruction mode, and after future upgrades, it could even fly into the sky. Dao Batian was completely shocked and speechless. Lin Fan stayed at Ba Dao Villa for only 2 days before leaving. Although the time was short, he had achieved all of his goals. Elder Dao's poison had been cured, and his father-in-law and mother-in-law had also been dealt with without incident. On his way here, he rode the mechanical tiger at full speed, but on his way back, he switched to a carriage, leisurely enjoying the snowy scenery along the way. It seemed like he had lost out on speed, but in reality, he had made a huge profit because before he left, Dao Miao Miao's elders had prepared a generous dowry for him. That was half of Ba Dao Pavilion's shares. While Ba Dao Pavilion wasn't as profitable as Divine Weapon Pavilion, it held a larger share and more power, making this split equally astounding. My father-in-law even boasted that Ba Dao Villa was no less valuable than Divine Sword Villa, and that his daughter was more precious than Jian Tianfeng's daughter. The mother-in-law also revealed that Dao Miao Miao's grandfather had prepared a generous gift, which would be delivered when the time was right. After this trip, Lin Fan had added a considerable fortune. The system was absolutely right about marrying a wife and getting rich. In the carriage, Lin Fan curiously asked Dao Miao Miao why she hadn't told her family about her pregnancy. The young wife smiled and said she wanted to wait until the baby was born to give her family a surprise. Lin Fan could only shake his head helplessly, hoping that she would be happy. The secret guards drove the carriage. Although they belonged to Badeo Villa, they now obeyed the orders of the eldest lady. Since the eldest lady hadn't spoken, she naturally didn't say anything. So the three of them slowly left Badeo Villa and set off on their journey home. It only took 1 day to go there, but half a month to return, which shows the terrifying speed of the mechanical tiger on the road. This was also to take care of Dao Miao Miao's pregnant body and avoid too much bumps and speed. Half a month later, the weather grew increasingly cold. There were few people on the roads, and even wild animals hibernated in their caves. However, the three of them possessed profound inner strength, and the cold wind did not bother them. The horses and carriages presented by Badeo Villa were both top quality, ensuring smooth travel even in winter. When the carriage arrived at the gate of the manor, Uncle Fu, the gatekeeper, immediately shouted a message, and the old butler hurried to greet them. Lin Fan got out of the car, holding Dao Miao Miao. The old butler greeted him respectfully and reported that the head manager had been looking for him several times, seemingly on important matters. Lin Fan instructed that if he came again, he could be introduced directly. At that moment, two capable assistants hurried over. They hadn't seen each other for half a month and were thrilled to see their big brother. Lin Fan jokingly asked if they were slacking off. They patted their chests and promised to train at full strength and be ready for testing at any time. Lin Fan was very satisfied and patted their shoulders, secretly glad that his original judgment was correct. After settling the two people, he headed towards the inner courtyard. The wives in the courtyard had already heard the news and rushed over to greet him. Lin Fan jokingly teased them about missing their husbands, and they nodded shyly. He laughed heartily and led them back to the house. The cold wind outside was no match for the warmth of the inner chambers. He returned in the morning, having only washed up and eaten briefly. In the evening, as he was about to go to the blacksmith's room to start work, the old housekeeper told him that the head shopkeeper was waiting for him. Lin Fan told the other party to come directly over. The head shopkeeper was now in good health and walked with a brisk pace. Soon he entered the blacksmith's room and bowed respectfully. Lin Fan asked him what the urgent matter was. The head shopkeeper reported that the investigation into the eldest lady's father, which he had ordered last time, had yielded results. Lin Fan gestured for him to speak directly. It turned out that the eldest lady's father had once been a fourth-rank county governor, a truly powerful frontier official. He was still alive, but due to his involvement in a case, he was imprisoned in the capital's Ministry of Justice, where his life was extremely difficult. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and asked if the Divine Weapon Pavilion had any connections. The head manager replied that there was a right vice minister of the Ministry of Justice who had a business relationship with them, but he was greedy and needed to pay a large sum of money to bribe them. Lin Fan instructed that his father-in-law be made comfortable in prison first and then work on escaping the charges. The head shopkeeper agreed, but warned that funds were running low due to recent heavy expenses. Lin Fan frowned, thinking that the materials he had purchased were extremely precious, so this level of consumption was normal. He decided to put other purchases on hold, prioritizing his father-in-law's affairs and preparing to execute his plan to recover the funds ahead of schedule. The head shopkeeper took his orders and left, and Lin Fan returned to the blacksmith's room to prepare his craft. However, just as the fire was lit, the old housekeeper rushed in a panic. He reported in a panic that all the servants in the outer courtyard had been poisoned for some unknown reason. Their faces had turned blue, they were foaming at the mouth, and they were unconscious. Hearing the old butler's urgent report, Lin Fan frowned. All the servants in the outer courtyard had been poisoned. This was definitely not an ordinary accident. He solemnly asked the old butler to lead the way and walked towards the outer courtyard with steady steps. In the outer courtyard, Su Eru and Wang Erxiao had gathered the poisoned servants together for easier handling. The sight of these young maids, their faces black and blue, their features distorted, their bodies twitching from time to time, and foaming at the mouth, was extremely horrifying. Lin Fan took a quick glance and made his own judgment. With his full-level medical skills, he could bring anyone back from the brink of death, as long as they weren't killed instantly. He ordered hot water to be brought back, and at the same time, he took out his silver needles and began to administer the detoxification treatment. Half an hour later, the servants' complexions gradually returned to normal, and their breathing steadied. Though still weak, most of them were able to open their eyes and look at Lin Fan gratefully. He told them to take the medicine and rest overnight. They would be back to normal the next day. Several wives came to inquire about the situation, and Lin Fan reassured them that it was all right. Dao Miao Miao frowned and mentioned the possibility of the White Lotus Saint. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, but told them not to worry and to go back to the house to rest. After seeing his wives off, Lin Fan walked alone through a walled path and suddenly stopped. Atop the wall stood a figure dressed in white, wearing a hood and a silver mask, like a ghost in the night. She chuckled and said she had brought him a gift, asking if he was satisfied. Lin Fan responded calmly, confirming that the visitor was indeed the White Lotus Saint. Her words were provocative, suggesting that this was just the beginning. The White Lotus Saint's intentions were clear, both to settle a past grudge and to challenge his detoxification abilities. She had always been confident in her poison-using skills, so how could she tolerate someone else easily breaking through? With that, she vanished into the night. Lin Fan didn't chase her, but simply smiled and let her come. The next day, Lin Fan began his busy day as usual. However, everyone in the manor received a light green pill and was asked to take it immediately. This was his precautionary measure. Over the next few days, the White Lotus Saint did not reappear, as if that night had been a hallucination. The poison maids recovered and returned to their daily work, their former panic gradually fading. Lin Fan continued to bustle between the blacksmith shop and the pharmacy, appearing unconcerned about the events of that night. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain peak, Saint White Lotus gazed at the manor, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction and coldness. She had originally thought that her appearance and her wicked scheme would have shrouded the entire manor in fear, especially Lin Fan, who would have been unable to sleep at night. But the calmness before her was as if she were merely a supporting role in a farce. The corners of her lips curled up slightly beneath her mask, and she chuckled softly. Since the meeting gift didn't sway you, I'll just give you a big gift. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure completely disappeared from the mountaintop. At daybreak, the servants of the manor rose early to begin a new day's work. Their master was kind, so they naturally worked diligently, laughing among themselves. The weather was sunny today, and the gentle breeze blew away the chill, making them feel particularly relaxed. On the upwind hillside, Saint White Lotus quietly surveyed all this, a smile playing on her lips. She pulled out a purple bag and sprinkled a handful of dust-like powder, which drifted toward the manor on the wind. This was her real gift, Hanshao Jiuchuan powder. It was colorless and odorless, yet simply inhaled, it poisoned the victim, initially causing uncontrollable laughter until death, still smiling. The very mention of it terrified the underworld, calling it a nightmare. This poison had a variety of recipes, and the antidote was only in the hands of its creator. She was confident that this formula was completely new, and even Lin Fan's full-level medical skills wouldn't be able to cure it. The powder quickly spread throughout the outer courtyard, the kitchen, and the various other courtyards. At first, a few servants sneezed, and the White Lotus Saint sat on the hillside, secretly pleased with herself, thinking this was a sign of the poison taking effect. However, after waiting for a long time, no one showed any symptoms of crazy laughter after the sneeze. Her smile gradually froze. The poison powder had been freshly prepared last night, so it couldn't possibly have lost its effectiveness. The only possibility was that these people had taken precautions. She had fallen into Lin Fan's hands once again. Just as she was raging with rage, a delicate cry interrupted her thoughts. Dao Miao Miao rushed over with a machete in hand, her fiery inner energy surrounding her, completely ignoring her pregnancy and carrying a fierce killing intent. The White Lotus Saint snorted coldly and drew her sword. Just as she was about to strike, the sword's spirit arrived, and the sword and blade combined, instantly forcing her to respond with all her might. As the three clashed, sword energy and sword flashes crisscrossed, trees collapsed, and dust flew up. Although White Lotus Saint Maiden wasn't adept at direct combat, her strength was still superior to the other two. If she were to face them alone, she would have already won, but the tacit coordination between the sword and the blade made it difficult for her to gain the upper hand in a short period of time. In the shadows, Lin Fan had already arrived, and Su Eru, ensconced in a vantage point, clutching his newly crafted bow, waited for his opportunity. The mechanical bird, watching from above the entire time, had completely exposed the White Lotus Saint's poisoning plan. The pale green pills Lin Fan had distributed a few days ago were the Qingling pills, which could cure all kinds of poisons and last for half a month. This made Hanshao Jiquanson look like a joke. Su Eru seized the opportunity and shot an arrow. Although it was chopped away by the White Lotus Saint, it disrupted her rhythm. Dao Miao Miao and the sword spirit took the opportunity to attack fiercely, but they were still neutralized by her. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Saint White Lotus began to think of retreating. She pretended to attack and forced the two women to retreat, taking the opportunity to display her strange body skills and prepare to escape into the forest. However, on the way down the mountain, a dense barrage of crossbows suddenly descended. She sneered and swung her sword, shattering all the arrows in the sky, even using her internal and external energy to deflect any that slipped through her net. Just as she was about to charge, an iron rod as thick as a roof beam dropped from the sky, smashing down with the force of thunder. The timing and angle were perfect, hitting her just as she was unleashing her full force and her breath was still stabilizing. The iron rod was packed with immense force, rumbling through the air like it could flatten a person into a pancake. At this moment, Saint White Lotus's expression completely changed. The moment Lin Fan attacked, Saint White Lotus finally panicked. She was known for her strategic planning and tactics, having even poisoned a Force Supreme Master like Old Man Dao to near death. If Lin Fan hadn't unexpectedly appeared, Old Man Dao would have perished long ago. However, this time, from the moment she appeared, she was trapped step by step. The poison was neutralized, her hiding place was located, and even her escape route was precisely calculated. Countless crossbows were lying in wait. If she hadn't been so powerful, she would have been riddled with bullets. When Lin Fan swung down the massive staff imbued with the power of a divine dragon, she had virtually no way to retreat. Her long sword was bent and broken, and her internal energy barrier shattered with a resounding thud. She spat out blood, and, using the opportunity to dissipate the force, she forcibly launched herself deep into the forest. Lin Fan immediately gave chase, only to see her slip into the shadows, her movements uncanny and unpredictable, quickly vanishing without a trace. His brow furrowed, reluctant to let her go, but aware that forcing her into pursuit was futile. The mechanical bird in the sky was already circling, continuing to monitor this troublesome loach for him. Dao Meow Meow arrived breathless, pregnant, yet still clutching a knife. Lin Fan had no choice but to support her, helping her maintain her balance, his tone a stern warning. The sword spirit also stepped forward, reminding him that the White Lotus Saint would not let this go. Lin Fan nodded and looked up at the dense mass of black spots in the sky. With all these eyes high in the sky, it would be difficult for the other party to escape safely. By this time, the White Lotus Saint had already fallen to her knees deep in the forest, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The force of that blow had nearly killed her. If it weren't for her internal energy protecting her heart meridians, she would have died instantly. She lay quietly in the shadows, swallowed the healing potion, and forced herself to practice Qigong and regulate her breathing. After an unknown amount of time, she removed her mask, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. But now, her complexion was pale, making her appear even more fragile. However, no one appreciated her beauty, and she quickly put her mask back on, hiding all emotion. After examining her injuries, her expression darkened. With damaged tendons, several broken ribs, and extensive internal injuries, recovery was impossible without prolonged rest. But she knew the White Lotus's reconstruction depended on her presence, and there was no time to lose. Lin Fan's strength and ability to resist poison made her realize that direct revenge was impossible. But she was always well versed in calculations, and force was never her only weapon. Thinking of Lin Fan's extreme lust, willing to pay a high head tax to marry a wife, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Obviously, she has come up with a new strategy. 111. Build a family business belonging to the Lin family. The next few days, Lin Fandu used the mechanical bird to search for the White Lotus Saint hidden in the mountains and forests. He intends to take the other person's life while he is sick. This is in line with his personality. However, the cunningness of the White Lotus Saint was far beyond his imagination. He didn't see any trace of her for several days, and she didn't quietly leave the dense forest as expected of a leader who roams in the shadows. After falling once, his vigilance has really been raised to its limit. Lin Fan shook his head with some emotion. Faced with such an existence, even if we continue searching, it will most likely be a waste of time. In response to this, Lin Fan did not choose to continue waiting outside the forest. After setting up the mechanical bird, he returned to the manor and prepared to busy himself with the things that had delayed him for a few days. We have been spending a lot of money these days, and it is really time to recover some funds. You have to pay the head tax at the beginning of spring. You absolutely cannot avoid this fee. Otherwise, no matter how high your status is, the tax commissioner's army personally managed by Emperor Wu will definitely come to kill you. Compared to Zenwusi, this is the real violent organization. No one, unless they are dead, can resist this institution violently. Lin Fan now has 5 wives, and the head taxes added up are not a small amount. In addition, he has future plans, which will also require a lot of money. As for the potential threat posed by the White Lotus Saint, he planned to come up with some targeted measures so that if she dared to come again next time, she would be left without a chance to return. And all this, they all require sufficient financial support. So the next thing Lin Fan has to do is to make money, the more the better. And this money-making project is naturally the elixir that can increase internal strength. In a martial age, nothing sells better than these. The head shopkeeper had already brought over a lot of medicinal herbs in recent days. Lin Fan didn't need to prepare anything. He just selected the herbs he needed and started his journey of refining the elixir. In the face of full-level medical skills, it is just a simple matter of refining some pills to increase internal strength. After all, what was refined this time was an ordinary elixir for increasing internal strength, not a precious elixir like the Dawan pill. However, even ordinary elixirs that increase internal strength are extremely precious in the martial arts world. Any one of them can be sold for more than 100 taels, and there is no demand for it, because there are few pharmacists in this world who can seriously make pills. Even if they can tinker with it, the probability of failure is extremely high, and the cost control is quite high. Pills are different from other medicines. If they are not prepared properly, they will be ineffective if you take them. If you are not careful, you will end up foaming. In this case, it is time-consuming, laborious, thankless, and doesn't make much money, so naturally not many pharmacists are willing to make pills. If the pharmacists are unwilling to refine the pills circulating outside will definitely be scarce. Only the major forces that support their own pharmacists can barely have some pills. But it is only slightly better. There are still too many people and too little resources. That is to say, there is a large gap in the market share for elixirs that increase internal strength. Lin Fan can produce high-quality elixirs that increase internal strength at low cost and high efficiency, and he never has to worry about selling them. By then, you can make money faster than robbing it. Just as Lin Fan was refining the elixir, several wives also started to prepare for the sale of the elixir, sharing the workload with their husband Lin Fan. Originally, according to Lin Fan's plan, he used the channels of the Divine Weapon Pavilion to sell the pills he made. But when the Sword Spirit learned of this plan, he expressed a different opinion. In her opinion, pills are Lin Fan's exclusive business, so there is no need to get entangled with the Divine Weapon Pavilion. And this elixir can be used to create a pillar industry that belongs entirely to the Lin family. With our own pillar industry, it will be more convenient to sell or buy anything in the future, and we will have complete control over it without being constrained by others. Lin Fan has shares in both the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Tyrant Sword Pavilion, but he only has the right to receive dividends. The real controllers still belong to the two creators. Although Jin Ling is a part of this creator, the girl is looking outward and married to Lin Fan. So naturally she thinks about Lin Fan everywhere and takes all aspects into consideration. How could Lin Fan refuse the good intentions of his wives? He nodded in agreement on the spot and handed the matter over to his wives to handle together. With the supply of elixirs for increasing internal strength outstripping the demand, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell them. As the saying goes, even good wine needs no bush, so this elixir will never happen. Just need to spread some news. When it was said that there were pills for sale in Tianfeng County that could increase one's internal strength, countless martial arts masters would definitely come to the area upon hearing the news. With this, the brand effect has been created. It is completely Lin Fan's pillar industry. It is definitely not a problem to develop it. It can even surpass the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Tyrant Pavilion. The Sword Spirit is full of confidence. While Lin Fan was in seclusion refining the elixir, he took his female army with him and bought an old house on the commercial street of Tianfeng County. He then arranged for people to tear it down and rebuild it on the spot. Driven by money. In just a few days, a 10-foot-high, 10-story attic was built. Such a big commotion naturally attracted a lot of people to watch and point fingers. By building such a luxurious building, is this owner planning to start some big business? Some shop owners on the streets were also confused and had no idea what was going on. Only the head shopkeeper understood the situation. He had been busy these days, working as hard as he could, and it was obvious that he had some plans in mind. Half a month later, the attic is fully finished. However, there was no intention of opening the door for business, and there was not even a sign hung up. This made the people in Tianfeng County even more confused, and they didn't understand what was going on. But they didn't know that someone else knew it first. I don't know where the news came from, but in a small place called Tianfeng County, a mysterious force opened a store that sold the things that people in the martial arts world needed most. This thing is pills that increase internal strength. At the beginning, when this news first came out, everyone who heard it thought it was fake. After all, elixirs that increase internal strength cannot be obtained even if you spend money, so who would sell them? Even if you sell it, it is also an exchange for things of equal value. It is impossible to open a store and sell things at fixed prices. No way. This thing is too scarce. Even for the most skilled pharmacist, refining a pill that can increase internal strength would require a lot of time and effort, and the cost is unimaginable. Which pharmacist who can refine elixirs to increase internal strength doesn't have a bunch of people waiting at his doorstep, hoping to ask him to help refine them so that he can open a store to sell them? Not to mention the pharmacists trained by big forces, they don't even have enough for themselves. So how could they sell them? But this news seemed to have legs, spreading to more and more people, and each one of them was very serious about it. Some people even swore that an old second-rate master who had been unable to make any progress in the martial arts world for many years bought a pill in this store, which enabled him to reach the first-rate level and enjoy a second spring in life. This was said with great emotion and with names and surnames, and it did not seem to be groundless at all. In this case, many people gradually believed it, and some more decisive people have already started to set off. If there were modern people here, you can definitely tell at a glance that this is a perfectly normal hype tactic. But it has never appeared here, and the effect is simply unimaginable, not to mention anything else. In just half a month, It almost swept the entire martial arts world. Tianfeng County again? Could this matter be related to that family? When some big forces in the underworld heard that it was Tianfeng County, they subconsciously thought of a place. This place. They had never heard of it before. But ever since the 13 thieves were defeated there, many powerful forces with ulterior motives also suffered heavy losses there, and are now being troubled by the Jinwu division. This place has become no longer unfamiliar to the upper echelons of the martial arts world. They all know. A talented person emerged from this small place. Especially the major forces such as the Iron Knife sect, they are the most clear about it. After all, a veteran protector who was at the top of the first-class level almost died in it. The flesh on my butt hasn't grown back yet, so I stick my butt out when I walk. Now when they heard this rumor, the first thing they thought of was a place they still remembered clearly. Protectorly, you've been to this county before. Please make another trip this time. The leader of the Iron Knife sect pondered for a while and finally decided to send someone he knew to investigate. Li Hufa, the big man with a big knife and a piece of meat on his butt, resisted at first when he received this order. He really didn't want to go to that place again. But facing the sect leader's unquestionable gaze and the failure of his last mission, he could only bite the bullet and take on this task, and set off with his butt sticking out. The same thing happened in the Five Poisons Valley, and Lu Sandu was also sent out. All the major forces sent people, and those ordinary people in the world became convinced. Countless people from the underworld. They started from various places in Dalen and headed towards the previously unknown Tianfeng County. The sword spirit learned this from the intelligence personnel and immediately smiled. If you want to build a pillar industry, visibility is absolutely indispensable. As for whether he would get into trouble or be coveted by some criminals, the sword spirit was not worried at all. Not to mention that there are two behemoths standing behind them. The strength they possess alone is not something that anyone can challenge. The White Lotus Saint is the best example. There are also the 13 thieves and the martial arts masters who are eyeing the secret map of the previous dynasty. They are also examples. The manor with Lin Fan as the guardian is no pushover. You did a great job. When Lin Fan came out of the elixir-making workshop and learned this information, he immediately smiled and praised his wife. The sword spirit smiled sweetly and said, "This is not just my achievement. The other sisters have also put in a lot of effort these days. Otherwise, this would not have been possible." Seeing that Jian Ling's wife was so virtuous, Lin Fan immediately laughed happily. Then, amid the sword spirit's exclamation, he picked her up. He had been refining pills these days and didn't know if his farming skills had regressed. It was a good opportunity to try it out on his caring wife. Next up is naturally paid content. Tianfeng County. I don't know when it became lively, and a large number of people from the underworld flocked in every day. The first thing they did when they arrived was to ask someone where the rumored store was. But how would ordinary residents know these things? Even if they were asked, they couldn't give any clear answers. How would ordinary people like them know about the rumors? Because of this, a well-known gangster in Tianfeng County, Taiyatui Shuishengpio, was visited again. Taiyatui Shuishengpio looked at the threshold that was about to be broken, and the masters who were many times stronger than him, and suddenly he began to doubt his life again. Boss Tai Lao, thank you for the reward from Aquaman. Thank you for the reward from Kuner, and thank you for the collection and votes from other heroes. Thank you very much for your support. 112. Dan Pavilion, 2-in-1. Taiyatui Shuishengpio looked at the place that was almost filled with masters from all walks of life. At this moment, he really doubted his life and even wanted to cry. He has already disbanded the gang he had worked so hard to create and has been hiding at home for these days without even leaving the house. Why is it like this? Isn't it just that you don't want to continue to struggle and want to spend your old age in peace? But even though it has come to this, they still come to me again and again. And every time someone came to him, he couldn't resist them. The last time it was the 4 northern legs, the boss of the place where he had learned the skills, and he wouldn't have dared to resist even if he had 100 guts. But what in the end? He almost offended someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Now, no matter how much courage these masters have, they cannot resist. But will it be a crime? This is really a sin. Taiyatui Shuishengpio really wanted to curse, but unfortunately, he didn't have the courage. Dear friends in the martial arts world, I wonder why you have come here together? What is your order? Not having the courage to resist, Taiyatui Shuishengpio could only bite the bullet and ask. Fearing that the other party might offer him something too challenging, he added, I'm already quite old, and even the gang I worked so hard to build was disbanded a while ago. I probably can't do much to help you, so I hope my friends in the underworld can forgive me. What are you saying, Boss Tai? In the entire Tianfeng County area, who doesn't know your reputation as the iron leg that floats on water? A man carrying a big knife stood up and tried to put on a friendly smile and said, But his rough appearance and the iron knife emitting a cold light did not seem to have anything to do with being friendly. Iron Legs floating on the water, also known as Tai Lao gang leader, was obviously acquainted with the other party. Facing the other party's amiable smile, his hard-trained Iron Legs could not help but tremble. The first guardian of the Iron Knife sect, whose strength has reached the top level. In front of such a famous master, he, a so-called second-rate master, is just a small character who can be bullied at will. Now the more polite the other party was, the more his heart couldn't help but tremble. What kind of big deal would make the other party behave like this? How could he have such virtue? In front of you, how can I, with my limited achievements, dare to claim any prestige? Tai Lao gang leader smiled bitterly and said, "Please tell me what you want me to do. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse." Master Tai, you are too serious. Protector Li, who was carrying a big knife, grinned and was very polite. But the more he acted like this, the heavier Tai Lao gang leader's heart became. Don't blame him for being a rookie. He has been really scared these days. No good things have come to him, and every time something comes to him, it's something bad. There's no need for this, Boss Tai. We came here to ask you, the landlord, a small matter. We don't want to cause you any trouble. Seeing that the other party was frightened, the guardian carrying the big knife could only accept the courtesy and tell him the purpose of his visit. I was planning to be polite, but unexpectedly, it backfired. He really couldn't understand why the other party looked so frightened. They didn't do anything. It is undeniable that there are more people coming and the quality is higher, but it shouldn't be that serious, right? They are all gangsters. Don't you have any courage at all? Regarding this, they did not understand the difficulties faced by the old leader Tai. The current leader of the Tai Lao gang really doesn't want to get involved in the affairs and people of the underworld anymore. He is really scared. But facing so many people, he had no capital to resist and could only obey. Ask me anything you want. As long as I know something, I will tell you everything I know. Gang leader Tai Lao felt helpless inside, but had to put on a smile on the surface. The guardian carrying the broadsword nodded in satisfaction and asked with a smile, "Old Tai gang leader, have you heard of the rumors going around in the martial arts world these days?" "What rumors?" The leader of the Tai Lao gang was stunned when he heard this. He had not left the house for the past few days and had been playing games with his beautiful wife every day. He really had no idea what rumors were going on in the martial arts world. The guardian carrying the big knife's amiable face darkened when he heard this, thinking that he was being fooled. Who in the martial arts world didn't know about the rumors that had been making the rounds recently? The other party is in the place rumored, but he is pretending to be stupid. Isn't this just a joke? Seeing this scene, gang leader Tai Lao was really about to cry. He really didn't know what the recent rumors were. This time he was really retiring from the world. And he retreated completely, almost turning a deaf ear to what was happening outside. The guardian carrying the big knife frowned slightly when he saw the reaction of the old leader Tai, but he still told the rumor. A shop run by a mysterious force, selling elixirs that increase inner strength. After listening to the other party's narration, the confusion in Tai Lao's eyes became even more intense. Although he was in Tianfeng County, he really didn't know about this. Yes, this time I came to you with my friends in the martial arts world just to ask for this information. I wonder if gang leader Tai can help us solve this problem. The guardian carrying the big knife nodded. Gang leader Tai Lao frowned. Although he turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside, if something so big happened in Tianfeng County, he would definitely know about it. After all, if such a major event really happened, the whole county would definitely be in an uproar, and you could hear it even if you were hiding at home. But in reality, it is not the case. What? Could it be that gang leader Tai is unwilling to give you this face? At this time, another person spoke up. It was Lu Sandu from the Five Poisons Valley. Compared to the relatively polite attitude of the guardian carrying a big knife, he was not so polite. He looked at the leader Tai Lao with cold eyes, as if he was looking for death if he didn't give me face. Gang leader Tai Lao was shocked and obviously recognized the other party's identity. If a master who is proficient in using poison is really targeted by the opponent, he will definitely die a miserable death. It was also because of this that he didn't dare to say that he didn't know, but instead kept thinking hard. Then he thought of the conversation he had with his servant after he came back from buying vegetables 2 days ago, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I haven't heard of what you're talking about, but I do know a little about the store. Gang leader Tai Lao spoke up, and even if he was not sure at this time, he had to answer. The guardian carrying the broadsword took over the conversation, his eyes bright, and said, "Please enlighten us, Master Tai. This information is very important to us. We apologize for any offense we have caused you." "Protector Li, you're too polite." Tai Lao gang leader shook his head and said, "However, The information I know is just some speculation and may not be accurate. But if there really is such a place in Tianfeng City, it is definitely that place. Where? The eyes of the martial arts masters who came to the field to ask questions brightened at this time. Gang leader Tai Lao did not dare to keep anyone in suspense and talked about the tall building that had caused a lot of discussion a few days ago and aroused the curiosity of countless people. Rumor has it that this shop selling internal strength-boosting elixirs just opened. It's very likely this is the building. However, we saw it when we passed by, and it's still closed. After hearing what gang leader Tai Lao said, the people present also felt that it made sense, but many of them had passed by not long ago, and the building had not even opened yet. But before they could say anything more, a person who was responsible for searching outside suddenly rushed in. I found the shop that sells elixirs that increase internal strength. It's on the commercial street, in the tallest building of the newly built building. As soon as the investigator came in, he shouted out a message. Is the information accurate? When they heard these words, everyone present became excited. The investigator replied, it's absolutely true. Many people from the underworld have already gathered around. The owner of this shop told everyone himself, fuck, what are you waiting for? Hurry over there, or they'll all be snatched up. An expert present spoke, but before he could finish his words, several experts used their skills and rushed out at the fastest speed. As for where to rush to, it is obvious. Fuck, no martial ethics. The master who spoke started cursing when he saw those people running faster than rabbits, saying that these guys had no martial ethics and did such a thing. However, his movements were not slow either. While cursing, he also used his strongest body skills, turning into a shadow and chasing after him. On the commercial street, the door of the newly built attic, which had been closed for a long time, was finally opened. Above the gate hangs a huge plaque with gold-plated characters. There are no complicated patterns on it, just two big characters written in a flamboyant style. Damn Pavilion. There's nothing fancy about it, but these two words say it all. When the martial arts masters who rushed over saw these two words, their breathing became heavy. There was no need for anyone to introduce it further. They all knew that this was the place they were looking for. And soon, someone confirmed this for them. The shopkeeper, who had been busy these days, was seen standing in front of the attic door wearing his most appropriate robe, with a bright smile on his face, and giving an impassioned speech. Today is the official opening day of our Dan Pavilion. With all of you showing such enthusiastic support, I'm sure you've all heard the rumors lately. That's right, our Dan Pavilion is the shop that sells elixirs that increase inner strength. The chief shopkeeper didn't say anything boastful, but just his simple opening remarks and introduction made the people in the room excited. Shopkeeper, does your pavilion really have elixirs for sale that increase internal strength? Those who quickly surrounded them were almost all people from the underworld. The ordinary residents had already been frightened away by their fierceness. The person who asked the question at this time was naturally someone from the martial arts world. The chief manager had obviously been prepared. This time, with Lin Fan's trust, he was able to serve as the first manager of Dan Pavilion. Naturally, he had to do a great job in this regard. Facing the question at this time, he said with a confident smile, of course, our Dan Pavilion has a god-level pharmacist behind it. Not to mention ordinary internal strength increasing pills, even the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill. As long as you can afford it, you can probably buy it. What? There's actually a god-level pharmacist standing behind the Dan Pavilion? Even the Great Huan Dan, which only exists in legends, can be purchased here if you can afford it? When they heard this confident answer, all the people in the arena exclaimed in surprise. Even Li Hufa and others who came to investigate the situation instead of buying pills could not remain calm at this time. They may want ordinary elixirs that increase internal strength, but that's just a desire. If they can't get them, there won't be much else. After all, their big forces also have their own dedicated pharmacists. Although there are too many people and too little resources as high-level officials, they still have a certain allocation quota. But Dawandan is different. This kind of legendary elixir is unattainable for the top leaders like them. Not even the leaders of the big forces can get it. Because this kind of magic pill can only be refined by the legendary god-level pharmacist. But pharmacists of this level, like the master craftsmen who can forge magical weapons, mostly only exist in legends. The elixir that can only be refined by a pharmacist of this level is naturally also a legend. No one has ever seen it, let alone have the luck to take it. But now, it's actually possible to buy it here. Is there really a god-level pharmacist standing behind your Dan Pavilion? The breathing of all the people in the martial arts world present became heavy. The head shopkeeper nodded proudly. Of course, otherwise how could the Dan Pavilion sell elixirs that increase internal strength? Shopkeeper, can we have a chance to meet this divine pharmacist? Protector Li, who was carrying a big knife, only had the Dahuan pill in his eyes at this time. As for other investigations, they were long forgotten. In fact, it was not just him. Other people with the same purpose were also forgotten at this time. As long as they can purchase this legendary elixir and increase their skills by half a century, these top-notch masters will definitely be able to reach a super first-class level. And it's not just ordinary top-notch. By that time, they may be able to sit on the top seat in the sect. In this case, who cares about the messy tasks? Once I sit in that chair, I can decide what tasks I want to take on. Unfortunately, the chief manager shook his head, which disappointed everyone present. But at this moment, the head shopkeeper smiled and said, "Don't be disappointed, everyone. Our pavilion master said that the customer with the highest cumulative spending each month will have the opportunity to visit the divine pharmacist once." Really, the breathing of the people who were disappointed just now became heavy again. Of course it's true. The chief shopkeeper nodded seriously, and without saying any more nonsense, he made way to the attic. Without anyone inviting them, all the people from the martial arts world in the Taoist temple swarmed in. If what the boss said is true, then for any martial arts master, it is an opportunity to reach the top. Such an opportunity. How could these masters who had practiced hard for countless years be willing to let go? Although the Dan Pavilion founded by Lin Fan was open for business on the first day, it became extremely popular on the first day. Especially those martial arts masters, when they saw that there was really an increase in internal strength elixirs for sale, and the quantity was quite large, they went crazy and took out all their life savings. In addition to elixirs that increase internal strength, the Dan Pavilion also sells some common gold healing medicines and detoxification pills, which are regular items purchased from other places. It is not only sold in Dan Pavilion, but also in other pharmacies. But even these common medicines were being sold like crazy at this time. In order to accumulate credits and get a chance to visit the magic pharmacist, those martial arts masters turned into shopping maniacs. Dan Pavilion opened for business. We have made sufficient preparations and expect the scene to be very lively. But I didn't expect it to be so popular that most of the medicines were sold out in just half a day. Lin Fan, the pavilion master, was standing on the top floor of the attic with his wives. Seeing this situation, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time, I'm not short of money. Some of the things I wanted to do before can finally be started. Wait until I get these great treasures out. If you dare to come again, White Lotus Saint, you won't be able to escape. Lin Fan laughed in his heart. The other party gave him a big gift, so naturally he had to return the gift. Otherwise, wouldn't that be impolite? 113. Mr. Lin, do you want a wife? Pavilion Master, it's a hit. It's sold out. The chief shopkeeper excitedly went up to the top floor and reported the sales situation to Lin Fan excitedly. After giving his best, he finally got what he wanted and was truly recognized by Lin Fan. He was treated as his own direct descendant and transferred from the Divine Weapon Pavilion to become the first manager of the Dan Pavilion. Although compared to the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the current Dan Pavilion is just getting started. But anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Dan Pavilion's potential is definitely greater. After all, there really is a genius pharmacist standing behind the Dan Pavilion, in front of the divine pharmacist. In the pharmaceutical business, who can compete with Dan Pavilion? Neither exaggeration nor slander. In the future pharmaceutical business, Dan Pavilion will definitely have a monopoly position. As long as we maintain the current momentum and open branches in important towns in Dalong, the revenue will definitely surpass that of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and reach an unimaginable level. This is also the reason why he is excited. In addition to the good sales, there are also future prospects. This is the most inspiring thing. See, you did a great job. Lin Fan gave the other party his approval and praised him with a smile. This is just verbal praise. But for the head manager, no material reward would make him excited. Others may not know, but he knows very well that the young man in front of him is a person with real great abilities. He is simply a man from heaven. If he can hang out with such a person, he will definitely be successful in the future. Now become the direct line. Are you still afraid of not following Fakin in the future? This is what my subordinates should do. The head shopkeeper spoke sincerely, without any intention of taking credit for it. Lin Fan was even more satisfied. He raised his hand and gently patted the other person's shoulder. Work hard. From now on, the daily affairs of Dan Pavilion will be left to you. Don't let me down. Thank you for your trust, Pavilion Master. The chief manager's face flushed with excitement. This was truly an important task. Have the trust of the Lord. He quickly got into the mood and suggested, Pavilion Master, why don't you take advantage of this boom and take out the internal energy-increasing elixirs you have in stock? They'll definitely sell for a high price. Need not. Lin Fan shook his head and said, the daily amount remains fixed. If we were just trying to make a short-term fortune, you'd be right. But our Dan Pavilion isn't just about short-term business. This pill is more about attracting customers, thereby boosting sales of other medicines. He is indeed a divine pharmacist. It doesn't take much effort for him to refine ordinary elixirs that increase internal strength. But a person's energy is limited. Even if you don't put in any effort, it still takes time. Faced with such a vast martial arts world, even if he didn't eat or drink, it would be impossible for him to be supplied. And he's not that diligent. There are several beautiful ladies at home. Why doesn't he just lie down in their arms and sleep with you in the alchemy furnace? How is that possible? The purpose of building the Dan Pavilion industry is just to provide a better life. If we are reduced to miserable alchemy machines, what's the point of building this industry? Isn't it nice to have a wife who provides you with free meals? The pavilion master is wise. The head shopkeeper didn't think too much about it. When he heard Lin Fan's words, he was immediately impressed. Compared to Lin Fan's foresight, but he was blinded by the immediate interests. This made him constantly remind himself to reflect and think about the bigger picture in the future. Work hard and make Dan Pavilion famous throughout the world as soon as possible. I have confidence in you. Lin Fan spoke again to encourage. Yes. The chief shopkeeper responded respectfully and then prepared to go back to work hard. Now was the time when he was full of energy and he couldn't stop for a moment. But he was stopped by Lin Fan. Wait, I have something to ask you. Pavilion master, please give your instructions. The chief innkeeper stopped respectfully. Lin Fan did not speak immediately, but called out Yi Xiaoro, the eldest daughter-in-law among the wives who was keeping accounts in the inner room. Husband, what's wrong? Yi Xiaoro asked with some confusion. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, letting the other person sit next to him. After finishing all this, Lin Fan asked the chief manager. Chief manager, last time I asked you to investigate my father-in-law. Please talk to the first lady about this. Yes. The chief manager understood immediately after hearing this and began to tell the information from the last investigation and also talked about how to take care of everything in the future to make life better. Is my father really still alive? When Yi Xiaoro heard this information, her eyes suddenly turned red. Yes, madam. Your father is still alive. Under the arrangement of the pavilion master, the entire prison has been taken care of. Your father is living a good life now. He doesn't have to worry about food, clothing, and shelter. If things continue to run smoothly, it's not impossible for you to see him again. The chief shopkeeper already understood what Lin Fan meant by keeping him, and he immediately told him the current situation in detail and announced the good news. Very good. After hearing the good news, Yi Xiaoro burst into tears of joy. Her mother passed away half a year ago, and her only relative now is her father, whose life and death are unknown. In addition to this, there is only Lin Fan, my husband. Although Lin Fan treated her very well, and she loved her husband deeply, her heart still longed for family affection and missed her parents. But her mother had passed away, and her father's life or death was unknown, so she could only think about it without any result. Now she has received news that her father is still alive and has hope of being released, and that there is a chance for father and daughter to meet again. How can she not be excited? Lin Fan waved his hand to signal the head shopkeeper to leave, then gently wiped away his wife's tears and soothed her softly. Don't cry, daughter-in-law. I will do my best to handle our father's affairs and get him out as soon as possible so that I, as his son-in-law, can fulfill my filial duty. Yi Xiaoro nodded repeatedly, leaning in Lin Fan's arms, and said, Thank you, my good husband. There's no need for that between husband and wife. Lin Fan gently raised his hand to stroke his wife's hair, smiling and shaking his head. Yi Xiaoro nodded slightly, and the hand around Lin Fan's waist became stronger. The other wives heard the news and were happy for their eldest sister. Dao Miao Miao even stepped forward and said that she would ask her second uncle to help with the operation. Her second uncle holds an important position in the border army. He is a real powerful person and has a say. Jinling also expressed that he would use his family connections to help. A multi-pronged approach. Yi Xiaoro's father definitely has a greater chance of coming out. Thank you, sisters. Yi Xiaoro thanked him gratefully and was moved. Dao Miao Miao, with her belly bulging, said generously, Sister Ro, why are you being so polite? We're all family, so we should naturally help each other. Saying thank you would be too formal. That's true. Big sister, please don't say such things. It's really too formal. The sword spirit also smiled and nodded. It was rare for him to agree with his opponent. Lin Fan watched from the side with a gratified smile on his face. He felt so lucky to have such a daughter-in-law. In other words, the ancestral tomb is about to explode. Lin Fan has already made up his mind. When he returns, he will arrange for people to build a luxurious mausoleum for his ancestors to express his gratitude for their blessings. However, The Lin family came here to escape famine, so the only ancestors left are Lin's father and mother. After being married for so long, it's time to take my wives to pay homage to my parents. Although I've never met these parents, they gave me flesh and blood, life, and a second life. Lin Fan thought about the issue of the ancestral grave and decided to go and pay homage to his parents in this world. Started a family and built a career. It's time to make parents happy. With this idea, Lin Fan didn't stay in Dan Pavilion for long. He waited for his wives to settle the accounts and then went home directly. The Dan Pavilion is now operating normally, so just leave it to the manager to manage. As for maintaining order, the power of the Divine Weapon Pavilion in Tianfeng City can be mobilized at any time by the chief manager. There is really a problem. The hidden weapons that Lin Fan equipped the chief manager with were enough to deal with most of them. Something big happened. The villa where he lived was not far away, and he could come down at any time to suppress all evil spirits. However, when thinking about the guarding force, Lin Fan had another idea. Dan Pavilion would become so big in the future, and it would not be possible without the guarding force, especially if it opened branches elsewhere. He can take care of Tianfeng City, but other places are out of reach. Eru, I asked you to expand your guard team a few days ago. How are you doing with it now? Lin Fan asked the captain of the guard standing by, Su Eru. Su Eru hesitated after hearing this and replied, Brother Fan, I think the guards who protect you must be reliable. So I don't just choose the strongest, but I prioritize the reliable ones. You have a good idea. Lin Fan nodded in agreement and said, We have medicinal liquids to strengthen the body and elixirs to increase internal strength. Strength can be cultivated on one's own, but loyalty cannot be cultivated. Hearing that Lin Fan approved of his approach, Su Eru immediately laughed happily. Lin Fan smiled dumbly and shook his head. You fool, do it your way. Get the staffing up as soon as possible. I'll give you the resources to train them then. Yes, don't worry, Brother Fan. Eru will get the team together this month. Su Eru pounded his chest with his fist to make a promise. After implementing the idea of the guard force and giving Su Eru full responsibility, Lin Fan stopped worrying about anything and started chatting and laughing with his wife and playing games. The luxurious carriage quickly returned to the manor, but it was not the servants who greeted them, but a familiar figure. Little brother, no, Master Lin, do you still want my wife? The familiar figure speaking familiar words was none other than Yun Yang, the one who had assigned a wife to Lin Fan. 114, Strange Woman. Mother Yun. Lin Fan got off the carriage and immediately recognized the other person. It is my slave family. Yun Yang wore a flattering smile on her face and nodded, saying, Master Lin, do you still want my wife? Just ask, and I'll bring her to you right away. Ahem. Lin Fan couldn't stop coughing when he heard this. The last time they met at the gate of the Coal and Iron Bureau, they chatted and joked that he would send a wife to him if he got one. He didn't expect that the other party still cared about him. Many days have passed. He actually came to my house and said he wanted to send his wife to me. This is not a bad thing. The system's rewards are definitely worth looking forward to. But Lin Fan already has 5 wives now, and the abilities awarded by the system are more than enough. Continuing to marry indiscriminately is not his original intention, and it would be unfair to his gentle and virtuous wives. But he didn't expect that before he even opened his mouth, his wives spoke first. Yun Yang, what do you think of the lady you mentioned? The daughters-in-law asked. Yun Yang obviously knew the identities of the women and smiled awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. But since he had already been asked, he could only smile awkwardly and replied, This lady is quite good, otherwise she wouldn't have been given to Master Lin. But now that I think about it, she's a little inappropriate. Although the Dalong dynasty supported multiple marriages, it could collect more head taxes. There is also more population growth. After all, children raised by rich people have a higher survival rate, which is something ordinary families lack, so there is no comparison. But women are jealous. Although this is the rule, many women do not want their husbands to marry more than one woman. After all, this will cause the love they receive to be divided or even cause them to lose favor. Now that she happened to be caught, how could she still have the nerve to sell it? If I don't have this little bit of perspective after being Yun Yang for so many years, all my life would have been in vain. But she didn't expect that the wives would ask, why not? Is it because our husbands are not good enough? Or do you think our husbands are not good enough? I dare not. Yun Yang quickly smiled and shook her head. Lin Fan is no longer the same person he was before, and the woman who marries him will naturally become more powerful as well. It is not something a little Yun Yang like her can afford to offend. In that case, let's continue talking about the woman you mentioned. As the eldest sister, Yi Xiaoro spoke on behalf of the daughters-in-law at this time. Yes. Yun Yang nodded repeatedly, then gathered her words and began to introduce. That woman was from the farthest village in Tianfeng County. She originally came from a well-off family and could have found a perfect husband, but her family was slaughtered by bandits in the village, leaving only her, a single child who happened to be going to the county town to do some shopping. She ended up being displaced and eventually assigned to a group assigned by the government. The wives nodded their heads as they listened, expressing their sympathy, but Yi Xiaoro, who had experienced this, had a different opinion. She only stared at him for a moment before she asked, Mother Yin, from what you said, this sister seems quite good. However, right now isn't the time for the government to assign wives, right? Why are there still some unassigned? Do you need to recommend one to my husband? Yunyang sighed upon hearing this and said, That's normal, but this young lady's condition is a little abnormal. How is it abnormal? Yi Xiaoro continued to ask. This? Yunyang felt awkward again and said sheepishly, How should I put it? This young lady is a bit unlucky, or perhaps a bit unlucky in marriage. The two husbands she was assigned before both died unexpectedly before their wedding night. Such incidents are considered unexpected, so they are still being assigned until now. A husband killer? When Yi Xiaoro heard this, she paused. In this world, people are still quite superstitious, and this also applies to things like being unlucky in marriage. Lin Fan is the only child in the Lin family. In order to expand the family, they not only do not object to Lin Fan marrying more women, but also support him and work together to expand the Lin family. But in this situation, it made them all hesitate. Only Dao Miao Miao, the tiger woman, said nonchalantly, What's the matter with being unlucky in marriage? I think it's all psychological. There's no need to worry about so many problems. If there really is a demon or monster, I'll chop it alive with one blow. Let's see if it still can't bring luck to the husband. Miao Miao is right, and this sister is so pitiful. The kind-hearted Wang Nan also nodded in agreement, feeling very sympathetic towards this woman with such a difficult fate. They were also despised at the beginning. If it weren't for Lin Fan's mercy and taking them home, their fate would have been miserable. If there is no one else to choose the woman mentioned by Yunyang now, her future fate will probably be the same as what they encountered in the beginning. Husband. Yi Xiaoro hesitated and looked at her husband Lin Fan. It was obvious that she couldn't make up her mind about this matter. Lin Fan had been standing there speechless. He hadn't expected that his wife not only didn't object to him marrying more wives, but she also wanted to find him more wives. This was simply outrageous. Woman, isn't it good to be cautious? This is totally different. What's wrong? Facing his wife's gaze at this moment, Lin Fan really couldn't react for a moment. Yi Xiaoro could only speak. Yunyang said that this sister will bring bad luck to her husband. I wonder if you are afraid of this, my husband? Hey, what are you talking about? Lin Fan laughed when he heard this. What's with the idea of a husband being unlucky? That's all just feudal superstition. It doesn't align with reality. And even if it were true, your husband is so full of life. Who could possibly be unlucky? Many daughters-in-law nodded when they heard this. They are the ones who have the most say in what Lin Fan's physique is like. As for the use of force, needless to say, everything is suppressed directly. The White Lotus Saint, who could compete with the Four Supremes and even almost poison the Four Supremes, was defeated by Lin Fan. She was crushed in all aspects and almost stayed in this place forever. In this case, do we still need to worry about this superstition? Yin Yang, what is the character and appearance of that little sister like? After Yi Xiaoro made her decision, she asked Yin Yang again. Character and appearance. As an old pimp, Yin Yang knew that this was a good thing as soon as she heard it. Without saying a word, she just started bragging with her eloquent tongue. That's for sure According to her eloquence, this girl was as beautiful as a fairy, with impeccable character. She was a lady from a noble family, and except for being unable to do heavy work, she could do everything else. This girl is even proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and can be called a remarkable woman. The wives nodded in agreement after hearing this. Even if this was an exaggeration, since the other party dared to say this, it couldn't be too bad. Otherwise, if they really met, the other party would be embarrassed. Ladies, I'm not lying. This girl is truly excellent in every way. Her only flaw is the rumor that she's a jinx. Yunyang's mouth was dry from talking, and she finally stopped after forcing herself to drink more. The daughters-in-law didn't say anything, but the answer was clear from their determined looks. 115. 3 rewards. Yunyang's efficiency reached an extraordinary level. Only one day had passed, and the other party had sent the young lady over. Lin Fan only took one look and admitted that he was attracted by her beauty. He really didn't expect that this girl who was rumored to be unlucky in marriage would actually look like a fairy. He thought Yunyang was bragging. But I didn't expect Yunyang to be serious about it. Not only is her appearance no less than that of Jian Ling, the most beautiful daughter-in-law, she also exudes an extraordinary temperament, as if she is not an ordinary woman. Several daughters-in-law were also present and were very satisfied with their first impressions. She has a tall and graceful figure, with flesh where it should be, a big butt, and a round body, which means she is definitely good at giving birth. The rest are even better. All of them are above excellent level. When this unlucky young lady saw so many people staring at her, she immediately lowered her head slightly. Perhaps it was her reputation as a jinx that made her feel inferior. Faced with Lin Fan's wealthy family, she didn't even dare to raise her head. This pitiful little look makes it hard to control myself. However, when the two sides approached each other, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. And all this, just because the system prompt sounded again. Ding dong. This woman is extremely beautiful. Marry her, and you will receive a special reward. Ding dong. It has been detected that this woman possesses a special physique, the 5-poison spirit body. Marrying her will receive a special reward. The system prompt sounded twice in succession, which had never happened before. This is very beautiful. Lin Fan was not surprised. After all, the other party's appearance was not inferior to that of the sword spirit. But the second tip. But it surprised him a little. 5 poisonous spirits. As a master of the highest level medical skills, he naturally knew this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cure all poisons in the world. This special physique can be said to be quite amazing, especially when it comes to practicing poison skills. It is simply a perfect fit, and improving it is as easy as eating and drinking water. Others practice martial arts. If you want to improve your internal strength, it takes a long time to accumulate, and it is almost impossible to achieve success quickly. However, the 5 poisonous spirits are not included in this category. As long as one practices the appropriate poison skills, one can refine the world's most bizarre poisons and rapidly increase one's own skills, which is completely different from conventional martial arts training. But there is a fatal shortcoming. That is because of this physique. When the bones reach a certain age, they must absorb all kinds of strange poisons, and they cannot stop. Otherwise, they will be counterattacked by this physique and die in a very miserable way. In this age, it is impossible to live beyond the age of 19. That is 13 years old. But how could the unlucky young lady in front of me, with her big body and round butt, be just a little lowly? Moreover, the women who were forcibly assigned by the government were all over 18 years old. The other party was assigned by the government and had obviously reached this age. At her age, she has not suffered any backlash from her physical condition and has grown into a very charming girl. That means this backlash problem has been solved. That is to say, by practicing poison skills and refining various strange poisons, one's physical condition has been replenished. But now, however, the other party had no martial arts aura at all and was even more delicate than an ordinary peasant girl. How is this possible? Although he didn't know how the other party concealed her martial arts aura, Lin Fan knew that she could not be a delicate woman. Otherwise, she would not have survived until now. This kind of physical problem. Even though he is a top-level genius doctor, he can only alleviate the symptoms but cannot cure them. Because this is not a disease, but a congenital physical structure. There's something wrong with this woman, and it's a big problem. However, Lin Fan didn't reveal anything. He looked at the other person and laughed, saying, "Are you the Hu Mainyang that Yunyang mentioned who needs to find a husband?" "Yes, yes." Hu Mainyang replied in a low voice, her answer a little unclear because she was nervous. "Then will you marry me?" Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, but he sneered inwardly. "No matter what questions you have, the system's rewards are here. As long as you sign the marriage certificate, you can receive the system's rewards. It doesn't matter whether you ask questions or not. Just get the reward." Lin Fan naturally has many ways to deal with the opponent and let him know how powerful he is. Hu Mainyang didn't expect Lin Fan to be so direct, and her extremely fair face suddenly turned red. However, as a girl who had been married twice, she was not too reserved. After a pause, she nodded and agreed with a blushing face. "As long as you don't abandon me, I am willing to serve you from now on." Hu Mainyang did not hesitate this time. Her voice was soft and crisp, with a hint of coquettishness. "Hu Mainyang. This name is quite good." Lin Fan smiled slightly and pulled the other person in front of him. Facing this action, Hu Mainyang's whole body stiffened, but soon relaxed again, revealing a shy look. Lin Fan had a playful look on his face as he said to Yun Yang, who was smiling beside him, "Big sister Yun Yang, we both think it's a good match. Did you bring the marriage certificate and other documents?" Yun Yang smiled happily and said, "Of course I brought it. How could this matter bother Master Lin?" "Well, take it out then." Lin Fan gave the order directly. He still had some face. "Okay." Yunyang naturally didn't dare to have any objections. Not to mention her, little Yunyang. Even if the county magistrate of Tianfeng County came, he wouldn't dare to make a fuss in front of Lin Fan. It's not just about money. There is also the influence of the daughter-in-law's family. Besides, so many masters have been killed by Lin Fan. Anyone who knows the ins and outs of this will be wary of him, and the county magistrate is no exception. This kind of great master. If I really offended him, I wouldn't even know that someone broke into my house and chopped off my head that day. The knight breaks the law with force. This is not an exaggeration. The reason why Zhenwu Division is so busy is because of this situation. Are there still a few officials who died at the hands of the 13 thieves in recent years? The biggest case was that they broke into the mansion of a prefect, killed the prefect while he was sleeping, raped all of his concubines, and robbed them of all their money. Prefect. He is an official of the 5th rank. But even if this was arranged, the county magistrate, a 7th rank official, was nothing. And these 13 thieves are so fierce. In the end, all of them were defeated by Lin Fan. How could the county magistrate of Tianfeng City not be afraid of him? Although Yunyang didn't know all this, she could read people's expressions, otherwise she wouldn't be so eager to send her off. The marriage certificate was quickly taken out, and Lin Fan and the bride, Hu Mainyang, pressed their fingerprints on it together. And at the moment when both parties pressed the button, the system prompt sounded again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife and receiving the reward, the maximum level of poison technique. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for marrying a wife of exceptional beauty. You will also receive an additional reward, Dragon Blood Pill. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for marrying a wife with a special physique and receiving an additional reward, the king of 10,000 poisonous insects. The system dinged 3 times in a row, and it happened to the same wife. This was unprecedented. When Lin Fan saw the 3 rewards, a smile broke out on his face. Hu Mainyang, who had been shy and lowering her head, raised the corners of her rosy lips slightly when she saw Lin Fan laughing triumphantly, and a hint of cruelty flashed across her face. 116. Transcendence. Dan Pavilion came into being, and there is also a divine pharmacist in charge. Although this has not been verified, those pills that increase internal strength cannot be fake, and the people in the martial arts world who rushed to buy them were all excited. Let more people from the martial arts world flock to the place where Dan Pavilion is located, even if it is a big sect in the martial arts world. Facing this situation, I couldn't remain calm. Ordinary elixirs that increase internal strength are easy to get with some effort. But the divine pharmacist. This is completely different. If there really is a divine pharmacist in the Dan Pavilion who can help refine the great Huan Dan, then it would be an irresistible temptation for any martial arts master. Protector Li, is all this true? The leader of the Iron Knife sect looked excited and asked the guardian carrying a big knife, who came back to report. Protector Li, who was carrying a big knife, was actually unhappy at this moment. He had long been rebellious and planned to enrich himself and make a fortune in order to become the highest cumulative consumer in Dan Pavilion every month so that he could visit the divine pharmacist. As long as he could obtain the great Huan Dan and reach a top-notch level, Li Sandao would dare to laugh at the sky with his sword in hand, force the incompetent leader to step down, and hand over the top position to a virtuous person. And this virtuous person, of course it was him, Li Sanda. But it's not time yet. So when asked, he replied respectfully, Master, all this is what the headmaster of the Dan Pavilion said. It's not necessarily true. But the Dan Pavilion has made such a big fuss, and the elixirs that increase internal strength are genuine. It shouldn't be fake, otherwise it would just destroy its good reputation. Now he wants to borrow the sect's wealth to cover his own accumulated consumption, so naturally he has to trick the sect leader. Otherwise, with his family background, it is impossible for him to get the first place in monthly cumulative consumption. Well, this is indeed very possible. If there really is a divine pharmacist in charge of the Dan Pavilion, we at the Ironblade sect must make good friends with him no matter what. Also, there are internal energy elixirs that are sold at a specific quota every day, which are also good things that cannot be missed. I'll trouble you to continue to handle the follow-up connection. Make sure this matter is handled beautifully. Master Timon thought about it, nodded, and made a decision. Follow the sect master's order. Protector Li, who was carrying a big knife, accepted the order respectfully, and he seemed to be smiling in his heart. In this scene, the same thing happened in the 5 Poison Valley. The old man Lu Sandu went back and replied to their valley master in the same way. The instructions received. It's similar to Li Sandao. Valley master, you are already corrupt. In order to revitalize the 5 Poison Valley in the future, I have to keep the 3 poisons. Lu Sandu sneered, and then began to carry out his plan. Even the top leaders of the two major sects have such thoughts. How can the other martial arts sects be much better? Each of them has started to have their own plans. Dawandan. This is something that can change your destiny. Even a third-rate expert can soar to a first-rate level after swallowing this pill. But it's a huge waste. Real use. He is a top-notch master who uses this to break through to the super first-class level. Even veteran top-notch masters can take this opportunity to break through to become the top 4 masters. This is the greatest value utilization. The reason why Dawandan is said to be a magical elixir in the martial arts world is because of its great effect. The martial arts world was in an uproar. Dan Pavilion, the existence that caused the vortex, naturally became popular as well. The chief manager, the person in charge, immediately took out the money he had earned in recent days and began to set up the branch pavilions that had been planned long ago and expand the channels for purchasing goods. Even for stability. After obtaining Lin Fan's permission, he recruited a group of idle pharmacists to refine some ordinary pills, wound medicines, or hemostatic powders for the Dan Pavilion. Fighting in the martial arts world is common. This drug is an absolute bestseller and is in huge demand. However, pharmacists are a group of arrogant people. After all, there are countless people in the martial arts world who admire them and want them to help refine various elixirs, especially high-level pharmacists who can refine elixirs that increase internal strength. If you want to hire them, you can't just have money. However, after witnessing the miraculous alchemy skills of Lin Fan, the divine pharmacist, several senior pharmacists were immediately impressed and were willing to follow in his footsteps. He even brought in his disciples, so that Dan Pavilion was no longer a castle in the air that relied on Lin Fan alone for support, but was filled in every aspect. In this case, Dan Pavilion's development is unstoppable. However, Lin Fan put all those things behind him, and now he became the groom again. The familiar red lanterns were hung up again, and the skilled servants once again beat the gongs and drums, making the wedding a lively one and receiving generous rewards. After Lin Fan made all the arrangements, he went to the study alone and began to collect the rewards from the system. System, receive the reward for marrying a wife. As the order came down, the full-level poison technique began to be instilled into Lin Fan. Same space, same operation. Lin Fan recognized all the poisons in the special space and also mixed them. Some of them were so horrific that even the 4 Supremes masters with strong internal strength could not resist them. Just touch it. Even the top 4 masters would have to kneel on the spot, without even a chance to receive medical treatment. As for the holy poison of the White Lotus Saint, it is just a low to medium-grade gadget. Even in its complete state, at best, it's mid-level. After receiving the full-level poison technique, the White Lotus Saint's poison skills were like a little sister in front of Lin Fan. Full-level poison technique, very good. Lin Fan regained consciousness and immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Can heal and poison. This is the dual cultivation of poison and medicine. Moreover, each one is of the highest level and is a godlike existence in the world. Anyone who dares to provoke him in the future will be made to feel like they are in heaven. Take the first reward. Lin Fan accepted the second reward, which was a special reward of extremely high appearance. It was still the familiar dragon blood pill, as if this was a reward for marrying a beautiful wife. But don't think that this is cheap. On the contrary, this is a real treasure. All the strength is concentrated in one body. This is the best ability. Boom. Although it is the second time I take it. But when the dragon blood pill was swallowed, the medicinal power was still so amazing that it continued to transform Lin Fan. This time, not only the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, but even the bone marrow inside the bones has been improved, and the blood flowing in the body has gradually begun to change. It was as if he had shed his mortal body, and even his blood had evolved to another level, reaching a truly extraordinary level. With the roar of dragons and the howling of tigers, after taking the dragon blood pill, Lin Fan's physique finally underwent a qualitative change, as if a divine beast lived in it. Lin Fan picked up the iron oil lamp beside him and tried to squeeze it gently. Snap! It took no effort at all, and the sturdy iron oil lamp was twisted into a dough stick. Lin Fan had a feeling that he could now easily lift a rock weighing 10,000 pounds, or even something heavier. If the young Emperor Huang Tian dared to appear in front of him, he would definitely beat him until he cried. This time it wasn't a 50-50 situation, but I was beaten to the point of crying. Thinking of this, Lin Fan smiled knowingly and looked at the third reward that had never appeared before. The king of all poisonous insects. It sounds like a strange name, but it contains a lot of information. 10,000 poisons. Gooworm. Emperor. 3 in a row. Especially the title of Emperor, which is the most precious title in the world. Without further ado, Lin Fan went to collect it directly. 117. Don't come over here. Just as Lin Fan was receiving the system reward, the bride, who Main Yang, in the bridal chamber seemed somewhat hesitant, like being nervous. It seems like he is worried about something. However, when she heard footsteps outside the house, she suddenly became quiet, sat upright on the edge of the bed, put her hands on her knees, and waited for the owner of the footsteps to come in. Squeak. The door was quickly opened, and a gentle voice came in. Ma'am, can I come in? The words were gentle with a hint of teasing, and without waiting for the bride to answer, he walked in and closed the door. Come here. Of course it was the groom Lin Fan. With a smile on his face, he came to the table in the bridal chamber and poured 2 glasses of wine. Shall we have a drink together? Lin Fan came to the bed with 2 glasses of wine and used all his lungs to open his mouth and blew off the red veil. The red veil fell off, revealing the stunning face underneath. With a little foundation on and rosy lips, the bride who Main Yang is now even more charming and attractive than when they first met. Hearing Lin Fan's words, she opened her cherry lips slightly, with a charming shyness on her face, and stretched out her jade hand to take one of the cups. Lin Fan smiled slightly, then drank the wedding wine with his new wife. The wine was drunk. With the stimulation of alcohol, the atmosphere immediately became lively. I don't know when. Lin Fan laid the beauty flat on the bed, lay on his side beside her, and then tasted her red lips. However, as soon as the 2 sides came into contact, Lin Fan's expression suddenly changed. The face that was rosy a moment ago turned pale and bloodless the next moment. Your lips are poisonous. Lin Fan widened his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. The bride, who was shy a moment ago, became freezing cold at this moment. A lustful person will eventually have to pay the price. No matter how great your abilities are, if you are poisoned by the complete holy poison I forcefully created, you will be doomed to be transformed into poisonous water. Not only did his temperament change, but even his voice became completely different. But Lin Fan was very familiar with this voice, because this cold yet ethereal voice is exactly the voice of the White Lotus Saint. The 2 are mortal enemies, so there is naturally no forgetfulness in this regard. Are you the White Lotus Saint? Lin Fan looked surprised, and his lips began to turn a little black. When the White Lotus Saint saw this scene, she immediately revealed a touching smile. It's too late to realize it now. The White Lotus Saint chuckled and said that no matter how powerful Lin Fan's strength and strategy were, in the end victory would still belong to her. The higher the road, but the devil is always 1 foot higher. After completing this task, the White Lotus Saint had no plans to stay any longer. After all, there were still 2 people in the manor who could threaten her. She is still seriously injured and has not recovered yet. If Jin Ling and Dao Miao Miao are together, she is no match for them. But just as she stood up, she was grabbed by a strong hand. My dear, tonight is our wedding night. Where are you going? A joking question sounded, so full of energy. The White Lotus Saint's expression changed, and she suddenly turned around to look in the direction of the person who was holding her. Lin Fan, who had been pale and had black lips just now, had regained his rosy complexion at some point. He was now lying on his side on the bed, stretching out one hand to hold one of her hands, with a smile on his lips. How is this possible? You've clearly been poisoned by the holy poison I carefully prepared. There was an expression of disbelief on the face of the White Lotus Saint, completely losing the victorious look she had just had. Lin Fan smiled and said, I was indeed poisoned by you. To be honest, I never thought you would poison your lips. I have to admire your cleverness in this regard, and of course I also admire your sacrifice to achieve your goal. The White Lotus Saint did not speak, because she still could not accept why Lin Fan, the great enemy, was fine even though he was clearly poisoned. You know, this time, in order to be absolutely sure and get rid of the great enemy Lin Fan, she forcefully used her special physical ability to catalyze the holy poison into its complete state. Given the terrifying power of the complete holy poison, even a master at the level of the 4 absolutes would not be able to escape the poison. But now, Lin Fan was clearly poisoned, but nothing happened and he talked freely. As for the look of being poisoned just now, it was obvious that he had seen through her trick and was deliberately playing tricks on her. How could she accept this? How did you manage to cure my holy poison? The White Lotus Saint couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. Actually, I didn't cure your poison. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, as if it were a conversation between husband and wife. Impossible. If you hadn't cured me of the poison, you wouldn't be able to speak normally right now. You'd be dead long ago. The White Lotus Saint obviously did not believe this answer. In her opinion, it was impossible. Nothing is impossible. It's just that my physique is 100 million times stronger. Lin Fan answered very patiently, looking like a husband who loved his wife. Impossible. But the White Lotus Saint could not accept it. She could not accept that her poison was ineffective, and she could not accept the failure of this plan. All along, she made countless people fear her with her clever strategies, and even the four supreme masters were defeated by her. But ever since she met Lin Fan, it was as if she had met her nemesis. Every time she thought her plan was perfect, it failed in the end and became a joke. This is the second time I've lost to you, but there won't be a third time. The White Lotus Saint took a deep breath, and her expression returned to its icy cold state. As soon as the words fell, the hand that was grabbed became as boneless as a spirit snake, and it slid away from Lin Fan's control with a slight movement. Lin Fan did not stop him. He withdrew his hand, supported his head, lay on the bed sideways, and looked at the other person with a smile. Playing tricks. The White Lotus Saintess had a cold expression on her face and was about to leave using some strange movements. With her strange and mysterious movements that can be used in the dark, she is like a god with help at night, and no one can catch her. But the next moment, she stumbled in front of the window and almost fell if she hadn't supported herself on the windowsill with her hands. You poisoned me? Was it that wedding wine we just drank? The White Lotus Saint turned her head to look at Lin Fan, who was lying on the bed, and the expression on her face turned into disbelief again. You know, she is an expert in using poison. Moreover, she has a special physique and is naturally sensitive to the world's strange poisons. Even if she makes a mistake, her physique will tell her. It was also because of this confidence that she drank the wedding wine decisively just now, so as not to arouse Lin Fan's suspicion by refusing. But she didn't expect that the cup of wine was poisoned. She was poisoned with a special poison that even her special physique could not detect. If she was not so weak all over and had no internal strength at all, she would not have known that she had been poisoned silently. Lin Fan is very good at detoxifying, and now the poisoning seems even more terrifying. This instantly shattered all her self-confidence. Congratulations on getting the answer right. So as your husband, I will reward you well. Lin Fan smiled and got up from the bed. Under the panicked gaze of the White Lotus Saint, he slowly walked over with a gentle smile. What do you want to do? The White Lotus Saint was completely panicked. She had been plotted against by Lin Fan from beginning to end, and now she had lost all the capital to resist. Now she has really become a weak woman. What? Lin Fan pointed to the pair of dragon and phoenix candles on the table, then to the festive red robes worn by both of them, and said with a smile, Today is our wedding night, so naturally we'll do some husband and wife things. No, don't come over here. The White Lotus Saint kept retreating and yelling at Lin Fan to stay away from her. Madam, you are not a good boy. You even scolded your husband. Lin Fan chuckled and naturally had no intention of stopping. The White Lotus Saint was soon forced back to the windowsill, seemingly having nowhere to retreat. When her husband Lin Fan approached her, she wanted to resist, but it was in vain. As a certain part of her body was broken through, she knew that she had been completely defeated by Lin Fan. A complete defeat. 118. The White Lotus Saint is in a state of confusion. Early morning. The new house became quiet. However, the heart of the White Lotus Saint could not calm down for a long time at this moment. She looked at the man beside her who possessed her, and her heart was filled with complicated emotions. Want to fight hard. I want to curse. Want to do it regardless of everything. But when faced with someone who crushes her in every aspect, she has other inexplicable emotions besides these desperate feelings. She lost in terms of strength. She lost in terms of scheming. And even in her most proud poison technique, she still lost. Instead, he poisoned her in the place where she was most proud. With her personality, she had never looked a man in the eye and believed that no man in the world could be better than herself. You have to know that she is about the same age as Lin Fan, and in modern society, she is still in college. But what about her achievements? Not only does she control a major sect and become a person who has the final say, her strength has reached the old-school top-notch level, and she is even more superb in the use of poison. Even the four most powerful masters in the martial arts world will fall into her hands if they are not careful. With such achievements, looking around the whole world, is there any man who can surpass her? But when facing Lin Fan, she was forced to realize through repeated failures that there are men in this world who are better than her. And in all aspects. No matter which ability she was proud of, it was all like this. Coupled with the madness of the first half of the night, it lifted up all her outer clothes and went straight to her heart, making her heart really confused. I completely lost to you this time, but I won't do that again next time. The White Lotus Saint took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress her chaotic emotions, then quietly put on the clothes thrown under the bed and slowly walked to the windowsill. Reaching out to open the window, She looked back at the sleeping man again, then used her strange body skills to disappear without a trace. When the other party left, Lin Fan opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. He did not try to stop her from leaving. After all, she was still his wife in name only. But since she is his wife, he naturally will not let her out of his control. So before the other person was about to leave, he had already given the other person a small gift. No need to thank you, my husband, who made you my little wife. Lin Fan smiled, walked over to the table, and sat down. He picked up the wine on the table and started drinking. The other side. After leaving the manor, the White Lotus Saint did not stay any longer. She used all her strength to move her body back to the White Lotus sect's temporary base. As for continuing to lurk in this place and wait for an opportunity to take revenge, she no longer had that idea. Because she knew very well that with her current strength, even if she continued to lurk here, she would not be able to take revenge and crush her enemy in every aspect. Staying here any longer would just be a waste of time. If you want to avenge today, you can only work hard to accumulate stronger strength in the future. Otherwise, she will never get revenge in her life. But when she thought of Lin Fan's bottomless pit of abilities, which could even ignore the strongest holy poison she forcibly catalyzed, her heart became a little confused at this moment. Can she really defeat this terrifying existence in her lifetime? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh, and her pace slowed down. It was this action that made her suddenly discover something and look towards a crooked tree beside her. There was nothing remarkable about this crooked tree, but there was something on it that could trigger her 5 poisonous spirits and cause a reaction in her special physique. Usually, those poisons that can do this are among the most extraordinary in the world. For example, the holy poison passed down by the White Lotus sect successfully caused a reaction. But it was just a slight reaction, not very strong. But at this moment, something about this crooked tree caused her to react violently. This reaction was countless times stronger than when she had come into contact with the holy poison before. What on earth is it? Her expression became serious, but she couldn't stop herself from moving closer to the crooked tree. This strong reaction made her involuntarily perform this action. When she came to her senses, she was already standing next to the crooked tree. There was nothing on this crooked tree except a small dark green insect slowly climbing on it. But just such a small bug made the beautiful eyes of the White Lotus Saint open wide, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. This is actually the legendary myriad poison insect king. When she recognized this little bug, Saint Bai Lian was stunned on the spot, and her voice became a little trembling. After a while, she finally calmed down a little, carefully reached out her hand, and picked up the little bug that was climbing on the crooked tree trunk. It really is the legendary myriad poisonous insect king. Rumor has it that this king of insects can control all poisons in the world. Any toxin, after being swallowed and spat out by this insect king, will become several levels more toxic. Even the most common poison can kill instantly. And there's another rumor. As the White Lotus Saint spoke, her eyes became extremely bright. She gently held the dark green insect in her palms, as if she was facing the most precious treasure in the world. It is said that if my 5 poison spirit body could obtain this poisonous insect, with its special ability, it could be upgraded to the 10,000 poison saint body, and from then on, it could control all poisons in the world. When another rumor was mentioned, the White Lotus Saint's breathing became heavy, and she had completely lost her usual calmness. This kind of expression only appeared when she was completely controlled by a man. Now it appears again. Could this be a blessing from heaven? Or has the Virgin Mary, seeing a saint like me in distress, helpless and alone, truly appeared to me? The White Lotus Saint murmured to herself, and at this moment she shed tears of excitement. She originally thought that she would never have the chance to take revenge in this life. After all, the enemy she faced was too unfathomable, and continuing to retaliate would only trap herself deeper in it. At this point, it can be said that she paid a heavy price. But with the king of 10,000 poisonous insects, everything becomes different. With the help of this king of insects, she will definitely become the king of poison in the future. By that time, nothing in the world can resist the poison of this emperor. Just wait, this saint will be back soon. By then, you won't be so lucky. The White Lotus Saint put away the insect king, turned around to look at the manor where she lost her virginity, and disappeared into the night in a flash. When she got the bug, the corner of someone's mouth slightly raised again while he was drinking in the room. My dear lady, you look so confident. It's obvious that you like the little gift your husband gave you very much. But if you are so proud, I won't let you go so easily if you come to me again. This person was naturally Lin Fan. He just smiled, drank his last glass of wine, and went back to bed to fall asleep. Although the beauty has left, he is quite sure that she will come back to him soon. By that time, It would be impossible for the beautiful woman who accepted his engagement gift to leave as easily as today. 119. I will die for the head of the family. Early the next morning, Lin Fan came to the restaurant by himself. When the wives saw that Lin Fan was the only one there, they became confused. Husband, didn't you ask Sister Mignon to get up and eat together? The weather is quite cold now, so we can only eat cold dishes later. Yi Xiaoro asked. As the eldest daughter-in-law, she was naturally the one who cared most about this group. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. She can't dine with us for now, but there will definitely be an opportunity in the future. What's the meaning? The wives were all confused and didn't understand what their husbands meant. Lin Fan didn't hide anything and told everyone what happened last night. What? That Hu Meinyang is actually the White Lotus Saint. Dao Miao Miao was an impatient person. When she heard about this, her eyes widened. She slammed the table and stood up. Can you be a little gentler? You're going to be a mother soon. Seeing what the other party was like, Lin Fan spoke helplessly. Only those who practice martial arts have strong physiques, and their pregnancies are relatively stable. Otherwise, with the other party's noisy personality, jumping around at every turn, and wanting to use a big knife to chop people, it is really a question whether the fetus can grow up safely. Dao Miao Miao didn't care about this. Instead, she glared and said, "Damn it, I was actually fooled by her. If I had known she was the White Lotus Saint, I would have chopped her alive. Oh my, I'm so angry." Lin Fan's mind was filled with black lines when he heard this. What he said just now was in vain. Even the other wives raised their hands to their foreheads helplessly at this moment. Sister, please sit down first and listen to your husband finish what he has to say. Yi Xiaoro also shook her head, but didn't think anything of it. She just stood up and gently let Dao Miao Miao sit down first. Dao Miao Miao pouted, but still sat down obediently, muttering, "Being pregnant is so troublesome. I can't do this, and I can't do that." This was a normal reaction of hers, but it made the other wives extremely envious. They had been expecting this trouble for a long time, but their stomachs just weren't cooperating. In order to expand the Lin family as soon as possible, they have never been idle in these days. In other words, it is unprecedented initiative. Even the more reserved sword spirits often reveal their charm, making Lin Fan unable to control himself and often letting out his bestial nature. But even so, there was still no movement in her stomach. Hearing her rival complaining like this, she felt envious again. This annoying little sister. Lin Fan smiled as he watched all this, and after a moment he spoke. That's all there is to the White Lotus Saint. But she didn't get any advantage from me. She won't dare come again anytime soon, and even if she does, she won't be able to get any advantage either. You don't need to worry about this anymore. Just do what you need to do from now on. Husband, what have you done? The sword spirit couldn't help but ask curiously. She could be said to be the one who knew the White Lotus Saint best because she liked to travel around the world. The other party didn't dare to come for a while. She must have been controlled by her husband. Lin Fan smiled and said, I didn't do anything to her, but now that she's in my Lin family, how could it be that simple? Without saying anything else, he picked up the chopsticks on the table and said, let's eat first, otherwise the food will get cold. It is the coldest time of winter now. Even indoors, the temperature is not high. If you are not quick, the freshly cooked food will become greasy halfway through eating. The wives naturally understood, so when they heard this, they all stopped talking, picked up the chopsticks beside them, and started eating. Now their bodies are getting stronger and stronger, and their appetites are also getting bigger and bigger. Jin Ling and Dao Miao Miao taught the girls very thoroughly. They not only taught the sisters martial arts, but also taught them all the advanced internal skills. It is also because of this that Yi Xiaoro and 3 other women who were originally just ordinary people have now all started practicing martial arts. And with strong physiques as a foundation, they have made quite good progress. Once you have laid a solid foundation, you can try taking pills to increase your internal strength to improve. As long as you reach a certain level, and then with the help of the Dahuan Dan, you can be forced to reach the level of a first-class master in a short period of time. By then, they will learn the unique skills of 2 of the 4 great forces. Yi Xiaoro and the other 3 wives who were originally delicate will no longer be delicate. The normal way to open it is to unscrew the top of your head when there is a disagreement. Certainly, no matter how these wives grow up, they are just little lambs in front of Lin Fan. In every respect, eat and drink enough. Lin Fan was originally planning to take care of something, but he was entangled by the 4 stimulated daughters-in-law with shyness. There is no way. Lin Fan had no choice but to prepare his troops, carry out the plow from his production team, and start farming, which was a very important part of the day. Only after he had settled all 4 wives did Lin Fan finally have some free time. Su Eru hurried forward to report. Brother Fan, the guards have almost been selected. Would you like to take a look? Did you choose so quickly? You're quite efficient. Lin Fan smiled and praised. He was in a good mood now after having just fought on the battlefield and made 4 allied enemy forces surrender. Hee hee, it's all thanks to Brother Fan's good teaching. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Su Eru smiled naively, looking very humble. However, although he said so, it was obvious that the other party had already had a plan in mind long ago, but Lin Fan did not mention it before, so it was difficult for him to implement it. After all, as a captain, how can you always be alone? Well, let's go check it out. Seeing the other person's silly look, Lin Fan didn't say anything to him. He patted the other person's shoulder and prepared to go and see who the candidate he had already in mind was. Come to the training ground. There's already a group of people waiting. One group of them was young and strong men, about the same age as Su Eru. There was also a group of children ranging from 3 or 4 years old to about 10 years old. Their clothes were a little ragged. Although they had obviously been washed, their faces were still a little dirty. Standing in the cold winter wind, they were all shivering. But the little eyes were very determined and stood there without wavering. Are these the people you picked? Lin Fan looked at the two groups of people, raised his eyebrows, and asked Su Eru. Su Eru nodded and pointed to the group of adults, introducing them. Yes, these older men are all from our Sujia village. Not only are they down-to-earth and hardworking, they are also relatives of the second madam. They are absolutely trustworthy. Lin Fan nodded slightly when he heard that. The second wife the other party was referring to was Su Xiaoxiao. As they were relatives, she was indeed more reliable. After all, betraying Lin Fan is not just betraying one person, but betraying the entire Su family. He will be attacked by countless family members, and even the elders and younger generations in the family will be implicated. In this situation, there is almost no question of betrayal. In this regard, it has to be said that there is nothing wrong with Su Eru's choice. However, Lin Fan was a little confused about those children who were dressed in rags and looked like little beggars. Su Eru explained, these children are orphans. Normally, they would be sent to special orphanages by the government and raised to serve as soldiers in the vanguard camp on the battlefield, that is, as cannon fodder. However, I asked the shopkeeper to use his connections to take them away from the government and train them as reserve forces for our guard team. He lowered his voice and whispered to Lin Fan, these children are very young and have no one to rely on. If they are trained from a young age, they can serve as death squads in the future. Lin Fan was a little surprised when he heard the following words and asked, where did you learn all this? Hey. Su Eru smiled innocently and scratched his head. These are all taught to me by my grandfather when he was alive. Your grandfather is a big shot. When Lin Fan got this answer, he couldn't help but sigh. Before, Su Eru blocked his way and followed him without hesitation, also because he listened to his grandfather's teachings. Now the other party's clever tactics also come from this so-called grandfather. Adopting helpless orphans and training and instilling specialized information in them from an early age is indeed the only choice for a death warrior. Guards. As a team dedicated to protecting the safety of Lin Fan and his family, they naturally have to serve on the most dangerous front line. If they encounter those terrifying enemies, they must sacrifice themselves without hesitation to protect the safety of their master. Therefore, these absolutely loyal warriors are indeed very necessary. These children are pitiful. Have Xiao go and order some cotton-padded clothes for them. Since they will be working for me in the future, I can't treat them badly in terms of these external conditions. Lin Fan gave orders, nodding gently to the somewhat nervous children. The children, whose clothes were tattered and shivering in the cold wind, also heard the words he had just given. Facing Lin Fan's gaze at this moment, they all had tears of gratitude in their eyes. In the government-controlled orphanage, no one cares about them. If you can survive, you will be sent to the frontline vanguard camp to be cannon fodder. Can't get through it. They were thrown directly into a mass grave and eaten by wild wolves and dogs. Although they are very young, they have already experienced the ups and downs of life. Lin Fan's concern at this time is simply the greatest warmth in winter. Yes. Su Eru immediately did as he was told and made sure this matter was implemented as soon as possible. After Lin Fan arranged this matter, he looked towards the men in Sujia village. You are all my wife's relatives, and you will also be my Lin Fan's relatives in the future. Although your identities are guards, we are a family. From now on, the safety of our family will depend on you to take care of it. Please rest assured, Patriarch, as long as we can still breathe, those who want to threaten you and your wives will never get even a step closer. These men from Sujia village were indeed carefully selected. When they heard Lin Fan's words, they all pounded their chests to express their will. Very good. From today on, you will be a member of the Lin family guard. You will be provided with 3 meals a day and a monthly salary of 10 taels. If you work hard and become a team leader, your salary will be doubled. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and then told him about the treatment. 3 meals a day and a monthly salary of 10 taels? When these men heard the treatment conditions, their eyes widened. It's not that the conditions are bad, but that they are too good. They worked in the fields for a living, but could only save a few taels of silver in a year. But even so, it is enough for the family to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate, as well as the annual head tax, but they just live a simple life. How can they remain peaceful with only 10 taels of salary every month? If one can become a team leader, the salary will be doubled, which means the salary will reach an astonishing 20 taels. This money, if we take back their village, we can become the richest man. Does it feel like a lot? Lin Fan asked expressionlessly. The men nodded honestly. They all thought that this was too much, so much that they were embarrassed to take it. But Lin Fan said, "This isn't much at all, because this is the money you've earned. Due to some special reasons, there are quite a few bandits targeting our family. You will inevitably face battles in the future, and there may even be casualties among you. So this money is not much at all. You can rest assured." "Yes, I will die for the patriarch," the man from Sujia village declared loudly. The group of children nearby were also affected by this passion and started to shout in childish voices. "I will die for the master of the family. I will die for the master of the family. I will die for the master of the family." Some younger children may not understand the specific meaning of this sentence, but it has left a deep impression on them. In the future, they will also give everything in their lives for their declaration today. The Lin family's guard team was officially established today, with Su Eru as the guard commander, leading the entire guard team. As for the other team captains, they will be selected later based on their respective performance. Various meats were purchased in large quantities to supply this powerful future team. In addition to these, Lin Fan also prepared some medicine that could strengthen the body so that the guard team could quickly form combat effectiveness. Of course, he, as a master craftsman, also personally made weapons of various types, and each guard was equipped with a considerable number of hidden weapons. They are also equipped with various mechanical beasts used for sentry and alert, and are trained in daily exercises. Seeing that his guard team was growing rapidly every day, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction, but there was still something missing. That is, these guard teams do not have corresponding martial arts skills. There is nothing wrong with teaching the unique skills of Jian Ling's 2 daughters-in-law to sisters like Yi Xiaoro, but if they are taught to other outsiders, there will be no way to explain to their family. Even though his 2 wives don't care, Lin Fan doesn't want his own wife to have a hard time. As for what he spent money to buy, they were just some ordinary martial arts left over by others. How could Lin Fan be willing to use them to train his own personal guard team? However, top-level martial arts cannot be bought with money. Unless you offer the Dahuan Dan in exchange, no one will be willing to exchange it. But Lin Fan didn't want to release this top-level precious pill so quickly, because it would easily aid the enemy if not properly controlled. In this case, it would be a bit troublesome to acquire top-level martial arts. And at this time, the old master of Beitue, one of the 4 supreme masters who had visited before, came to visit again. And as soon as the 2 sides met, the other party made an invitation. "Master Lin, I've been lucky enough to get my hands on a map of the previous dynasty's secret treasures. I wonder if you'd be interested in exploring it with me." 120. The Good Wife. "Invite me to treasure hunt together?" When Lin Fan heard Beitue's invitation, he was a little slow to react. He was not surprised that the other party was able to get the treasure map. After all, with the strength of the other party as one of the 4 greatest masters and the powerful forces behind him, if the treasure map was in the hands of the deputy owner of the Jinwu boxing gym, there would be a great chance of getting it. But he was really surprised when he was specially invited to his home. "That's right. I wonder if Master Lin is interested in digging for treasure together?" Beitue smiled and nodded, his kind smile looking genuine despite his white beard and hair. But Lin Fan was still confused. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Old Patriarch, although I provided you with this information, I didn't actually contribute much. At most, I just gave you a thank you gift or something. There's no need to share the treasure map you worked so hard to obtain with me, right?" Normal indeed. Beitue didn't hide anything and nodded, saying, "But if you want to obtain the secret treasures of the previous dynasty, it's not enough to just have a map. The treasures inside are not that easy to get." "Oh, is that so? I wonder if the old patriarch can explain this to me." Lin Fan's eyes flickered and he asked again. "That's how it should be." Beitue spoke without hesitation. "In fact, even if you don't ask, this old man will tell you in detail. After all, this time we need to rely on your ability to dig for treasure." "Do you still need to rely on my abilities?" "That's right. This secret treasure of the previous dynasty is not only located underground, but also has numerous traps and mechanisms to protect it, preventing anyone from accidentally entering and taking it away. Beidawei didn't keep anyone in suspense and told the details directly. As for why they knew that Lin Fan was proficient in mechanisms and traps, it was naturally due to the contributions made by those masters who broke into the manor. Although this matter did not spread widely, it could not be hidden from the four great powers. I see. Lin Fan nodded slightly upon hearing this, and finally understood why the other party had come to him specially to invite him to go treasure hunting together. After all, the traps set up underground are extremely terrifying. One is not good. Even a top-ranked master could fall into it. After all, the space underground is very limited, and there is not as much room to hide as in traps on the ground. For example, an entire passage would collapse with a loud bang after the mechanism was triggered, and even a master of the Four Supremes would be left hanging on the wall. This is the limitation of the environment. That's indeed the case. So in this regard, we need to rely on the ability of Master Lin. I wonder if Master Lin is willing. Beidawei was indeed very sincere and did not play any tricks here. After all, what he valued more were the unique skills collected by the previous dynasty and whether he had completed the creation of the strongest martial arts. The previous dynasty collected martial arts from all over the world in an attempt to create a more powerful martial art. Although it was rumored to have failed, some secret rumors said that it had actually succeeded. It was just that Dalong's Taizu attacked too quickly, and the royal family of the previous dynasty perished before they could use it. As for these things, both parties only need to copy one copy each, and there is no problem of uneven distribution of treasures. As for the rest, as one of the four supreme powers, it is not that scarce. It is okay to share a part of it. It can be regarded as making friends with the unfathomable Lin Fan. After listening to the other party's explanation, Lin Fan understood why the other party came. At present, he was just worried about the martial arts skills of his guard team. Now, he did not deny that he was quite interested in this secret treasure of the previous dynasty that contained countless unique skills. However, this kind of thing is underground, and there are too many uncontrollable factors. If the entire secret treasure collapsed, even his body would not be able to withstand it. When do we leave? Lin Fan did not refuse or agree immediately, but asked. Beidawei replied, there are still some things that need to be prepared. We will officially set off to search for treasure in about half a month. Half a month later? Lin Fan pondered for a moment after hearing this, then nodded and accepted the invitation. Okay, since the old patriarch trusts a young man like me, then I will go. If he had half a month, he could prepare some countermeasures to eliminate the danger of going underground. This thing is a mechanical snake, which is a mechanical beast that can quickly drill into the ground. With this thing, even if the secret treasure of the previous dynasty collapsed, he could use this mechanical beast to come out from underground. Now that the biggest crisis has been resolved, other crises are no longer a problem for him. After marrying the White Lotus Saint and being rewarded with a dragon blood pill, his physique has reached the level of transcendence. Even the veteran top-notch master, Saint White Lotus, had her life easily controlled by him and had no power to resist at all. Even if he faced the four greatest masters, he didn't think he would be inferior in the slightest. His hard power is already so weak, not to mention his various max-level soft powers. For example, the maximum level of poison magic is even more terrifying. If you are really cruel, you can easily poison everyone in the city. Even a top-notch master would be like the god of death in front of him, and he could easily poison a large group of people. Poison Master. It would be a disaster to face opponents whose strength has not reached a certain level, and they are not afraid of being besieged by a large number of people. After all, if a packet of deadly poison powder is spread out, it will kill a large number of people. With these safeguards, as long as the biggest crisis underground is dealt with, everything else is nothing to Lin Fan. With Manor Master Lin joining us, this treasure excavation will definitely go much more smoothly, and we can even easily get the treasure. When Beidawei saw that Lin Fan agreed, he immediately clapped his hands and laughed. The only thing that made him afraid of digging for the treasure was the various mechanisms inside. Now that Lin Fan had joined everyone, this problem was no longer a problem. As for other external factors, he has been in the martial arts world for decades, so he is no pushover. Both sides have their own confidence and what they need, and the atmosphere that follows can be said to be quite good. Half an hour later, Beidawei achieved his goal, left in a happy mood, and went back to prepare. Lin Fan was in a good mood and planned to take advantage of this period of time to create a mechanical snake that could burrow into the ground. Husband, do you really want to go with Senior Beidawei to excavate this secret treasure of the previous dynasty? After the sword spirit got this information, It found Lin Fan and asked him. Lin Fan didn't hide anything and nodded and replied, "Well, this treasure has exactly what my husband needs. Plus, I have nothing else to do recently, so I decided to go take a look." The sword spirit frowned slightly upon hearing this and said with some concern, "I have heard of this treasure from the previous dynasty, but this treasure is not that simple. Otherwise, it would have been dug out long ago." Lin Fan laughed when he heard it, and his wife's concern made him feel warm in his heart. "Of course I know this, but since I dare to go, I won't fight a battle without confidence." Lin Fan smiled, pinched his wife's pink face, and began to explain. The sword spirit's pretty face flushed slightly, but she didn't stop anything. She just said, "Since my husband is sure, Linger won't try to persuade you any further. But this time, Linger will go with you. Are you worried about me?" Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled. The sword spirit nodded directly. "Well, this place is too dangerous. I don't want to stay at home and worry. I want to help you." After saying this, she looked at Lin Fan sincerely, with tenderness and attachment in her beautiful eyes. Since marrying Lin Fan, she has never gone out to make a living. She has been honestly managing Lin Fan's household business at home and actively preparing for pregnancy, hoping to expand Lin Fan's family. Lin Fan naturally loved such a daughter-in-law very much. This was the first time the other party had made a request to him. How could he bear to refuse? Although he didn't want the other party to follow him into danger, the other party's determined look clearly showed that it was not so easy to refuse. It was because of this that he thought about it and nodded. "You can help me this time, but you have to follow my actions." "That's no problem. I'm your wife, and I should listen to you." The sword spirit agreed as soon as he heard it, and immediately showed a happy smile. She was already extremely beautiful and was able to receive special rewards from the system. Now, this smile of joy that came from the heart was so beautiful that even Lin Fan was stunned. Faced with this situation, Lin Fan no longer had the energy to create any mechanical beasts. Without saying a word, he closed the door of the blacksmith's room and had a different and exciting experience of ice and fire. The sword spirit's lovely wife was reluctant to accept it, but they finally became one in harmony. Next up is paid content. Click to open the link. It was not until an hour later that Lin Fan opened the closed door of the blacksmith's room with great energy. The sword spirit's face flushed, and she looked at Lin Fan with a gentle gaze. A charming aura lingered on her for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Fan's appetite returned. However, the sword spirit couldn't bear it anymore. When she saw the aggressive look of her husband, she was frightened and ran away. Lin Fan laughed out loud at this. This was the life a good man should live. "I feel refreshed." Lin Fan continued with his busy work, preparing for the next treasure hunt. Time just passes quietly. When winter was the coldest, Lin Fan arrived at the time agreed upon with old man Beitue. Lin Fan didn't bring anyone with him this time, only his wife Jianling. Dao Miao Miao, the young wife, naturally had a lot of objections to this, but her belly was already 3 months old, so even if she had an objection, she had to stay at home obediently. This made the sword spirit, the opponent, even happier, as he was finally able to defeat the opponent. Ever since Dao Miao Miao became pregnant, she has been dominated by the other party. Now I can be proud of myself. Lin Fan smiled helplessly at this. These two wives were really a pair of enemies. However, they only bickered occasionally, and there was no real hatred between them. On the contrary, when faced with a major crisis, the two sides would combine their swords and knives. They had a great understanding of each other, and the power they unleashed was far greater than the sum of their parts. The two of them walked and stopped from time to time at places with beautiful scenery. But even so, they still arrived at the agreed location within one day. This speed is naturally dependent on the mechanical beast that has been built over time. After placing the mechanical beast outside the city, he entered the agreed city. Only when we arrived at the place did we find that there were many more people coming to excavate the secret treasures of the previous dynasty than we had imagined. Beitue met Lin Fan at the agreed location, but his face looked very ugly because he thought that the secret treasure hunt had been publicized by someone at some point. Each of these people who came had a map of the secret treasures of the previous dynasty. Even the Jinwu Division, a violent agency affiliated with the imperial court, sent experts. Obviously, the person who controls the secret map is not as honest as imagined. Lin Fan was stunned at first when faced with this situation, and then he started laughing. "That's interesting. 121. Is this manor owner really that powerful? Old patriarch. Are all these people here to hunt for treasure?" Although he had some guesses in his heart, Lin Fan still asked Beitue. Beitue was initially quite annoyed. Then he sighed helplessly and nodded. "Yes, that guy was too dishonest. He didn't just sell the secret map to me. He also sold it to the powerful forces that came knocking on his door after hearing the news." then this person is really talented. When Lin Fan learned of this situation, he couldn't help but sigh at the other party's decision. Since I can't bear the pressure anymore, I'll just give up and sell this thing on a large scale. Even if he couldn't get the treasure, the proceeds from the sales would be enough for him to make a fortune. Even if I can't keep the treasure for myself, it won't be all in vain. He is indeed a scheming person, but this also sows the seeds of disaster for the other party. Beitawei said with a slightly cold look. Although he has a kind face and has been taking care of his health over the years, who among those who can get to this point today can be a good person? The person who had the secret map had fooled him, so things naturally couldn't end like this. Then will we continue treasure hunting? Lin Fan naturally understood this, but it had nothing to do with him. Instead, with so many powerful forces coming here, he wondered whether he could continue. Beitawei hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but soon nodded firmly. Since we are here, I naturally don't want to be abandoned like this. I just wonder what Master Lin thinks now. At the end of his words, he looked at Lin Fan and asked what Lin Fan was thinking now. Lin Fan had already made sufficient preparations, and it didn't matter to him whether there were many or few people. He didn't want much this time, just a copy of a unique martial arts skill. As for the rest, he won't compete with others. Certainly, if someone causes trouble for him and doesn't want to give him this little thing, he doesn't mind burying the other person underground forever. I don't have any ideas. Since I accepted the invitation from the old patriarch and came here, I naturally don't want to make this trip in vain. Lin Fan smiled. Seeing that Lin Fan did not back down, Beitawei breathed a sigh of relief. The gloom on his face dissipated a little, and he smiled. Now that so many major forces are competing for it, Lin Fan, his helper who is proficient in mechanical engineering, can be said to be his greatest reliance. This secret treasure of the previous dynasty is not just a small tomb. There is a passage leading to the end. According to the treasure map, this underground secret treasure is like an underground city. It was excavated during the heyday of the previous dynasty at the cost of countless manpower and resources, in order to prevent the dynasty from declining one day and hide the treasure in the hope of making a comeback in the future. If you enter with the company of a master who is proficient in mechanical engineering, you will definitely gain the upper hand. Lin Fan did not back down. Beitawei, feeling a little better, began to introduce the helpers he brought with him. Two of the middle-aged men were backbones of the Tan family, and each of them had reached a top-notch level of strength. The other two were young men, obviously brought by the other party to broaden their horizons. One of them was the young man that the other party brought to the door last time, and his name was Xiaofeng. The other is a young girl, a genius from the Tan family, Tan Jingjing. I have to say that this girl was just like her name, quiet and gentle. Apart from looking at Lin Fan with her big eyes when introducing him, and nodding politely to someone's sword spirit next to her, she didn't make any other movements. When do we start going down? After the two teams had a brief acquaintance, Lin Fan began to ask. Beitawei replied, now that all the major forces have arrived, it's clear that no single party can handle them. We need to discuss the specific time to go treasure hunting. Otherwise, we will attract hostility from all the major forces. Lin Fan nodded slightly when he heard this. The hostility was implicit. If any party dared to secretly eat alone, it would definitely trigger siege from all major forces at this time. Even if you can hold on by then, you don't have to think about continuing treasure hunting. Then I'll have to trouble the old patriarch to handle this matter. My wife and I will wait for your notification in the inn. Lin Fan thought for a moment and spoke, not intending to reveal his identity. Beitawei had no objection to this and nodded, saying, okay, then when the decision is made, I'll arrange for someone to notify you. Well, thank you for your help. Lin Fan spoke again, then left with the sword spirit and found an inn to stay. After Lin Fan left, one of the middle-aged men spoke up. Master, that young man just now is the owner of the manor who defeated the 13 thieves and countless other martial arts masters. Good. Beitawei nodded indifferently, but he was much more dignified in front of his juniors. He looks so young. Is he really as great as you say? The middle-aged man thought of Lin Fan's youthful appearance and was a little bit unconvinced. How short-sighted. If age alone were considered powerful in this world, the commander of the Jinwu division would have been beheaded by the martial arts masters who hated him long ago. How could he still be alive and well, and even terrify countless masters? Beitawei heard the younger generation's words and snorted coldly before teaching them a lesson. The middle-aged man who spoke suddenly felt his pupils shrink slightly when he heard the commander of the Jinwu division, and he became obedient. It was as if this existence had some kind of demonic quality that made it impossible for people to remain calm. All right, this manor Master Lin isn't that simple. Even I sense a subtle sense of danger in him. Remember to be polite when interacting with him in the future. Beitawei didn't continue to make things difficult. He just gave him a lecture and then regained his composure, then gave instructions in a warning tone. Even you sense the danger? This time it wasn't just the middle-aged man who spoke. Except for the young man who had heard this sentence before and was relatively calm, everyone else present lost their composure. Grandpa, is that guy really as strong as you say? You know, he looks younger than the one from the Jinwu division. Among them, the young girl Tan Jingjing couldn't help but ask curiously at this time. Facing the middle-aged man just now, Beitue scolded him coldly, but facing the girl's question, he showed a kind expression. He nodded fondly and replied, "Although I don't know his specific background, this young owner is definitely not as gentle as he appears. There is a reason why the 13 thieves and so many other martial arts masters fell at his hands." The young girl didn't say anything, but just looked in the direction where Lin Fan left, and the curiosity in her eyes became stronger. The young man next to him, the young man called Xiaofeng, became a little anxious when he saw this scene. This is not a good sign. But before he could say anything, Beitue told them to go back and rest. Now that all the major forces have gathered here, Beitue will naturally have to participate in the discussions as a representative to gain benefits for his side. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, masters from all sides engaged in many heated debates, during which many bloody fights broke out. Hot-blooded men of the world usually use their strength to solve problems. Such a situation can be said to have made the Zenwisi who arrived very happy. Without any delay, they began the large-scale arrest operation, maintaining order while taking the opportunity to eliminate potential opponents. Without an excuse, they would not dare to act. With an excuse, they, the Jinwu division, would not be afraid of any powerful forces in the martial arts world and would dare to arrest and deal with anyone. After all, it is a special authorization of the imperial power. No matter how powerful the major underworld forces are, they can only be obedient in front of the imperial court. Only the 4 powerful and deeply rooted forces have a certain say, which prevents the Jinwu division from acting so recklessly. Under such circumstances, the major forces in the underworld who were originally arguing with each other could only suppress their anger and reach a consensus. That is, all the martial arts forces present can enter the secret treasure, but whether they can obtain the treasures inside depends on their own abilities. It seems that it's the same whether you discuss it or not. In fact, it's the same whether you discuss it or not. Lin Fan, who had been waiting for 3 days, couldn't help but grumble when he learned of this decision. This is really a waste of 3 days. When exactly will we enter? Lin Fan asked. Things have come to this point. There is no way to say anything else. Just finish it as soon as possible and go back to hug his wife to sleep. We'll enter early tomorrow morning, and then each force will rely on their own abilities. Beitue replied, his expression a little serious as he spoke. This time, things were even more chaotic than he had imagined. He even had a premonition that this treasure hunt would definitely not be peaceful and that something even more terrifying would happen. Lin Fan didn't know what the other party was thinking, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. For this treasure hunt, he used several max-level abilities and made full preparations in all aspects. Not to mention a sudden major incident. Even if all the underground treasures collapsed, it would not pose a threat to him. And just as the major forces that reached the agreement were making intensive preparations, in a hidden corner of the city, a group of masked men also gathered quietly. Are you all ready? Everything is ready. As long as they enter, everyone present will be killed and never come back. Very good, but your previous failure has already made the higher-up very dissatisfied. If you mess up again this time, I believe this saint lady doesn't need to say much about the consequences, right? Don't worry, there will be no accidents. 122. Secret treasure opened. The next day, there is a barren mountain outside the city. A large number of martial arts masters from all walks of life came here. Secret treasure of the previous dynasty. For all the martial arts masters, it is simply the most popular commodity. Even some idle rangers rushed over after hearing the news, hoping to fish in troubled waters. Because of this, more people actually came than expected. Although Beitue was prepared, he couldn't help but look dark when he saw this scene. So many people. How much treasure is enough to share? The other major forces were similar. Seeing so many people coming, they all looked grim. Why are there so many people here? The leader of a powerful force asked with a stern face. The henchman in question replied, Master, many people here have received information. Rangers and members of small gangs have rushed here from all directions, hoping to take advantage of the situation. Fishing in troubled waters? Humph. The leader of the major faction had a cold expression on his face. I think they're looking for death. Let's arrange for all the major factions present to unite and get rid of these people who are trying to take advantage of the situation. Yes. Upon hearing this, the minions took the order and left. Soon, This proposal was recognized by all parties, and they began to jointly clear the area. Faced with this behavior, the rangers and members of the small gangs who came over were naturally unwilling. Fighting soon broke out. Facing the top-notch masters, the other idle rangers or members of small gangs really have no resistance, but they have more people. If one person can't do it, a group of people will come forward. The scene suddenly became chaotic, with people bleeding everywhere and some even losing their lives. Sir, shouldn't we take care of it? The people from the Jinwu division occupied a mountaintop alone. Seeing this situation, some members asked their superiors for instructions. The leader of the team this time is the great detective Zhue Ming. Thanks to Lin Fan, he has made many great achievements in recent days. Now he is the most powerful person in the Jinwu division. Because of this, only important matters involving the secret treasures of the previous dynasty fell into his hands, and he was fully responsible. The higher-ups even said that as long as he did a good job this time, his position would be promoted. Now that the major forces in the underworld have cleared the area, they should take the opportunity to arrest some people. But the detective Zhue Ming has no intention of moving, and instead looks on indifferently. Why bother with them? The more chaotic these gangsters are, the better. The detective Zhue Ming replied indifferently. Why is that? The people below didn't understand. The divine constable Zhue Ming glanced at his subordinate and said, if they don't become chaotic and all gather together, how can we successfully complete this mission? Your Excellency is wise. The subordinates immediately understood what he meant and began to compliment him. The corner of the great constable Zhue Ming's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked back at the chaotic crowd. The Jinwu division is not responsible. The scene naturally became more chaotic. Just when the conflict was about to escalate, someone triggered something and a loud noise was heard in the field. Then a huge black tunnel appeared with a rumble at the foot of the barren mountain. The passage is made of bluestone, and you can tell at a glance that it was specially built by humans. This place, this location, how could such a passage be anything other than the entrance to the secret treasures of the previous dynasty? This is the entrance to the previous dynasty's secret treasure. Let's rush in. Those idle personnel were originally unable to withstand the combined forces and planned to retreat. But now that the entrance is open, how could they hesitate anymore? Followed by a shout. The idle people, like a mob, all rushed towards the cracked passage. When other major forces saw this scene, even if some people felt something was wrong, in order to prevent the treasure from being taken away by those who took advantage of the situation, they could only gather their own masters and rush towards the entrance of the passage. Master Lin, shall we go in? Beitawei was an experienced man, so he naturally noticed something was wrong at the first moment. Lin Fan didn't say anything, but looked at the cracked passage carefully. In this regard, Beitawei remained calm and didn't interrupt. But the people below could no longer remain calm, especially the young people among them. Seeing groups of people pouring in, they became extremely anxious. What are you waiting for? If you keep waiting, the treasure will be taken away by others. He finally couldn't help but speak. This treasure is not so easy to get, but there is really no need to waste time. Since someone has helped open the entrance to the passage, let's go in. Lin Fan looked at it for a while, then looked away and said with a smile, TSK, what a waste of time. When the young man heard this answer, he immediately murmured, thinking that Lin Fan was being mysterious and wasting his time. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan glanced at the other person indifferently and did not argue with him. But Beitui's expression darkened, and he shouted, Xiaofeng, if you're still like this, stay home and retreat after you return. Don't come out again until you're top-notch. Master, the young man didn't expect his master to react so strongly and was immediately frightened. He is not allowed to come out unless he reaches top level. This means he is being put under house arrest. He is at that age when he is passionate and active, so this punishment is more severe than beating him up. Master Lin, I have offended many people. I apologize on his behalf. I hope you will forgive me for my innocence and not blame me. Beitui shouted angrily at the young man to behave himself, then sincerely apologized to Lin Fan. No problem. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. Naturally, he wouldn't bother with the other party, as he had lost his share for nothing. However, if they entered the underground treasure and encountered any danger, he would not care about them either. That's just the kind of person he is. Since you don't care about the other party anymore, then naturally you won't care about it to the end. The young man didn't know this, and although he was obedient at this time, he still felt unhappy. In his opinion, Lin Fan is about the same age as me, so how could it be as mysterious as my master said? Even if I start exercising since I was in the womb, I can only be as good as him at best. Even, not as good as myself. After all, he is a genius, otherwise he would not have been accepted as a disciple by the four supreme masters. Now, Because of such a person, his master repeatedly scolded him harshly and showed him no mercy at all, which naturally made him very uncomfortable. Lin Fan and others did not notice this. Only the girl Tan Jingjing standing next to him glanced at him at this time and shook her head slightly. Ahead, the cracked entrance was very large, and it was conservatively estimated that it could accommodate several carriages side by side. Just by looking at the size of this entrance, you can tell how huge the space inside is. A large number of people from the martial arts world poured in, just like fish entering a river, and failed to cause any waves. Lin Fan and the others also followed the current and disappeared into the dark passage. Zhue Ming, the detective of Jinwu Division, also saw Lin Fan, a familiar face. When he saw that Lin Fan and the others were not in a hurry and had no intention of competing for the first place, he immediately raised his eyebrows. "Sir, shall we go in now?" Almost everyone below had entered, and they were starting to get a little anxious. The detective Zhue Ming withdrew his gaze and nodded, saying, "Go ahead, but don't rush in. Be careful. If you find something wrong, retreat." Yes. Although the people below didn't understand, they still nodded and passed it on. The people from the Jinwu Division who were present were the last to enter the passage. The barren mountain that was previously crowded with people became empty. Not until the noise completely disappeared in the passage did a group of masked figures quietly appear. Looking at the crowd entering, the masked man at the head suddenly sneered complacently. 123. If you don't want to die, don't move. Inside the underground passage. I don't know what was inlaid on the walls inside, but they emitted a bright light and were not as dark as I had imagined. The interior is interconnected, and even with a secret map, it is difficult to tell the direction. But no one gave any directions. When people enter, they rush in desperately when they see a passage, fearing that if they are slow, the treasure will be snatched away by others. There's nothing wrong with that. But soon these people who rushed forward paid the price in blood. The walls of the passage, which were empty a moment ago, suddenly cracked into black holes, and countless sharp crossbow arrows shot out from them. These crossbow arrows are fired by special mechanisms inside the mechanism, and their power is much stronger than those fired by human power. Puff, puff. Only the sound of sharp arrows piercing flesh could be heard, and then shrill screams began to be heard from the passage. Beitawei and the others were walking behind the crowd. When they heard the shrill screams rising and falling from the depths of the passage, their expressions changed. Only Lin Fan remained calm, as if he had expected it. "I told you, the treasures here are not so easy to get." Seeing everyone's changed expressions, Lin Fan said something calmly. It was still the same words, but the effect was completely different. Even the young man who was not convinced was speechless at this moment. "Master Lin, have you noticed something?" Beitawei, as one of the four great masters, was naturally mentally strong and soon calmed down and asked. Lin Fan nodded slightly. "I can see some of it, but I still need to see the details. However, one thing is certain. There are definitely many traps here. In fact, this place is made up of a giant trap." "What?" Several people exclaimed when they heard this. Even though they had just come in, the interconnected passages and the large crowds of people pouring in didn't cause any waves, which showed how big this place was. Such a big place. It is actually composed of a giant mechanism. How big is this agency? Besides, how scary is it? Is that really the case? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but swallow and asked it this time. "Real." Lin Fan gave an affirmative answer. With the maximum level of mechanical skills, even if it's just in the passage, the depth of it cannot be hidden. However, the mechanism master who arranged this place is indeed very skilled. Even if he has reached the highest level of mechanism mastery, he would not dare to say that he has seen through it all just by taking a look at the entrance of the passage. But it's pretty much the same. It was also because of this that Lin Fan was not in a hurry from beginning to end. He knew very well that if he wanted to get the treasure in such a place, he couldn't just rush in. Rush fast. Just die quickly. Be careful when you walk, and pay more attention to where you step. Lin Fan touched the bluestone wall of the passage, gave an order, and stepped forward. The others nodded, watching their feet with every step. "Master Lin, why didn't your wife come?" At this time, the quiet Tan Jingjing suddenly asked a question without any context. Lin Fan glanced at the other person and replied with a smile. "She's busy with something." "Oh." Tan Jingjing nodded when she heard this and said nothing more. This little incident did not cause any trouble, and everyone continued to move forward cautiously. Soon, several people came to a mechanism location, and a strong smell of blood hit them in the face. I saw a group of martial artists in uniform lying in a pool of blood, with glowing crossbow arrows sticking out of their bodies, like a hornet's nest. These are the members of the Blood Sand Gang. Although they are just an ordinary Jianghu gang, they are quite powerful. The leader of the Blood Sand gang who led them in is a top-notch fighter. I didn't expect that they would all be defeated here. Beitue spoke in a deep voice, recognizing the Jianghu figure lying in a pool of blood. The young man who had previously thought that Lin Fan was being mysterious was so frightened when he saw the bloody scene that his face turned pale and his legs began to go weak. At this moment, he no longer had the thought that Lin Fan was being mysterious. Let's go. It's just a simple crossbow array mechanism. There's no need to stay. Lin Fan looked him over and spoke, his expression remaining unchanged from beginning to end. Since you dare to come in and steal the treasure, then naturally you have to think about the outcome. Except for Beitue and the girl, everyone else hesitated after hearing this. There is a terrible mechanism ahead. He just walked over there without doing anything. Aren't you afraid of ending up like the people from the Blood and Sand gang who were lying in a pool of blood? Lin Fan did not explain this. As he moved forward, he casually pulled out a crossbow arrow stuck in a corpse and threw it towards a crack in the bluestone in front of him. Swish! With a sound, the crossbow arrow was deeply inserted into the crevice of the bluestone, and then something seemed to be stuck, making a click. Lin Fan, who took the lead, walked all the way to the corner of the passage without firing any crossbow arrows. Come here. Why are you all standing there like idiots? Lin Fan stood at the corner of the passage and saw that only 2 people were following him, so he shouted, "Oh, oh, oh." The 2 middle-aged men who followed in were convinced at this time. They nodded repeatedly after hearing what he said and used their body skills to quickly keep up with the pace. The young man also followed, but his legs were still weak when he saw the corpse on the ground. That's all. And you are the successor of the 4 great masters? Lin Fan shook his head secretly. He had originally planned to make the other party suffer, but when he saw the other party's miserable appearance, he suddenly felt bored. Comparing with these rookies, it's simply lowering your own level. The team continued to move forward. From time to time, you can see that the mechanisms in the passage are triggered, including the crossbow array mechanism you encountered at the beginning, which will fire a barrage of crossbow arrows when triggered. There are also pit traps. If it is accidentally triggered, a big pit will suddenly appear, and the bottom will be full of sharp spikes. This falls down. Of course, it's a string of candied haws. There is also a rolling stone mechanism, which will cause countless rolling stones to fall with a slight touch. But with Lin Fan, the ancestor of mechanical engineering, here, these are just small gadgets. Whenever you encounter, they were all easily cracked. They encountered many traps along the way, but no one was in trouble. All the problems were solved by Lin Fan, and they felt like they were out for an outing. Master Lin, how were you able to discover these traps in advance? Tan Jingjing asked curiously. Having witnessed Lin Fan's methods along the way, she couldn't help but feel curious. Lin Fan calmly replied, "Things like mechanisms may seem very mysterious, but if you observe them patiently, you'll always find some clues. For someone who's proficient in this, there are even more clues to follow. Like this." Tan Jingjing was still a little confused. But before she could ask more, Lin Fan spoke again. According to the direction of the mechanism, there should be a large space ahead. That should be the treasure room. Let's speed up. Treasure room. When everyone heard this, they no longer cared about anything else and quickened their pace. Didn't go far. Everyone heard bursts of shouting and killing. I saw a portal appear on the wall of the passage in front, connecting to a secret room. This different place is most likely the treasure room. However, several groups were fighting for it. One group of people held cold iron swords in their hands, exuding a terrifying iron-blooded aura. They attacked ferociously and ruthlessly. As long as they caught someone who was not one of their own, they would chop him down. With this iconic appearance and behavior, who else could it be but someone from the Iron Blade sect? Li Sandao, the ambitious guardian of the Iron Knife sect, was looking down on his opponents at this time, hacking them to pieces. It was unknown how many masters had fallen under his sword. The only one who could slow him down was a skinny old man. Although he seemed not as imposing as him, his moves were extremely vicious and cunning, which made him dare not be careless. And this skinny old man, another person with great ambitions, is Lu Sandu from the Five Poisons Valley. For the treasure in the secret room, the 2 mortal enemies started fighting to the death again. How? The 2 middle-aged men from the Tan family couldn't help themselves when they saw this scene. The baby is right in front of me. They naturally want to take it down quickly. As for the extremely powerful Li Sandao and Lu Sandu at this moment, they were just paper tigers that looked good but were useless in front of 2 middle-aged men whose strength had reached the top level. Beidue glanced at Lin Fan upon hearing this. Seeing Lin Fan nod slightly, he said, "Drive all these people away. This secret room belongs to our Beatty Tan family." "Yes, Patriarch." The 2 middle-aged men received the order, licked their tongues, and rushed over. They didn't have any weapons, But as they practiced their skills, their legs actually glowed with silver light. Ordinary weapons not only failed to kill them, but were kicked off instead. That terrible power. Anyone who got into combat on the field was badly hurt. Some of those who refused to repent had their heads kicked in by one of the middle-aged men. It's someone from the Tan family in the north. After several people fell, those who were fighting in the field finally discovered that a big crocodile had entered the pond. They screamed and stopped fighting. You all should retreat immediately. This secret room now belongs to our Beatty Tan family. The two middle-aged men were humble in front of Lin Fan, as if they had no presence. But outside, they were indeed domineering masters who shocked the entire audience. If it's something normal, when others see the four great powers coming, they basically choose to be tolerant. But this is a secret treasure from the previous dynasty. Although it is only one of the treasure rooms, not all of them, there is a row of bookshelves inside the stone door that can be split open. It is obvious that it is the place where martial arts secrets are collected. So give in. How could they be willing? You, the Tan family, are too overbearing. We were the first to discover this place, yet you took it all over right away. Don't you think that's excessive? Yeah, at most I can split it with you guys. Taking it all is really too much. Several top masters were not convinced and felt that if they joined forces, they could compete. Did we go too far? Faced with this plan, the two middle-aged men who took action just laughed. Then, a more dazzling silver light lit up in the passage, and the several first-rate masters who had just spoken were all kicked in the head like a few unlucky guys in the next moment. These two are both top-notch masters, and both are veteran top-notch. We are no match for them. Retreat quickly. Li Sandao was very smart and had retreated to the side long ago. When he saw that the situation was not good, he shouted to his men without saying a word and started to run away. Lu Sandu is also a scoundrel and runs even faster than the former. He is indeed a man of great ambitions. Putting aside his strength, he is definitely good at running away. After forcibly driving away the people fighting for the treasure, the two middle-aged men immediately showed joy. They also saw the row of bookshelves in the treasure room and the books on them. Now that they have occupied this place, they are ready to receive the spoils. But before they could make any move, Lin Fan's calm words came out first. If you don't want to die, don't move. 124, Deadly Bait. If you don't want to die, don't move. The words were very calm, but the two middle-aged men stopped their movements instantly, without even a hint of hesitation. Throughout their journey, Lin Fan's miraculous skills had made them instinctively obey him. Master Lin, is there some terrifying mechanism here? The two middle-aged men were not fools. Lin Fan spoke up to remind them at this time, which meant that they must have discovered something. Yes, this secret room where the martial arts manuals are stored may seem harmless and is just a storage point, but in fact, these are just appearances. The traps inside are more dangerous than those encountered on the road. Lin Fan slowly walked forward, glanced at the secret room where the secret manual was placed, and said, in fact, this place is actually a bait specially designed by the mechanical engineer to lure those outsiders who break in by force, let down their guard, and lose their lives. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the two middle-aged men gasped and felt terrified. As top-notch beings, their strength is absolutely obvious to all. Just now, with the combined strength of the two of them, they forcibly drove away a large group of martial arts masters who were fighting for it. Even those who ran slowly have now all become corpses. But even with such strength, they don't think they can ignore the various terrifying devices set up in this place. If it was the kind in the passage, they would still be able to force their way through. But if it was more terrifying, they would not be sure they could get through. If Lin Fan had not given them a warning, would they still be able to stand and talk? Is there really a trap here? You're not just threatening me because you finally got what you wanted, are you? The two sides had a grudge against each other, and the young man subconsciously said something at this time, which was considered a habitual way of finding fault. But this time, before Lin Fan could react, the master standing next to him slapped him hard in the face. Evil disciple, how could I have taught such an evil creature like you? The master who took action was naturally the other party's master, Old Man Beitue. Not only did the other party attack ruthlessly, he also shouted angrily with a look of disappointment on his face. Master, the young man covered his face with his hands, and at this moment, he was completely confused. You know, he was adopted by the other party since he was a child, and after he showed his talent in martial arts, he was recognized as the successor. Over the years, not to mention beatings, even scoldings can be counted on one hand. More pampered than biological children. But since he met Lin Fan, not only was he scolded and cursed again and again, but now he was even attacked. When Beitue saw the appearance of his successor, the disappointment in his eyes suddenly became even stronger. He originally thought that the other party was just young and sometimes not very sensible and lacked some knowledge in how to act. As long as you grow up, you will grow up slowly. But now he realized that the other party had fundamental problems. Let's not talk about how Lin Fan has performed along the way. Just from his previous reminder, the other party should have known what was going on. Not to mention making friends in a humble manner. But at least they will not provoke others easily, let alone accumulate conflicts between the two sides again and again, so as not to provoke a powerful enemy for themselves and the forces behind them. But what about now? He clearly knew the other party's abilities, but he still didn't know how to restrain himself and acted arbitrarily. How could he not be disappointed? Go back and stay in seclusion. Perhaps you are really not suited to venturing out into the world. Beitawei finally sighed, everything else he had been planning to say dissolving into a sigh. The two middle-aged men, who were the elders, also shook their heads at this time. The other party's talent is indeed very strong. He has reached the peak of the second rate at a young age, but his personality makes it difficult for him to achieve great things. On the other hand, Tan Jingjing, who is a girl, has performed very well along the way. Not only is she studious, but after learning about Lin Fan's extraordinary personality, she also took the initiative to make friends with him. This is the quality that a qualified heir should have. Compared with Tan Jingjing's performance, the young man is indeed far behind. It can even be said to be bad. After being slapped, the young man became completely obedient. He covered his swollen face, lowered his head, and said nothing. Lin Fan did not pursue the other party's matter. He just glanced at him and continued to look at the secret room where books were placed. As for what he thinks in his heart, only he himself knows. Master Lin, how do we break the trap in this place? Do you need my help? Beitawei stepped forward and asked proactively. His disciple had repeatedly offended him, and he wanted to use this to eliminate the resentment in Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan nodded and said, I do need to trouble you, old master. Do you see those two stone lamps next to the bookshelf? Find a way to smash them to pieces through the air later. Following Lin Fan's instructions, Beitawei spotted the two stone lamps next to the bookshelf and replied, This is easy. Just chop them up, right? Is there anything I should be careful of or avoid? Just chop it into pieces. Lin Fan replied simply, Good. Beitawei nodded again to show that he understood. Then he took a deep breath, raised his leg, and turned it into a battle axe, chopping it towards the two stone lamps through the air. The opponent's legs were originally a little skinny, but as he moved, a dazzling golden light wrapped around his legs. The two ordinary, even somewhat skinny old legs suddenly became sharp. The Tan family's unique skills. It's all on the legs. When the new members practice the skills, their legs will emit a black iron-like luster. As for those masters who have reached a high level of cultivation, such as the two middle-aged men, they will emit a silvery luster when practicing. The old man with northern legs now exudes a golden glow, and it can be said that he has reached the highest level. Two golden leg shadows appeared in the secret room, and then the stone lamps more than 10 meters away were directly blown into pieces. The sharp leg shadow that flashed by was like the wind god kick in the movie Feng Yun. This was the first time that Lin Fan saw the four supreme masters actually take action, and at this moment, he also realized how terrifying these top masters were. However, with his extraordinary physique, this strength did not scare him. At most, it cannot be ignored. Okay, now the mechanism here has been broken and the nodes have been removed. Just be gentle when you go in, and you'll be fine. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, not changing at all because of the opponent's powerful strength. This made Beitawei on the side look at him more seriously. Although he did not show it intentionally, the strength of a top master does not need anything to be embellished. When Lin Fan saw this strength, he remained calm, which showed that this strength did not make Lin Fan feel afraid. At most, we won't look down on it. How unfathomable is the ability of this Lin Manor master? Beitawei took a deep breath. He was completely unable to understand this young man. This was something he had never experienced before. Everyone entered carefully, and sure enough, no mechanism was triggered. However, the secret manual stored inside is indeed just a bait placed there deliberately. Although it cannot be said to be common stuff, it is not very sophisticated either, just of average level. If it were placed in those ordinary gangs, the secrets here would definitely be considered treasures. But for both parties who entered, these secrets were not worth their attention. It's a bit ordinary, but it's better than nothing. Put it all away. We can copy each other's copies after we get out. Lin Fan read several books in a row, and when he was sure that there was nothing good hidden in them, he stopped reading. However, no matter how small the ants are, they are still meat. Since they are here, they cannot be wasted. The two middle-aged men were well prepared. Upon hearing this, they took out a cloth bag without saying a word and put all the martial arts secrets here into it. One of the middle-aged men was about to carry it after he finished, but the old man with Beitue took it and gave it to the young man. The young man didn't dare to refute. He lowered his head and obediently carried the big cloth bag. Let's go. Even the bait has some good martial arts secrets. I believe that those places where martial arts secrets are truly stored must have some good stuff, or even unique skills. Of course, that's if no one gets there first. Lin Fan checked to see if anything was missing and started talking. Naturally, the others had no objections, and they all walked out of the secret room after hearing this. However, after walking out of the secret room, Lin Fan did not move forward immediately. Instead, he picked up a big knife left behind by those martial artists who had fought before and threw it heavily into the secret room under the gaze of everyone. Bang! The broadsword was already quite heavy, and with Lin Fan's strength, it made a loud noise when it hit the floor of the secret room. At first, everyone was a little confused and didn't know why Lin Fan did this. But they soon found out. After the big knife fell heavily to the ground, the secret room, which was quiet a moment ago, suddenly shot out countless golden needles as thin as cow hair from all corners, densely packed and countless. Moreover, these golden needles were glowing with a strange green color. When they fell on the bookshelf, they made a sizzling sound of corrosion. In just a short while, the sturdy bookshelf was corroded beyond recognition. This contains a horrible poison. When they saw this horrific scene, they all took a deep breath. If they were to enter without any preparation and face such a terrifying poison needle, except for Bei Tue, one of the four great masters, who might survive by relying on his extraordinary internal strength, everyone else would be in big trouble. Thank you, Master Lin, for sparing our lives. If Master Lin hadn't warned us earlier, we brothers would have probably turned into poisonous water. The two middle-aged men came to their senses and solemnly expressed their gratitude to Lin Fan. No need for that. I was originally invited here to solve the trap. I just did what I had to do. Lin Fan waved his hands and did not take any credit for this matter. But the more so, the two middle-aged men who escaped the disaster were more grateful for this matter. Even the old man Beitue bowed to Lin Fan at this time. The loss of these two veteran top-notch masters would be painful for a long time even for the four great powers. Faced with this situation, Lin Fan didn't say much. He just nodded again and led everyone forward. With Lin Fan, the ancestor of mechanical engineering, around, the bait chamber in this place did not cause them any losses. But there is not just one such bait chamber, but many. Except for some powerful and lucky people who were able to escape from this deadly bait. All others who rushed and were turned into poisonous water. Just these bait's secret rooms have caused countless casualties among the martial arts masters who entered them, and the ground is littered with corpses. At the same time, deep in this secret treasure, there is a special space full of various mechanisms. The masked man who was outside before, through some unknown means, passed the masters who entered first and walked quietly ahead of everyone. When the secret rooms used as bait were triggered one by one, the masked man in the lead once again showed a smug smile. I believe you all love this gift carefully prepared for you. But don't worry, the real gift is still waiting for you. You dare to cause our holy church heavy losses? This time, you will be bloodied. Ha 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 ha. At first it was just a smug smile, but it slowly turned into an arrogant laugh that surrounded this special space. 125, each showing his magical powers. Underground passage. More complicated than you can imagine. Groups of people walked in it, winding and getting dizzy. It's clearly a treasure trove, but it's turned out to be like a maze. Moreover, as for the legendary secret treasures of the previous dynasty, apart from the bait secret room encountered at the beginning, no other ones were seen. Instead, there were many traps, and I don't know how many people died. Walking on the aisle, the bodies could be seen almost from a distance. Is there really a treasure in this place? In the team led by Lin Fan, two middle-aged men gradually became uneasy. I originally planned to come in and make a fortune, so I brought several big sacks with me. But I don't know how long I walked. Apart from the bait secret room at the beginning and some gains from searching corpses along the way, there was nothing else. This expected windfall was a far cry from reality. The old man with northern legs also frowned slightly. Master Lin, do you think this place might be a deliberate killing trap? There's no treasure hidden there, and the so-called secret map is just bait. When he was at the door, he just had this guess, but it was just a guess. But now, the situations he saw along the way made the bad premonition in his heart become stronger. Lin Fan nodded and then shook his head. It is true that someone may be setting up a killing trap, but this place is indeed a treasure trove. These peripheral traps are just for protection. Everyone frowned when they heard this. This is where the treasure is hidden, which is naturally good news. But if someone really set up a killing trap here, would they still have a share of the secret treasure inside? Don't worry. I told you from the beginning that the treasures here are not that easy to get. Even if someone really gets there first and sets up a killing trap, it will still be the same. Lin Fan glanced at everyone's reactions and knew what they were thinking, so he explained with a smile. Hear this explanation. Everyone's eyes brightened again. One of the middle-aged men asked, "Since the treasures here are hard to come by, are you sure?" They used the honorific unconsciously. It was obvious that Lin Fan's actions along the way had impressed them. Lin Fan smiled and said, "I still say the same thing. Since I'm here, I won't make this trip in vain." There was no direct answer, but everyone sensed the confidence in it and became more excited. Only the young man who was slapped did not react at this time. The others, even the quiet girls, looked at Lin Fan with different eyes. An unfathomable man always radiates light at all times. What do we do next? One of the middle-aged men asked, obviously taking Lin Fan's opinion as the main consideration. The old man with the northern leg did not object either. He also highly recognized Lin Fan's abilities. Now that this place has become complicated, professional matters should naturally be left to professionals. Just keep moving forward. Lin Fan replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the two middle-aged men nodded and stepped forward to lead the way. With Lin Fan, a master of mechanical engineering, around, they don't have to worry about stepping on any landmines. Along the way, Lin Fan has never let them down, otherwise they wouldn't be so convinced. However, compared to those who have the master of mechanical engineering, the other people who came in could not be so comfortable at this time. It can even be said to be torture. Along the way, not only were no treasures caught, but manpower was constantly lost. Some underworld gangs that are not strong enough were even wiped out here. The Blood Sand Gang is not an isolated case. Sir, isn't it said here that there are treasures all over the ground? Is it true that there are treasures all over the ground? The people from the Jinwu division also came down, but thanks to the wise decision of the detective Zhue Ming, they walked at the end of the team and did not suffer any losses, but they did not see the expected treasure at all. Instead, I saw corpses along the way. Faced with this situation, those subordinates who had their own ideas soon lost their composure. As for his subordinates nagging, the detective Zhue Ming did not say anything, but just frowned and looked at the passage. As a detective, naturally, he had noticed early on that this place was strange. You have to be alive to get the treasure. Have you forgotten that secret room you saw earlier? The poisonous water turned into corpses all over the ground. Do you also want to become one of them? The detective Zhue Ming glanced at his agitated subordinates and spoke coldly. This sentence, it was like a pour of cold water on the heads of the complaining subordinates, giving them a shock. They had walked through a secret room before and thought there was some treasure there, but they didn't see any treasure. Instead, there was green poisonous water made from corpses waiting for them on the ground. The people in their Jinwu division have all seen the world. But when some people saw that scene, they couldn't help but vomit. Seeing his subordinate's reaction, the detective Zhue Ming didn't say anything more and continued to move forward slowly. The mission he received this time was not to steal the treasure, but to determine the specific situation of this place and who was the manipulator behind the scenes. He must have some ulterior motive for deliberately fabricating information to attract so many people from the underworld. As for the secret treasures of the previous dynasty, it was secretly discovered by the imperial court many years ago, but it was not told to the outside world. Now there is another secret treasure from the previous dynasty. Isn't this bullshit? If it weren't for this, how could there be only a team of Zenwusi personnel arriving? The imperial army would have already set out and surrounded this place. Although the major forces in the martial arts world are powerful, they are still no match for the real imperial army. After all the major forces in the martial arts world can cultivate masters. How could the imperial court, which occupies such a vast territory, not have masters? Dalong dynasty. But it is a dynasty founded on military power. The strange situation here now has been confirmed by the detective Zhue Ming. There is indeed someone behind the scenes manipulating it. As for what they are trying to do, we can only investigate it slowly. If you don't want to die, cheer up. It's not that easy here. The detective Zhue Ming reminded him again, and it was obvious that the situation he had noticed made him dare not be careless at all. Yes. Upon hearing this, the subordinates responded one after another and became more cautious in their actions. The other side. As the people who entered continued to move forward, they finally crossed the outer area after paying a huge price. There is still a passage inside, but it's not that complicated anymore. Walking inside, it is clean and tidy, and the air is much fresher. It can be seen that there are good exhaust vents in the internal area, which makes it a sharp contrast with the stuffy outer area. The tense nerves of the people from the martial arts world who stepped into this place were relieved, because once they entered this area, the traps that were seen everywhere before no longer appeared. Have we passed the guard checkpoint and reached the real treasure hiding place? Faced with this situation, the gangs that had managed to break in began to get excited. God knows, they have paid a huge price along the way. Now I have finally made it. But not everyone thought so. Some smart people became more vigilant when they came to this area. For example, Lee Sandow and Lu Sandu stopped. Old venomous ghost, I always feel like something is wrong with this place. Something big is going to happen. Since Lee Sandow was scared and ran away last time, he no longer fought with his mortal enemy, but instead cooperated with him. Oh, what's wrong? I thought this place was fine. Lu Sandow's eyes flickered slightly, but he remained calm on the surface. Lee Sandow said angrily, Old venomous ghost, stop pretending. If you keep acting like this, then this cooperation is not suitable. Let's just do our own thing and be done with it. Haha, young man, don't get too angry. It's just a joke. Lu Sandu originally planned to be smart and trick the enemy into rushing forward, but unfortunately he was seen through and could only laugh it off. Lee Sandow rolled his eyes and wanted to trick him into becoming an iron-headed kid. How could that be possible? It has always been Lee Sandow who has cheated other people's lives, and no one has ever been able to cheat him. Don't talk about this useless stuff. If you want to cooperate, then cooperate well. If not, then break up. Okay, cooperate well. The two cunning old hands reached a consensus after some haggling and began to gather together to whisper and plot. The people behind the scenes are very smart, but not all those who come in are fools. 126. Out of control, I can't laugh anymore. With Lin Fan, the ancestor of the maximum level mechanism, around, Old Man Beitue and his group naturally entered the inner area smoothly. However, he did not meet those two veterans, but instead encountered the team of Jinwu Division. Master Lin, Master Divine Catcher. After both parties confirmed that they were not mistaken, they smiled and greeted each other. Master Shinpa, I didn't expect that you, a great god, would be the one leading the team this time. If I had known earlier, I would have followed you in. I believe no one would dare to cause trouble for us again. Lin Fan said politely. The detective Zhue Ming was also very polite. Upon hearing this, he smiled and replied, Master Lin, that's very kind. With your abilities, I should rely on you to enter such a special place. That smiling face was completely different from his usual cold, icy expression. Even though it wasn't the first time they saw him, the subordinates were still stunned. Grown-ups, we still like your rebellious look. Can you be a little more reserved? Unfortunately, their adults didn't pay any attention at all, and their smiles became even more radiant. Haha, sir, thank you for your praise. I just came here with Senior Beidouet to broaden my horizons. Lin Fan smiled and said, naturally he would not take the other party's polite words seriously. Patriarch Tan is here too. When the detective Zhue Ming heard Lin Fan's words, he looked towards the others. The old man with the northern leg happened to be standing in a dark place, and the other party did not see him. However, with the influence of the four supreme masters, the other party will naturally not ignore it. This involves the secret treasures of the previous dynasty. I happen to have nothing else to do, so I took a trip here. Could it be that the iron-blooded divine constable has any advice for me? The old man with the northern leg walked out from the darkness. His words sounded very calm, but there was a hint of gunpowder in them. You are a senior. How can a junior like me give you any advice? The smile on the face of the detective Zhue Ming was still there, but it was fake. There is no need to say this. Everyone knows that the two sides are not getting along. But this is not difficult to understand. One is a violent organization that specializes in dealing with major forces and masters in the underworld, and the other is the most well-known top force in the underworld. Speaking of both sides, they are inherently opposite. In other words, this is the usual attitude of the two. They are talkative and funny in front of Lin Fan, but that is only in front of Lin Fan. The detective Zhue Ming had originally planned to exchange a few words with Lin Fan. After all, not only did Lin Fan make him unable to see through him, he also gave him two big gifts. Cooperation between the two sides. It can be said to be quite pleasant. It can be said that the opportunity for his promotion was given to him by Lin Fan. However, this situation is obviously not a good time for small talk. This isn't the place to talk. We can talk again someday when we have time. I've prepared a big gift for you regarding what happened last time. Shinbua Zhueming bowed and looked at Lin Fan with a smile on his face again. You are too polite, Master Shinbu. It is our duty to eliminate harm for the people. There is no need for any big or small gifts. However, if we have time, we can have a small gathering. That is fine. Lin Fan also bowed politely. Since the other party gave him face, he naturally wouldn't give him a cold shoulder. No matter which world you are in, many things will be easier if you have official connections. For example, if someone provokes him, he can use this relationship to attack the other person. It's easier to get things done if you have someone higher up, and this works everywhere. The detective Zhui Ming was also happy about this. After all, this was his job. As long as he was given a reason to crack down on gangsters, he could get a promotion and a raise, and the more the better. Both parties get what they need, and the relationship is still quite strong. Master Lin, are you familiar with these imperial henchmen? One of the middle-aged men, after waiting for the people from Junwu Division to leave, hesitated slightly and couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan nodded slightly. We have worked together once or twice before, so we are quite familiar with each other. The middle-aged man looked a little anxious when he heard this, and then said, Master Lin, these court lackeys are not good people, especially towards people like us in the martial arts world. They are full of malice and should not be made friends with them. Another middle-aged man nodded in agreement at this time. Indeed, these imperial lackeys are indeed not to befriend, especially the four great constables. Their fame and current positions were earned through repeated attacks on fellow warriors in our Jianghu. Although the old man Beitue was proud of his status, he did not say bad things behind people's backs at this time. But from his reaction just now, we know that he has almost the same attitude. Lin Fan smiled slightly at this and did not refute anything on this point. He is different from others in one respect. That is, he is not a gangster, but a law-abiding and enthusiastic citizen. For example, if someone from Underworld causes trouble for him, he will report it without hesitation. Thanks for the reminder. Lin Fan didn't explain anything. There was no need to explain these things. He nodded and thanked him, then continued to lead the team forward. He has already figured out most of the giant mechanism here. Even though it was his first time here and he didn't have any actual map, he had a general idea of the structure of this place in his mind. At least he already knew where the core of the entire area was. As long as we find this core, we will not only be able to control the entire giant mechanism, but also get the real treasure of this place. As for being beaten to it, he still said the same thing, that the real treasure here is not so easy to get. Even if someone reaches the core and controls the giant mechanism in this place, it is impossible to get the real treasure. Old Man Beitue and the others did not know what Lin Fan was thinking, but seeing how determined he was, they followed him without hesitation. They don't understand the mechanism, but there is no problem in helping out. For example, if a competitor causes trouble, they will take strong action to suppress it, without the need for Lin Fan, a technician, to do anything. As they continued to move forward, the inner area was gradually left behind by everyone, and they began to come into contact with the real core area. The martial arts masters who came here couldn't help laughing when they saw the several huge spaces in front of them. Because these huge spaces are filled with huge wooden boxes. This extra-large wooden box has a special mark and is specially used to hold official silver of the imperial court. It has not changed until now. It was because of recognizing this that these martial arts masters became excited. After working so hard and paying such a high price, we can finally reap the fruits of our labor. Isn't there a mechanism here? The fruits of victory were right in front of them, but because they had been bitten by a snake before, these masters who had arrived did not dare to move for a while. You'll know after trying it. One of the top masters stood up at this time, and using his sharp eagle claw skill, he directly took out several large bluestones from the bluestone wall, and then threw them heavily into the huge space in front. He didn't stop after throwing it, but kept repeating the action. Huge pieces of bluestone kept hitting the corners of various spaces, making loud noises and sending gravel flying all over the sky. Despite such a loud commotion, no mechanism was triggered. Instead, the large bluestones that splashed out smashed open a corner of several special large boxes, revealing the ingots inside that were emitting an attractive luster. These are specially made ingots, each one weighing an astonishing 50 taels. The several large boxes that were smashed open were all filled with gold ingots from these shares. What quantity does this have to reach? Not everyone is as wealthy as Old Man Beitue, a tycoon from one of the four great powers. Many martial arts masters who join them actually do not live as rich as imagined. With the violent organization like Zenwusi in place, not everyone dares to rob houses. This time they came in to dig for treasure, and many of them came for the huge wealth. Roar! No one knew who had let out the excited roar, but then all the martial arts masters present rushed into the huge space. When they actually stepped in, there was no mechanism triggered, allowing them to successfully obtain the fruits of victory. These martial arts masters scrambled for large ingots, and although there were obviously quite a lot of them, a fight still broke out. This is our little knife society. Anyone who dares to steal, it will be our mortal enemy. What a rubbish shout-out society. You dare to jump out and speak. I think you are looking for death. This belongs to our flame gang. If anyone dares to steal it, just ask for the fire blade in my hand. You are the ones being robbed. You're courting death. Because of greed, What was originally just a scramble on the field soon turned into a bloody fight. They didn't know that while they were fighting, the space they were in gradually became dark. It's not that the walls are not shining, but that gray smoke is coming out of the vents of various hidden spaces. The bright light was shrouded by the smoke and naturally became dim. Unfortunately, those who are fighting for it have been blinded by the huge wealth. They are only concerned with fighting and do not know this. Not far from this huge space is the core area of this place. There is a special space here, which is the main control panel of this giant mechanism. Here, not only can the entire giant mechanism be controlled, but also some important areas can be monitored through the placement of special mirrors, similar to modern surveillance. Some sophisticated mechanisms are able to replicate modern scientific and technological means. The masked leader standing among them saw the image reflected by a mirror and smiled triumphantly again. But as he laughed, he couldn't laugh anymore, because three groups of people did not loot in the space, but walked towards the core area. One group of people in particular walked straight towards the special space where he was. Although there was a mechanical wall separating him, they easily found the opening position and opened the mechanical wall. It only took a moment of days before I was only separated from him by a wall. How is this possible? When he saw this reflected image, he suddenly stopped laughing. This was completely beyond his control. What made him even less amused was what happened next. This group of people, led by a handsome man, easily opened the isolating wall again. Unprepared, the two met face to face. 127, Self-Destruction Mechanism, 2 chapters in 1. Core Control Space. The two sides met face to face. Someone is really controlling it. The group of people who arrived quickly was naturally the team, led by Lin Fan. Only he, the ancestor of mechanical engineering, could break through the isolating mechanical wall in such a short time. When we saw the masked man in the core control space, our previous guess was confirmed. Regarding this, Lin Fan looked calm, obviously having known for a long time that someone was manipulating him. But the group of old man Beidawei were not so calm. Especially the two middle-aged men, their eyes instantly turned cold when they saw the person behind the scenes. The old man with the northern leg did not say anything, but he confirmed the guess, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. A great master of the 4 supreme powers. They are all far superior to first-rate masters. If they don't move, it's fine. But if they move, blood will splatter within 5 steps. Only the top veteran top-notch masters can defeat them. Ordinary top-notch masters are nothing but children in front of them. Damn it, he's actually a master of the 4 supremes. Although the masked leader could no longer smile, he was still calm overall. After all, apart from his own strength, he was surrounded by a group of powerful masked subordinates and guards who were enough to deal with unexpected situations. But when he saw the old man with northern legs, his expression suddenly changed. White Lotus sect leader. Hearing the other person's voice, the old man with northern legs narrowed his eyes slightly. As the leaders of the same top power, they had naturally met before and could recognize each other by their voices. Is this the White Lotus sect leader? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Although he had provoked the other party, this was the first time they met. The White Lotus sect leader did not say anything, but not refuting was tantamount to tacit agreement. Seeing this, the old man with the northern leg looked completely cold and said in a cold voice, I didn't expect it was a trap set by you rats. Rats in the ditch are just rats in the ditch. They are not worthy of being in a refined place. You are so arrogant. Being slandered in this way, the leader of the White Lotus sect could no longer suppress his inner anger. Their White Lotus sect is the top sect in the martial arts world and is not much different from the 4 great powers. Especially with the presence of the current saint, even the Bideo Villa, one of the 4 greatest forces, was forcibly repelled when it launched a strong attack against them. Although the losses were heavy, but the real masters still remain. How could he, the leader of the sect, endure being slandered and insulted like this? Arrogant. The old man with the northern leg said nothing more, but simply said, let's work together to capture these dark ditch rats for this family master. Respect the patriarch's order. The 2 middle-aged men with top-notch strength immediately activated their profound skills upon hearing what was said. The shining silver light lit up again and transformed into a silver light shadow that rushed towards each other. The young man had been severely beaten along the way and had been holding a lot of anger in his heart, but he had no way to vent it. Now that he finally got the chance to vent, he rushed out without saying a word. Although it was just a grayish-black iron light, his momentum was even more powerful than the previous 2, and he was fighting with no regard for his life. The girl 10 looked at Lin Fan quietly, then rushed over and fought with a masked man of the second-rate peak level. The 2 long legs flying up and down are pleasing to the eye. I have to say, these legs are truly a beauty. Most men would not be able to bear being squeezed by legs like this. Only someone as strong as Lin Fan could easily withstand such a pincer attack. Humph. You think you can take down this cult leader with just these bunch of losers? The White Lotus sect leader glanced at the four Tan family masters who were attacking and said indifferently. As the first echelon below the four supreme masters, the White Lotus sect leader's strength is definitely at the top of the pyramid in the martial arts world. Unless the old man with the northern leg takes action himself, he will kill as many as come. With such murderous intent, he used his killing move to kill one of the top middle-aged men, intending to take advantage of the arrogance of the old man Beitue and take down a master. Just in time. Although this middle-aged man did not have the fame of the White Lotus sect leader, he was also a veteran and top-notch one. Facing the oncoming killing move, he did not hesitate to charge forward. The silver light became brighter, and dazzling leg shadows kept lighting up in the field. The top-notch masters could already use their internal energy to kill the enemy, which was far beyond the conventional physical combat. In this regard, the White Lotus sect leader had an indifferent expression. He simply reached to his waist and pulled out a snow-white soft sword. This is clearly a semi-divine weapon. Although it has only reached the level of a semi-divine soldier, it is the worst existence in this level. But a demigod weapon is a demigod weapon. No matter how rubbish it is still superior to ordinary weapons. In front of a great master like the White Lotus sect leader, it is even more terrifying. With a casual swing of his hand, sharp sword energy appeared, easily tearing apart the silver leg shadow of the middle-aged man. No wonder he could withstand the killing blows of Old Man Dao and was only seriously injured. This White Lotus sect leader is indeed quite capable and is second only to the four great masters in the martial arts world. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He didn't expect that the White Lotus sect leader was so powerful, but he did not retreat. He took a deep breath and strengthened his profound skills. His legs emitted a more dazzling light, ready to fight the opponent head-on. Oh, you don't know how to live or die. The White Lotus sect leader smiled coldly, and his movements became more fierce, intending to chop off the old man Beitue's arm first. But he didn't expect it. The old man with Beitue, who was just watching the show, suddenly took action at this moment. No, to be precise, it was a kick. The signature golden light lit up, and a dazzling leg shadow flashed across the scene, suppressing the White Lotus sect leader who wanted to cut off one arm. The whole process happened without any warning. The shadow of the legs has not yet arrived. But the horrible oppression came first. Old man, you have no moral principles. The leader of the White Lotus sect did not expect that the old man with the north leg would play this trick and immediately started cursing. Young people have no martial ethics. Nowadays, even the elderly don't talk about it. Can this still be fun? What kind of martial ethics are there to talk about with you rats from the ditch? The old man with the northern leg looked calm, not at all disturbed by the other party's words. Martial ethics are spoken to humans, so how can we talk about them to mice? Isn't this obvious? Old bastard. Faced with such a shameless person, the White Lotus sect leader didn't know what to say except to curse. But soon he couldn't curse anymore. The old man Beitue has been in the martial arts world for decades and has experienced countless fights, big and small. It is not easy for him to resist the sudden attack that seizes the opportunity at this time. Although the White Lotus sect leader fought hard, he was eventually knocked away by the shadow of the leg. Puff! The person was still in midair, but blood was already spurting out, leaving a trail of blood. Boom! Finally, he smashed heavily into the bluestone wall, leaving a deep mark, and only then was the White Lotus sect leader able to stop. However, the secondary damage from the collision caused him to bleed again. One hit. The leader of the White Lotus sect was seriously injured on the spot. Compared with the frontal and open attack of the old man with the knife, the old man with the north legs method is obviously more effective. When the other members of the White Lotus sect saw that their leader was severely injured by the enemy in one blow, their morale suddenly collapsed like a flood, and they completely lost their high fighting spirit. On the other hand, the four people who attacked were full of morale. The two top-notch middle-aged men kicked and blew up several top-notch White Lotus masters on the spot. The two younger ones also took advantage of this opportunity to deal with their opponents and attacked other White Lotus sect members. When Lin Fan saw this scene, he knew that he didn't need to intervene in this battle. He shook his head slightly, walked around the control room with his hands behind his back, and looked around the place. After walking more than halfway, he finally seemed to have found what he was looking for, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This completely different action was very abrupt in the scene. Because of this, the White Lotus sect leader took a breath and stood up again, and soon noticed it. From the mirror-reflected surveillance just now, he knew that the isolation mechanism was broken so quickly putting him in a passive position, all because of this man who looked like a refined scholar. He didn't have time to pay attention at first, so he could only suppress his anger. Although he was seriously injured, he was away from the battlefield and had time to pay attention. It's you. The scene reflected in the mirror before was gray and blurry, and the specific appearance could not be seen. But now that they were face to face, they could naturally see it clearly. However, it was also because they saw it clearly that the White Lotus sect leader suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you know me." Seeing the other party's reaction, Lin Fan smiled and asked. The White Lotus sect leader gnashed his teeth and said, "Even if you were reduced to ash, I would still recognize you. The last time my holy sect suffered heavy losses, it was because of you, a fellow who interfered." Although he had never met Lin Fan in person before, he had seen Lin Fan's portrait. With the master's photographic memory, he would be able to recognize him easily when they met. Today, the leader of this sect will kill you. When the leader of the White Lotus sect saw his mortal enemy Lin Fan, he dropped everything else without saying a word and exploded, determined to kill Lin Fan, the mortal enemy who had caused him heavy losses. Seeing this scene, the old man with northern legs naturally would not remain indifferent and planned to continue to attack. But at this time, the fanatics below kept rushing forward to stop them like crazy. With their strength, this obstruction is just suicide. But they were determined to do so, just to stop the old man with the northern leg from moving for a moment. In this situation, the old man with the northern leg was temporarily blocked. After all, even if he wanted to kill a pig, he had to raise his hand and cut it with a knife, not to mention a group of second-rate or above masters. At this huge cost, the old man with northern legs was temporarily dragged away. Humph, you will definitely die today. When the White Lotus sect leader saw this scene, he felt very sad, but he could do nothing about it now. No matter what, he had to kill Lin Fan today to give an explanation to the dead believers. And today, it was also Lin Fan who caused trouble and broke the mechanisms one after another, which made him so passive. Otherwise, not only will this mission be successfully completed, they will also be unscathed. Let's settle both new and old grudges together. How to appease the anger without killing Lin Fan. You want to kill me? When Lin Fan heard the other party's words, he immediately laughed. Even stronger saints were defeated by him, losing both the wife and the army. Now a weaker one dares to threaten to kill him and says that he will definitely die. Isn't this funny? Faced with this kind of thing, what else can Lin Fan say? You can only give the other person a big gift when he or she arrives. He saw the opponent's semi-divine soldiers slashing out sword energy, and he dodged them easily. There was no sign of his body movement, but he could dodge it easily. The situation is urgent now, and the White Lotus sect leader didn't think too much. He just wanted to kill Lin Fan to vent his anger. The sword energy can be dodged. There's no way you can dodge the killing blows of the demigod soldier's true form, right? The White Lotus sect leader thought so and did the same with his hands. With the sharpness of the semi-divine weapon, if it gets hit, there will be no light damage. But the next picture. But it made the White Lotus sect leader dumbfounded. Seeing the semi-god's soft sword coming straight at him, Lin Fan did not dodge again, but raised his hand to block it in front of him, using his two white and slender fingers to gently open and clamp it. This little action, it's like handing you a cigarette and holding it between your fingers. But it was this small action of holding the cigarette that caught the demigod soldier. Regardless of the sharpness stimulated by the internal force or the power exerted by the White Lotus sect leader, the two white and slender fingers were calm and motionless, like the five-finger mountain of the Buddha. But compared to the Buddha's five-finger mountain, Lin Fan only has 2 fingers. But the effect is the same. The White Lotus sect leader's murderous intent was suppressed in this way, and no matter how hard the other party struggled, it was useless. How is this possible? The White Lotus sect leader muttered in a daze, never expecting that someone could suppress the attack of the semi-divine soldiers with the strength of their physical body, and at the same time suppress him, a top master. This sword is nice, but it would be a waste to give it to you. You should take it. Lin Fan still had a smile on his face, as if he had done something insignificant, but he still had to collect the spoils. The material of the opponent's soft sword was quite good. Don't even think about taking my sect's holy sword. The White Lotus sect leader was provoked by the words. His face showed madness, and he was ready to fight for his life. But no matter how hard he tried, the soft sword held between Lin Fan's 2 fingers could not move at all. Instead, because of this struggle, the opponent's middle gate opened wide. Faced with this situation, Lin Fan has never been polite. With just a light kick, the already injured White Lotus sect leader was kicked away. After this, not only was his weapon eventually taken away, but he himself was also severely injured again. The slightly collapsed chest not only had most of the bones broken, but also injured the internal organs. Puff. Blood vomited out again like crazy, even with some fragments of internal organs. See this? The leader of the White Lotus sect knew that he would not live long. Ahem. Let's die together. The White Lotus sect leader smiled crazily, then forcibly jumped up from the ground and smashed a control console down, completely destroying the surrounding control consoles. And when all this is done, the entire underground space began to shake. It started out very lightly, but soon became a rumbling and violent shaking. Self-destruct mechanism. When Lin Fan saw this scene, his eyes narrowed. What? Self-destruct? The other people present all widened their eyes. Although they didn't understand the details, they understood the meaning of self-destruction. There was still room for violent shaking, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was going to collapse soon. You guys go out first. This place is about to collapse. I can only hold it back for a while. Lin Fan came to the console and saw that it was destroyed, so he turned around and said to everyone, "Good." The situation was urgent, so Beitue and the others naturally did not hesitate and turned around and ran away without saying a word. Even the remaining White Lotus sect members ran away at this time. If you don't run, you will die. Aren't you leaving? The girl Tan Jingjing did not run away immediately, but asked Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and said, "I'm not in a hurry. I can't be crushed to death here." Without waiting for the other party to say anything, he said again, "Okay, you go out with your grandfather first. I need to delay the self-destruction of the mechanism and get something in the meantime." Good. The girl didn't say anything more after hearing this. She looked at Lin Fan intently, then turned around and left. Wait till everyone leaves. Lin Fan glanced at the White Lotus sect leader who was lying on the ground laughing triumphantly, then picked up the semi-divine soft sword he had confiscated and stabbed it somewhere on the damaged control console. I only heard a click, as if something was stuck. The violently shaking underground space unexpectedly became much calmer. You, the White Lotus sect leader, who was laughing triumphantly, seemed to be stuck when he saw this scene and could not laugh anymore. 128. White Lotus Saint. It's this bastard again. This is impossible. The White Lotus sect leader lost his mind again, completely losing his former charm. In the past, he wouldn't say that everything has been smooth sailing for him, but he hasn't encountered many setbacks either. But ever since he came into contact with Lin Fan, his fate began to change. First, all the confidants sent out failed to come back and leaked their own confidential information. From that time on, he embarked on a path of bad luck and was almost chopped to death by the Sword King. With the help of the Saint, he was able to regroup and achieve new glory. Everything went smoothly. This time, everything is proceeding as planned. But the accident happened again. And this accident, it's still Lin Fan. Not only did he break through all the mechanisms at lightning speed, but he also arrived at the control room where he was before he could react, and brought the 4 Supreme Masters with him. Facing the 4 Supreme Masters, especially the old and sinister ones, he had no resistance at all. In the end, they want to die together. It was ruined by Lin Fan again. This is simply a plague god, the nemesis of the White Lotus sect leader. Lin Fan glanced at the distraught White Lotus sect leader and said nothing. He was just a stray dog. There was no need to add insult to injury and lower his own status. In such disregard, it can be said that the White Lotus sect leader was deeply hurt, and even his last bit of energy was drained away. He lost. A complete defeat. Lin Fan ignored him and walked alone to a stone platform at the edge of the control area. This place looks like a place set up to display something, but in reality, there is nothing here. The whole place is made of common large bluestone, and there is nothing eye-catching about it. However, if you look closely, you can see the gaps between the bluestones, forming a unique pattern. Lin Fan walked a few steps on it, nodded slightly, then raised his feet and tapped several connected bluestones with special patterns in a specific order. It's similar to stepping on a rope. But as this set of movements was completed, the empty stone platform suddenly made a crackling sound. Then the center of the stone platform continued to flip open to both sides, and a metal frame rose from the bottom of the flipped stone platform with a click and stopped at a position half a person's height. When this shelf appeared, the abrupt stone platform looked instantly complete. The distraught leader of the White Lotus sect widened his eyes when he saw this scene. Their White Lotus sect had been here for a long time, otherwise they would not have been able to arrange this massacre. The treasures hidden inside have been searched countless times, leaving only a little bait. But now, Lin Fan casually opened up a place, or treasure, that they had no idea about. So concealed, even a fool knows that this is a real heavyweight item. At this moment, he regretted provoking this unfathomable person in front of him. If it happened again, he would definitely not accept the request of the virtuous prince. Unfortunately, there is no chance now. He has not much time left, and can only watch as the person he should not have provoked takes a box made of golden Manhwa from the raised iron frame. Crack! At this moment, the semi-god soft sword that was stuck in the control panel and delayed the self-destruction mechanism was suddenly ejected. Then the shaking in the ground, which had calmed down slightly, became violent again, and the passage in and out of the control room collapsed with a loud bang. When the White Lotus sect leader saw this scene, he was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter again. Haha, you're done. No matter how powerful you are, you will be buried with me. He laughed wildly with pride, and even his energy and spirit were restored a lot. In response to this, Lin Fan smiled slightly and did not refute the other party's words. Instead, he calmly walked over, picked up the flying semi-god soft sword, and walked towards the bluestone wall next to him. When you come to the wall, he took a deep breath and punched the wall. Although it was just an ordinary punch, a big hole was directly blasted into the solid bluestone wall. The terrifying burst of physical strength almost made the only spectator, the White Lotus sect leader, pop his eyes out. But soon he laughed again and said with a loud laugh, "It's useless. No matter how strong you are, you can't get out once you are deep underground. Be buried with us." After saying that, he was about to burst into laughter again. With Lin Fan, a powerful enemy, taking his place with him before his death was a worthy one. But it's the same as last time. Before he could laugh happily, the next scene made him unable to laugh again. Lin Fan unleashed a terrifying force, blasting a large hole in the bluestone wall. Then, a roar louder than the rumbling sound of the self-destruct mechanism came from the crack deep in the hole. Then, in the stunned gaze of the White Lotus sect leader, a hideous behemoth emerged from the crack of the pit, tearing through everything that was blocking it, and rumbled out. This is a huge black snake head, which is larger than the largest water tank that the White Lotus sect leader has ever seen. With its eerie luster, just one look at it makes people's scalp tingle. The leader of the White Lotus sect was really dying, but before he died, he witnessed major events again and again. What is this? The White Lotus sect leader murmured blankly. Lin Fan got what he wanted and was in a good mood. He smiled and replied, "A drilling snake. It's a treasure that can traverse the ground as if it were flat ground." Earth drilling snake. The White Lotus sect leader lost consciousness again. "Husband, please come in. This place is about to collapse. We can't stay here any longer." A pleasant voice came from the mouth of the ferocious giant snake. It was the sword spirit's daughter-in-law. Good. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and walked into the open snake mouth holding the real treasure. When Lin Fan walked in, the big snake closed its mouth, then its head spun wildly, turning into the sharpest drill bit, and then it turned around and drilled back into the wall. Looking at the huge hole and the huge monster rumbling away, the White Lotus sect leader's eyes dimmed completely, leaving only a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. A generation of cult leader, sleeping underground forever. Outside, as the self-destruct mechanism was activated, all the people who entered fled for their lives. However, when the underground space collapsed and the entire barren mountain turned into flat ground, the number of people in the martial arts world who were able to successfully walk out was less than 1/3 of the number who entered. Before entering, it's crowded here, but those who managed to escape were few and far between. Even fewer people can get anything out of it. Many people get nothing but injuries and nothing more than trouble. Only a few people had smiles on their faces and slipped away quietly after coming out. Here, there are Li Sandao's Lu Sandu and his two friends. The Jinwu division, led by the detective Zhue Ming, also came out smoothly. Although they looked dusty from the smiles of some of their subordinates, it was clear that they had made good profits. The detective Zhue Ming also had a smile on his face. Not only was he lucky enough to get some good stuff, but when he came out, he also ran into a few White Lotus sect members who were fleeing. These White Lotus members were so frightened, and with their terrorist-like behavior, they confessed without any interrogation that the killing plan was set up by their White Lotus sect. This is very much like Bin Laden. No matter what happens, he always jumps out to take responsibility. Just like this, he completed his mission this time. Moreover, a large number of unruly martial arts masters were killed underground to eliminate harm for the court. He could go back and try to take the credit for it. After all, he is fully responsible for everything here. With the blessing of these two merits, plus the merits accumulated before, let alone promotion, it is even possible to be granted a title. He will be the first among the 4 great detectives to be granted a title. Thinking of this, his heart was burning with passion. Humph. If no one hadn't stopped you, you would all have been buried underground. The White Lotus sect members, who were originally frightened, saw their mortal enemy Zhen Wuxi so happy. Suddenly, one of the stubborn sect members could not bear it anymore and snorted coldly. "Asshole, You still dare to be so stubborn." Seeing that he still dared to talk nonsense, the people from the Jinwu division immediately stepped forward and started beating him up with punches and kicks. However, the detective Zhue Ming ignored it and smiled even more brightly. The previous interrogation. He already knew that it was the team led by Old Man Beitawei that destroyed the White Lotus's conspiracy. As for who was leading the team of the old man with the northern leg, he knew it when he met him before. This counts. The two great achievements this time were given to him by Lin Fan. "Master Lin, you are truly my noble one." The detective Zhue Ming was inspired and decided to get closer to his benefactor in the future. As for Lin Fan being buried by the self-destruction of the mechanism, he had never even thought about it. How could a person who could easily thwart the White Lotus conspiracy and was unfathomable in all aspects be so overwhelmed by such a small crisis? Old Man Beitue and the others thought the same, so they didn't stay long and returned to the inn in the city. At the same time, in a mountain stream not far from the barren mountain, a few White Lotus members who managed to escape arrived here in a miserable state. When they saw a figure wearing a silver mask, they couldn't help but feel their eyes turn red and they knelt down. "Have you failed?" The silver-masked figure asked coldly, his eyes behind the mask devoid of emotion. Failed. The White Lotus sect member answered with difficulty, and after he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Waste. The silver-masked figure's eyes grew even colder, as he looked at the kneeling White Lotus followers with murderous intent. "We deserve death and have betrayed the saints' trust. Please punish us." The White Lotus sect knew that a disaster was coming, but they did not shirk or struggle. The figure with the silver mask was none other than the White Lotus Saint. If it were in the past, she would have dealt with all these losers without hesitation. But after suffering several setbacks, the White Lotus sect no longer had many elite believers. Each of those who have escaped is a first-class master, a middle or high-level figure in the sect. If you kill, no one will use it anymore. As for the secret power she possesses, it is not entirely under her personal control. Because of this, she took a deep breath and suppressed the murderous intent. "Tell me more specifically." The White Lotus Saint's voice was still clear and cold, but with a hint of weakness. Several White Lotus sect members bowed their heads even deeper and slowly told the story of what had happened. When she learned that the leader of the White Lotus sect had died underground, she just frowned and said nothing. But when she heard that the person who ruined the plan was Lin Fan, the person she had wanted to arrest before, she could no longer remain calm. "It's that bastard again." The White Lotus Saint became furious, and endless murderous intent flooded the place. By the time the murderous intent subsided, several White Lotus followers had already left, leaving only the White Lotus Saint. When she was left alone, she no longer concealed her anger and began to grit her teeth. "Just wait, you bastard. I'll make you pay the price soon." Because she was too excited, she subconsciously touched her belly with one of her jade hands. Then her expression became even colder, and she used strange body movements to disappear into the mountain stream. Naturally, this plan is not just about revenge against the major forces in the martial arts world, but also has deeper intentions. Too bad it was destroyed again. Lin Fan, her mortal enemy, was just like her nemesis, causing her to suffer setbacks again and again. This matter. Of course it can't end like this. 129. Supreme Secret Skill. "Husband, did you get any treasure from the treasure hunt this time?" The sword spirit controlled the mechanical snake and emerged from another mountain stream. It couldn't help but ask Lin Fan out of curiosity. She actually wanted to follow along on this secret treasure hunt, but she was responsible for different things, so she could only wait on the side. It can be said that she had been holding it in for a long time. Lin Fan didn't keep the secret and handed over the small box in his hand. The box is made of golden Manhwa wood, with mysterious patterns engraved on the surface and a gold-forged lock hanging on it. Just by looking at the appearance, you can tell that this is not a simple item. "Is this the treasure we found inside?" The sword spirit only took one look and his eyes brightened. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Yes, this is the treasure we are looking for inside, and it is also the largest treasure in this secret place." "The biggest treasure?" The sword spirit's breathing became a little heavy. She knew how big the underground space was, and she knew it better than anyone else as she controlled the mechanical snake. It was truly a monumental feat. She naturally knew that the real treasures in a place like this could not be simple. "What's in there?" She couldn't suppress her curiosity. "You'll know after you take a look." Lin Fan smiled and said when he saw his wife's cute appearance. Then, under the gaze of the two, he exerted a little force and took off the golden lock. "Take this. I'll make you a golden phoenix hairpin when I have time." Lin Fan threw the gold lock in his hand to his wife. The gold used in this lock was of very high purity and looked very beautiful. The sword spirit naturally would not refuse, and happily put the golden lock away. She doesn't lack these things, but these are the gifts from her husband. After getting rid of the gold lock, Lin Fan slowly opened the box. The space in the box is not very big, about the size of an adult shoe box. There was nothing fancy inside, just a few books with gold-rimmed edges. Martial Arts Secret Manual? When the sword spirit saw these books, his eyes brightened again. Because she knew very well what her husband was trying to achieve by taking this trip. Lin Fan's eyes also brightened slightly. This was indeed what he wanted. The box made of golden Manhwa is very suitable for storing items. In addition, these books are all made of special materials and will not decay with the passage of time. Lin Fan picked up the top one, which looked just like it had just been printed. Kongtong, Sword Technique. On the surface of this book, there are large and magnificent characters written in a flamboyant style. It's actually the Kongtong sword technique that has been lost in the martial arts world for 100 years. When he saw the words above, the sword spirit covered his mouth and cried out softly. Do you recognize this sword manual? Judging from your reaction, could it be a good thing? When Lin Fan saw his wife's reaction, he knew that this was something interesting. After all, among all the wives, Jianling's knowledge and experience can be said to be the most extensive. Ordinary things are unlikely to cause her any waves, and only truly good things will do so. Indeed, it was. Upon hearing this, the sword spirit nodded and said, it is indeed a good thing. 100 years ago, the current territory of the Dalong dynasty was still ruled by the previous dynasty. In that era, besides our divine sword villa, there was another sect that was extremely skilled in the use of swords. This sect was the Kongtong sword sect. This book of Kongtong sword technique comes from this Kongtong sword sect. Lin Fan understood instantly. The sword spirit nodded again. Yes, the Kongtong sword technique originated from this sword school. I thought that the other party was destroyed by the great ancestor of Dalong, and this top-level sword technique was completely lost. I didn't expect it to be preserved in this secret place. My husband is indeed a person with great luck. Lin Fan grinned upon hearing his wife's praise, then asked curiously, this sword sect must be quite influential. Why did the great ancestor of Dalong so forcefully destroy it? The sword spirit replied, it's very simple. The other party was standing in the wrong position. Lin Fan understood immediately after hearing this. Without asking any more questions, he turned to check the other martial arts secrets in the box. The sword technique at the top is already so awesome, so the ones below it are definitely more worth looking forward to. After all, good things sink to the bottom, and this is a universal truth everywhere. In fact, he was not disappointed. There are 3 secret books below, one of which is the Supreme Spear Technique, and one is the Leg Technique, both of which are no less than the Kongtong sword technique. The third book is not a manual of secret techniques, but a set of matching manuals of internal skills. 9 transformations of the reversed dragon. The same dragon flying and phoenix dancing font was used, but the name of this secret book exuded an imperial aura. Obviously, the person who wrote these characters was a royal figure. Linger, have you heard of this martial arts secret manual? Lin Fan took it in his hand, looked through it, and asked his wife. The sword spirit frowned slightly, thought carefully, and then shook his head and said, I haven't heard of it, but if it dares to use this name, this martial arts secret manual should not be too simple, and it may even surpass the Kongtong sword technique. Lin Fan nodded slightly upon hearing this, and prepared to put away this martial arts secret book. Husband, wait a minute. At this moment, the sword spirit spoke up to stop the action, then took the secret book of the 9 transformations of the reverse dragon in his hand, and quickly flipped through it, frowning and thinking from time to time. After a while, she then said excitedly, Husband, I think I recognize him. You recognized it? Lin Fan stopped what he was doing. Uh-huh. The sword spirit nodded excitedly, carefully flipping through the secret book in his hand, and said, It is rumored that the royal family of the previous dynasty collected martial arts from all over the world, hoping to create a supreme martial art that far surpasses the current ones. Unfortunately, before they could complete it, they were overthrown by the Taizu emperor of the current dynasty, and this plan was declared a failure. But besides this rumor, there is another rumor, which is that the royal family of the previous dynasty actually succeeded, gathering martial arts from all over the world, and there were multiple martial arts masters, creating an even stronger supreme martial art. However, because the current Taizu's offensive was too fast, coupled with the appearance of a traitor, the creation was not yet put to use, and was destroyed by the army led by the Taizu, and this supreme martial art was lost forever. You're not trying to say that this 9 transformations of the dragon reversing is a supreme martial art created by the power of the previous dynasty's royal family and the world, right? Lin Fan was also a little excited. The sword spirit nodded vigorously. Back then, an elder from our divine sword villa assisted Emperor Taizu and personally participated in the extermination of key members of the royal family. In his notes, there are fragments of this record. It's been so long that I couldn't recall it at the moment, but now I realized it's almost identical to what was recorded. Lin Fan took this supreme skill back into his hands. This thing was exactly what he wanted most this time. Unexpectedly, I actually got it. With this supreme skill, his guard team can be completely formed. My dear, this supreme martial art created by the royal family of the previous dynasty with all their might must not be publicized. Otherwise, not only will countless martial arts masters covet it, but even the current royal family will take action. The sword spirit warned. Lin Fan nodded slightly, naturally understanding this point. The sword spirit hesitated and said, "The guards are all from our family, and none of them are proficient in martial arts. We can cover it up by changing their names. However, according to this agreement, the martial arts secrets we obtain must be shared with Patriarch Tan, which is a bit troublesome. As one of the 4 great powers, it is absolutely impossible for them to be united as a single entity. It is inevitable that there are traitors from various major forces infiltrating them. Just like the Divine Sword Villa, when the Badeo Villa just started cooperating with the master craftsman Lin Fan, it knew about it immediately. Although the power that Old Man Beitue belongs to is family-based, it also has many descendants from other families, so it is impossible for them to be united. If you share the 9 transformations of the reverse dragon with others, there is a high chance that it will be leaked. By that time, you can't live in peace unless you share it with the whole world. Husband, you contributed the most this time, and it was almost all your effort that enabled us to obtain these secret manuals. Linger selfishly felt that other martial arts secret manuals could be shared with them, but there was no need to share this 9 transformations of the dragon reverse with them. The sword spirit spoke again and said that she was not a selfish person, but now, not only was she selfish, she also persuaded her husband to be selfish. No way. The impact of this thing is so great that even the current royal family may be affected. When Lin Fan saw his wife's careful consolation, he suddenly smiled. Does he seem like that kind of pedantic person? Although people should be honest, it also depends on whether this honesty will harm themselves. There was another point that the sword spirit said that was correct. This time he could be said to have contributed the most and should have gotten the lion's share of the profits. Anyone who is willing to share the other 3 top-notch skills is a magnanimous gentleman. After all, even if he didn't take it out, the other party wouldn't be able to say anything about it. Thank you, Linger, for your reminder. Don't worry, your husband is not a pedantic person. Lin Fan smiled and scratched his wife's pretty nose, then spoke gently. Every daughter-in-law is so gentle and considerate. It's such a blessing. In the city, when Old Man Beitue and the others came back, they waited here as agreed. He vented his anger at the White Lotus sect, and the young man's mood recovered a lot. Now waiting in the inn room, he couldn't help but speak again. Master, most of these martial arts manuals and silver coins were obtained through our hard work, especially the latter, which we obtained alone. Do we really want to split it all with that person? This time, the young man did not mix emotions, but took a public perspective. After all, many of these things were obtained by them from picking corpses along the way, and could be considered as spoils of their hard work. There are so many of them contributing, and Lin Fan is just one person. Even if his contribution is greater than theirs, it shouldn't be divided equally. The 2 middle-aged men did not speak, but from their hesitant expressions, it could be seen that they had some similar thoughts in their hearts. They all admired Lin Fan very much, and believed that brothers should settle accounts clearly. If it was just a small amount, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the profit from searching corpses along the way was beyond imagination. Especially when they came out, they picked up a box of gold ingots. Although the ratio of gold to silver is not as high as that of copper coins, because gold is scarce in this world, it is about 1 to 100. This huge box is worth tens of thousands of taels. This terrifying amount could not remain indifferent even if they were one of the 4 great powers. With this profit, you can buy a lot of pills to improve your own strength. The old man with the northern leg had a blank expression on his face, and was obviously calculating the pros and cons of the matter. Only the young girl could not help but frown at this time and said, "How can we break an agreement? This is not in line with the way of doing things." Junior sister, you. The young man's face became anxious and he was about to say something else, but before he could say anything, there was a knock on the door of their room. When the door opened, it was Lin Fan and his wife who knocked on the door with a smile on their faces. When he saw the person they had just discussed with appeared the next moment, Even the old man Beidawei felt a little embarrassed. Although Lin Fan didn't say anything, with the hearing ability of a martial artist, he obviously heard their discussion. How do we divide this treasure? 130. Each takes his own profits. Master Lin. When they saw Lin Fan and his wife, everyone except the young man greeted them politely, but their expressions were a little awkward. The girl felt even more embarrassed and lowered her head with a red face. Although she was against it, her family members became greedy and were caught on the spot. Even if you have a thick skin, you can't be honest at this time. Lin Fan didn't argue and just smiled and greeted him. Once you enter the room, he then spoke. I did hear what you said just now. Don't feel embarrassed. After all, I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't contribute in the back, so it's really unfair for you to participate in the distribution. Let's just share the front part. After hearing Lin Fan's words, the old man with northern legs also began to feel embarrassed. In fact, he didn't intend to do so. After all, he has been in the world for so many years and his reputation is still very good. But before he could refute his disciple's words, Lin Fan happened to arrive. Can this be explained? The two middle-aged men were even more embarrassed. After all, they did have some thoughts about it. There is nothing to explain at this point. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled and said, there's no need for that. It's just some money after all. This is the truth. Dan Pavilion is now very popular across the country and is sought after by countless martial artists. Even the army of the Dalong dynasty is interested in cooperating with Dan Pavilion and asking it to help provide daily elixirs, saying that he makes a fortune every day. Those are all implicit words. It was just a few tens of thousands of taels of silver, not enough to make him interested. But there is one thing. Since the other party thought so, there was no need for him to take out the secret book that he had obtained on his own. After all, that's what the other party said. Half an hour later, the two sides said goodbye at the door of the inn. Lin Fan did not take the money the other party had obtained, but only copied the skills in the bait secret room. Although there are top-level secret manuals and even the supreme level of 9 transformations of the reverse dragon, these ordinary skills are still very good for laying a solid foundation in the early stages. The young man didn't realize what his words had caused him to miss out on. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't get a penny, he immediately became complacent, feeling that he had gotten rid of his anger. Humph. After all, he's just an outsider. He looked in the direction where Lin Fan left and suddenly snorted in triumph. The girl looked at him, and the disappointment in her eyes became even stronger. In the past, she thought that the other party was good. Not only was he extremely talented, but he also had a gentle personality. She had even had some thoughts about her grandfather's matchmaking. But now, she felt that the other person was not as good as she had thought before and could even be said to be bad. Shaking her head in disappointment, she didn't look at the other person again, but watched the figure go away. Lin Fan didn't know what these people were thinking. He took his wife out of the city and walked towards the mechanical snake. My dear, these people think they have made a profit, but they don't know that they are picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. The sword spirit said with a smile, obviously in a very good mood. Lin Fan smiled and shook her head. Your husband has been treated like this, and you are still happy. Why are you unhappy? The sword spirit said. It's a good thing I didn't laugh when I saw these people suffer such a loss. Okay, as long as you're happy. Lin Fan reached out and touched his wife's hair lovingly. The sword spirit laughed even more happily, and after a while, he joked. My husband, that girl from the Tan family has a very good personality and is also very pretty. Do you want to marry her? Lin Fan said angrily. What are you thinking? Do you really think your husband is an old cow in the production team who wants every pretty girl he sees? Then I can just get married and don't have to do anything else. Haha, isn't that good? The sword spirit continued to joke. Lin Fan was so shocked by this that he sneered and retorted. Okay, that's what you said. Once I get home and take care of the things I have on hand, I'll go to the Tan family and propose marriage. Okay, I'll go with you then. The sword spirit was not defeated by the counterattack. Instead, he smiled and said that he wanted to go together. You little girl, you dare to tease your husband? I'll punish you. Oh, my husband, please don't. Hee. You said you don't want it, so you don't want it? Look at my husband's dragon claw hand. Hate. Hee. The couple played around like this until they came to the mountain stream where the mechanical snake was parked and started their return journey. The work is done. This time, the two were even less anxious. Whenever we pass by a nice place along the way, we will stop to play and catch some food. I played with Dao Meow Meow last time, and now I'm making up for it with Blade Spirit. Certainly, when he has free time, Lin Fan also plans to take his other wives out for a trip, and he cannot favor one over the other. 10 days away from home, Lin Fan returned to his own manor again. The old butler was still the first one. Apparently, He had been waiting at the gatehouse when his master left home. He was very conscientious in this regard and was always ready to receive his master's orders. Next came the wives at home. Each of them came out to greet him, especially Dao Miao Miao. Her belly was becoming more and more obvious, but she was still jumping and skipping and jumped onto Lin Fan. This scared Lin Fan, and he hurriedly caught the other person. When can you change your impulsiveness? Lin Fan couldn't stop having a headache. Humph, I don't want to change it. Dao Miao Miao said proudly, burying herself in Lin Fan's arms. These days, she could be said to have thought badly of Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. With so many wives, he just had no good way to deal with this. Okay, come down first. There are so many people watching us. We'll hug each other properly when we get back to the room. Lin Fan shook his head. Dao Miao Miao felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. There were many servants around. Although she lowered her head very tactfully, it still had a bad impact. I'm not afraid. Dao Miao Miao kept yelling stubbornly, but she still got off Lin Fan obediently. Husband. Yi Xiaoro and the other two girls also walked forward, with tenderness in each of their eyes. Well, you've worked hard these days. Go back to the house first. It's cold outside. Lin Fan smiled and nodded to his wives, then asked them to go back to the house. This time, from noon back to afternoon again. After relieving his wife's homesickness, Lin Fan began to deal with current matters. Wang Erxiao was the first to come forward and report. Brother Fan, the Yunyang you asked me to find last time has been found. However, she said that the sixth madam was not hers, but a colleague's. They couldn't find a suitable family, so they asked her to help. Have you gone to find this colleague? Lin Fan asked with a neutral expression. The last time the White Lotus Saint was lurking there to cause trouble, even though she had fallen into the trap, some of her accomplices would definitely not act as if nothing had happened. I found it, Wang Erxiao said, but this colleague had already passed away when we went to look for him. The neighbors said he had suddenly contracted a serious illness and died within 2 days. Suddenly contracted a serious illness? Lin Fan sneered when he heard this, but the other party was an accomplice to evil, so he would be dead if he died. Let's just leave it at that. Lin Fan didn't plan to pursue the matter any further. After all, Datu was his woman. Even though she is still jumping around, it is impossible for her to escape from his Five Fingers Mountain. The token of love gift given on the wedding night is more than just a gift. Let's end this matter here. Go and call Eru to me. Lin Fan gave orders. Wang Erxiao nodded and left. After a while, Su Eru came hurriedly. Brother Fan, are you looking for me? Su Eru said with a silly smile. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Well, the guards have to be soaked in the medicine these days, right? In reply to Brother Fan, we have all been soaked according to your instructions. Now, not only the men in Sujia village, but also the children taken back from the government orphanage have become much stronger. Su Eru nodded in response when he heard this. Let them gather at the training ground. Good. After a cup of tea, a group of people wearing black tights and full of energy gathered in the martial arts arena. These figures are divided into 2 groups. One group is strong men, and the other group is children with high fighting spirit. When they saw Lin Fan appear, they all showed enthusiasm. Obviously, Wang Erxiao, the right-hand man, has not been idle these days. Su Eru is responsible for training and management, while Wang Erxiao is responsible for ideological issues. With the support of various favorable conditions, the Lin family guards at this time are extremely loyal to Lin Fan. Especially for those helpless children, Lin Fan has become their spiritual pillar. Only by following the master of the house can you have food to eat. Only by following the master of the house can you have clothes to wear. Only by following the master of the house can you not be helpless. Only by following the master of the house can you. These thoughts are always lingering in their minds, deeply engraved in the depths of their minds. Everyone is very good. It seems that you have not been slacking off these days. Lin Fan looked at the energetic guards and smiled with satisfaction. Die for the master. The guards only had one sentence to say about this, but their momentum was soaring into the sky. Lin family guards. There are a total of 45 men from Sujia village. Each of them is in his prime, with the oldest being only 23 or 24, which is the prime time of their lives. Although he had missed the best period for martial arts training, he had Lin Fan's physique-strengthening medicine to build his foundation, as well as various substances to support him. It was definitely not too late to practice martial arts now, and he would have the opportunity to reach the top in the future. There were a total of 30 children brought back from the orphanage. The oldest was 10 years old, and the youngest was only 3.5 years old, and the childishness on their faces had not yet faded. However, the hardships they experienced since childhood have given them a toughness that is beyond their age. After being strengthened by the physical medicine, each of them stood proudly like a little tiger cub. Even in the face of biting cold wind, they did not frown. A specially made children's version of tight-fitting robes makes them look like little masters. These specially made robes were made at Lin Fan's order, and all the guards were the same ones. But the men in Suja village wore black clothes with silver edges, while the children wore all black. This is not discrimination. Instead, they are the men from Suja village who will serve as the guards of the escort team, that is, the guards in public. And those children will serve as the secret guard of the escort team. The responsibilities of both parties are slightly different, but both are to protect the safety of Lin Fan and his family. This martial arts technique is the unique skill of our Lin family. I will pass on the first half to you later. Remember to study hard. If you perform well, I will pass on the second half. Lin Fan gave him a few simple words of instruction, then took out the revised 9 transformations of the Dragon Reverse. This is a supreme level of unique skills, far surpassing the current top martial arts in the world, and has a huge impact. The revised version not only changed the name, but also only released the first half. However, even if it is the first half, it is completely possible to practice, and even practice it to the highest level, reaching the level of the 4 Supreme Masters and being the best among them. This unique internal skill has a total of 9 transformations, each representing a new realm. The first transformation corresponds to a third-rate master, the second is second-rate, the third is first-rate, the fourth is super first-rate, and the fifth transformation, which is the last transformation of the first half, corresponds to the peerless masters in the martial arts world. Lin Fan took the revised 9 transformations of the Reverse Dragon and introduced it to the guards below. The members of the guard team present all became enthusiastic after hearing this introduction. These days, not only did Su Eru devote himself to training, but Dao Miao Miao, the head of the family, would also come to help with training when she was bored and introduce some things about the martial arts world. The level of the martial arts master had obviously been told long ago. In the past, being able to become a third-rate master is enough to make them feel free and easy. Just like Wang Wei in the past, he could act arrogantly in the village and no one dared to mess with him. Now third-rate is just the starting point. How could they not be excited? Master, if you practice the first half of your family's unique skills, can you really reach the level of a peerless master? Faced with this situation, even Su Eru, the leader of the guards, became excited. Outside, he always called Lin Fan the head of the family to establish the head of the family's authority. Lin Fan nodded upon hearing this. Yes, if you practice the first half to the 5th transformation, you can reach the peerless level. Hiss. Su Eru took a deep breath. Having been with Lin Fan for so long, he naturally understood what the level of peerless master represented. No need to say. He looked at the secret book in Lin Fan's hand again, his eyes almost bursting with fire. You are the leader of the guards. You will be responsible for teaching this family's unique skills to others. If you perform well, you will be given priority in the second half. Lin Fan smiled and handed the secret book over and said some words of encouragement. Don't worry, master. Eru will not let you down and will ensure it's done beautifully. Su Eru took the secret book, patted his chest hard, and promised loudly. It was obviously a very light-bound book, but at this moment he felt it was extremely heavy. As for these 2 martial arts books, you should also arrange for the guards to practice them daily. The spear technique book will be given to the visible guards, and the sword technique book will be given to the hidden guards. Lin Fan threw out 2 more martial arts books, which were the spear and sword techniques he had acquired with the 9 changes of the Nilong. Yes. Su Eru took it respectfully again. This is a unique set of leg techniques. If you practice it, it will make you more mobile. Lin Fan thought about it and threw out the remaining leg technique book. The unique skills that can drive countless martial arts masters crazy are now thrown away to him like cabbage. Thank you, Patriarch. When Su Eru saw that he had his own, he happily put it away. Brother Fan still prefers me. Thinking of this, Su Eru's enthusiasm instantly increased. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled, without saying anything. He encouraged the guards again and returned to the gentle land of the inner courtyard, where he began to love his wife again. Just when Lin Fan had arranged everything and was enjoying the gentle countryside, the White Lotus Saint, who had left the mountain stream, also returned to the new headquarters of the White Lotus sect. With the help of the secret power, the reconstruction of the White Lotus sect went very smoothly. However, without the White Lotus sect leader, many matters would have to be handled by her alone. However, when she returned to the main hall, before she had time to deal with the teaching affairs, a figure dressed in black and also wearing a black iron mask appeared silently in front of her. Saintess, the Lord invites you. 131. The mysterious existence of the White Lotus sect. The new headquarters of the White Lotus sect. The main seat in the main hall where the congregation holds meetings. A tall and straight man in a navy blue robe stood with his hands behind his back, looking up slightly at a gorgeous snow-white lotus hanging on the wall of the main seat. Although he was just standing there quietly, a mysterious aura permeated his body. When the White Lotus Saint saw this figure, she took a deep breath and walked into the hall. Hearing the footsteps, the man standing with his hands behind his back slowly turned around. He also wore a mask, but it was golden, and his eyes, visible outside the mask, were as deep as the sea. "Are you back?" The man spoke calmly, his voice gentle and without any pressure. But the White Lotus Saint, who had always been arrogant, restrained her coldness at this moment. "I'm back. I'm glad you're back. Come sit down." The golden-masked figure nodded with a chuckle. "Good." The White Lotus Saint took another deep breath and sat down on the side seat of the hall. "I heard that you failed in this blood sacrifice, and even Bai Lian was killed in it, right?" After the White Lotus Saint sat down, the golden-masked figure spoke again. The White Lotus Saint lowered her head slightly. "Tell me the specific reasons. Logically, it shouldn't have failed." The golden-masked figure asked, his voice becoming a little colder. Inside the manor, Lin Fan got up from the gentle embrace, feeling refreshed. The wives learned to be more caring and loving, which allowed him to experience more of the happiness of being a man. A month has passed since we came back from the treasure hunt and handed it over to the guard team for training. During this month, overall, the situation is relatively calm and is developing in a normal direction. Not only is the guard team growing rapidly every day, but even the 3 daughters-in-law who have never practiced martial arts have also improved rapidly after practicing the 9 changes of the reverse dragon. The supreme martial art, 9 transformations of the reverse dragon, not only has no external requirements for practice, but can also improve physical fitness. Even if someone is not suitable for martial arts, by practicing this supreme martial art, they can slowly transform into a genius. Not to mention the powerful strength after training. The fact that this can change the practitioner's physique and make them suitable for martial arts training is enough to drive any major force, or even anyone, crazy. The ambition of the royal family of the previous dynasty to gather all the strength in the world to create such a supreme martial art is more terrifying than you can imagine. After all, if the first few changes of this technique were to be passed on to a loyal army, who in this army of warriors composed entirely of first and second-rate masters would be able to rival it. As long as the royal family grasps the following changes, they can use this to firmly control the top military officials. Lin Fan had no doubt that if this supreme martial art was leaked out, the royal family of the current dynasty would definitely be the first to cause trouble for him and put him in trouble. But that's only temporary. As long as he is given some more time, even if the royal family wants to cause trouble for him, they will have to think carefully. "Boss, how many 1,000-year-old ginseng have you collected so far?" Lin Fan summoned the chief shopkeeper and asked directly. The chief manager now holds great power and is the #1 manager of Dan Pavilion. He is sought after by countless martial arts masters, and even the 4 great forces treat him with courtesy. However, when facing Lin Fan, he was still respectful. Upon hearing the question, he bowed and replied without hesitation. "Pavilion Master, through the influence of the Alchemy Pavilion and the exchange of elixirs for internal strength, I have now collected 10 of the 1,000-year-old ginseng you requested." "Very good." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. 1,000-year-old ginseng is extremely rare and is a priceless commodity that cannot be purchased even if you have money. But this precious item is the main ingredient for refining the Dahuan pill. If the Lin family guard team wants to grow quickly and deal with various crises in the future, this is a necessity. Now the manager can get 10 of them, which can meet the current needs. Each 1,000-year-old ginseng can be used to make 10 Dahuan Dan pills, which is almost enough. Upon receiving praise from his master, the chief shopkeeper smiled brightly like a chrysanthemum and bowed deeply again with respect, saying, "These are all my duties." The 2 of them exchanged a few words, and the shopkeeper presented a long wooden box, which contained the 1,000-year-old ginseng that had been collected in recent days. Lin Fan took them and looked at them. Each one was well preserved and could be used to refine the Dahuan pill. Continue collecting. There are other precious medicines that are over 1,000 years old. The same goes for them. Lin Fan put away the 1,000-year-old ginseng he had collected and gave orders again. "Yes, sir." The chief shopkeeper respectfully accepts the order. After explaining everything, Lin Fan prepared to start refining the elixir immediately. But he was stopped by the chief shopkeeper. "What else?" Lin Fan stopped and asked. The head shopkeeper hesitated and said, "Master, you previously stated that the person with the highest monthly accumulated spending in the Dan Pavilion will have the opportunity to visit you." "Oh, you're talking about this." Lin Fan laughed when he heard this. "If you hadn't mentioned this, I would have almost forgotten about it. But now that you mention it, I believe I've figured it out. Well, when he comes, just bring him to me directly. The head shopkeeper said. He arrived a few days ago and is currently at the Tianfeng County Inn. Because you've been busy these days, this matter has been put on hold for the time being. Are you here already? Lin Fan nodded slightly. Then bring him here, directly to the manor. These days, during the day, he forged some matching weapons and hidden weapons for his guard team, and at night, he comforted his young wife and vented his accumulated power. Because Dao Miao Miao's belly is getting bigger and bigger, the other wives are deeply stimulated. They can be said to be particularly proactive these days. As long as it gets dark, they will take a bath and wait for the king's favor. In this case, Lin Fan, this old cow, is indeed very busy. However, Dan Pavilion was his industry for rapidly accumulating capital, so it could not be put aside. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to deal with it as soon as possible to avoid affecting the reputation of Dan Pavilion. Yes, the chief manager naturally had no objection and went down to make the arrangements after receiving the instructions. The largest inn in Tianfeng County. Li Sandow has been feeling a little restless these days and has not been able to sleep well every day. By deceiving his own sect leader, emptying his capital, and borrowing from all his friends, he finally won the first place in the accumulated consumption list last month and got the opportunity to visit the magic pharmacist. But after being here for several days, I have been delayed again and again by Dan Pavilion. The first few days were fine. After all, the divine pharmacist is a very capable person, and it is definitely impossible for him to have free time all the time. But as time went on, he could no longer remain calm. Is this a deliberate prank? Of course not. Dan Pavilion recruited so many high-level pharmacists. Rumor has it that they were willing to join because they saw the divine pharmacist's miraculous skills. Li Sandow was so anxious that he paced back and forth in the room and couldn't calm down. Young man, calm down. It's only been a short while. Are you already overwhelmed? There was another figure in the room. Seeing that he was running around in a hurry, he immediately sat down and talked with a smile, as if his waist didn't hurt. Li Sandow glared when he heard this, then nodded and said, Okay, you want to be calm, right? Then I won't pay you back the money I owe you. See if this is enough to keep you calm. How dare you, you little brat. The person who was watching the show with a smile just now suddenly got furious. Shouldn't you stay calm? Li Sandow glanced at the other person. The spectator was immediately frustrated, and after a while he pretended to sigh and said, Young people nowadays just don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young, and they don't know the kindness of others. The world is going downhill. Old venomous ghost, stop being so sarcastic. Are you the only one who is still a good person? Li Sandow shouted angrily. The person watching the show was none other than his mortal enemy Lu Sandu. I don't know if it's the power of love or something else, but the two enemies actually came together. You young man, you are really... Lu Sandu was not one to suffer any loss, so he prepared to speak back. But before he could finish, there was a knock on the door of the room where they were staying. Who? Li Sandow subconsciously picked up his big iron knife. People in the martial arts world were often chopped, and it had become an instinct. Lu Sandu didn't make any big moves, but he quietly took out a handful of poison sticks. I'm Qindong, the head treasury manager of Dan Pavilion. May I ask if the person living here is Master Li Sandow? A calm voice came in, making Li Sandow's eyes instantly as bright as light bulbs. I am Li Sandow. Li Sandow immediately shouted back, then quickly opened the door. Eye-catching. It was the chief manager himself. Seeing Li Sandow, a big customer, he smiled and said, Sir Li Sandow, our Alchemy Pavilion's divine pharmacist happens to be free today. I wonder if you have time. Yes, I have so much. Li Sandow understood everything and nodded his head almost to pieces. The chief manager smiled slightly when he saw this and was obviously very satisfied with this reaction. An hour later, Li Sandow, who was originally excited, suddenly became unhappy because he was taken by the chief shopkeeper to a place he least wanted to go. Shopkeeper, senior divine pharmacist, could it be that he lives in this manor? Li Sandow pointed at the large manor in front of him and asked with a nervous look. The head shopkeeper didn't know about the twists and turns, so he nodded and said, Yes, our Dan Pavilion's divine pharmacist lives in this manor. He has already given instructions, so you can go in directly. Li Sandow felt even more scalp-numbing. There is no way it wouldn't be numb, because this manor was the place where he climbed over the wall last time and almost lost his life. The flesh that was cut off from my buttocks hasn't grown back yet. Go in again. Isn't this just walking into a trap? As for Lu Sandu, who wanted to join in the fun, he just ran away at this moment. What the hell? Li Sandow wanted to start cursing, but he couldn't care less at this moment. because after the manager explained to him, he went forward and opened the door. A man who was still fresh in his memory from last time walked out from the open door. This man just happened to come out and was about to go out to do something. But when he saw him, he stopped instantly and quickly took off the strong bow on his back. And seeing this scene, Lee Sandow subconsciously prepared to run away. 132, drag him down and chop him off. Pavilion master, something happened. The head shopkeeper rushed in and started speaking classic quotations. Lin Fan was originally drinking tea and teasing the maid Xiao Qing, but after being teased like this, he immediately said angrily, "What happened? You're in such a hurry." The chief shopkeeper didn't care about these things and said breathlessly, "Master, Su Eru is in charge of him." What happened to Eru? Lin Fan frowned slightly when he heard this, thinking that something really big had happened. The head shopkeeper said. He and the top spender started fighting the moment they met. Lin Fan. This is indeed no small matter. At the gate of the manor, Lee Sandow's face was full of doubts about his life. When Lin Fan was notified and came out with the chief manager, he had already been captured. There were 2 arrows stuck in his butt, and he looked as miserable as could be. What's going on? Lin Fan asked when he saw this situation. There is no reason for the rich man of Dan Pavilion to be treated like this. If it gets out, it will affect his reputation. No wonder the manager is so anxious. When Su Eru saw Lin Fan approaching, he released his hold on Lee Sandow and stepped forward to greet him. Upon hearing this, he replied, "Master, this fellow isn't a good person. He was one of the thieves who broke into our home before. I shot him in the butt with an arrow back then, so I could recognize his but from a distance." Oh, Lin Fan took a look at what he said and then ordered, "Bring him in first." "Yes." Su Eru responded, and then arranged for the main guards to come and tie the other party up. No need to tie it, just leave it like this. After all, he was at the top of Dan Pavilion's spending list, so Lin Fan gave him some face. Good. Su Eru responded again, and then personally brought Lee Sandow in. Not only has he been soaking in the strengthening medicine these days, but a few days ago, Lin Fan also gave him a leftover Dahuan Dan. Now he has the strength of a first-class master. The 9 transformations of the reverse dragon is an unparalleled martial art, and the first-rate one who cultivates it is naturally not an ordinary first-rate one. Coupled with his talent as an archer, Lee Sandow, who had no desire to fight, was easily defeated. Now being carried like a chicken, Lee Sandow did not resist, but his face was full of doubts about his life. He was the first one to rush to the door and offer his life. Arrived inside the house, he was thrown to the ground. Lee Sandow finally recovered and began to beg for mercy. "Please spare me, my dear. I didn't mean to offend you. Everything was arranged by our sect leader, that evil fellow. I was forced into it. I'm a good man. Are you a good person?" Lin Fan laughed when he heard this. "Then why did I see you chasing people with a large sword in the secret vault? The sword was almost bent when you chopped it off. Could it be that I was seeing things?" Lee Sandow was speechless, and an expression of embarrassment appeared on his face. "I didn't expect to meet someone I know." Although the two sides only met briefly, he recognized Lin Fan. His trick was exposed, and Lee Sandow gave up the act. He said dejectedly, "I'm not a good person, but what happened last time was indeed arranged by our leader. I was just following orders. We have no grudges against each other. So there's no responsibility?" Lin Fan smiled and remained unmoved. "Okay, I do take responsibility. You can kill me or chop me up as you please." Lee Sandow completely gave up and lay down. In response, Lin Fan calmly said, "Eru, drag him away and skin him alive." "Yes." Su Eru bowed and accepted the order, walked forward with a sneer, and prepared to kill people and loot corpses. I don't know when he started to develop this hobby. Lee Sandow didn't expect Lin Fan to be so decisive. He thought that Lin Fan had kept him until now because he had some instructions or was concerned about his status as the top consumer. But unexpectedly, he actually got skinned for trying to advance by retreating. "Wait a minute, my good man. Give me 3 swords, and I'll pay you back for it." When Lee Sandow saw Su Eru's shining eyes, he suddenly panicked and quickly begged for mercy. "Oh, did the compensation cover it?" Lin Fan raised his hand to stop the insatiable corpse-touching maniac. He wanted to play tricks on him. How could this be possible? Yes, the compensation will make up for it." Lee Sandow nodded repeatedly and lay on the ground without caring about the pain in his butt. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Now that you're here, I believe you know who I am. I'm a divine pharmacist and the head of the Dan Pavilion. I don't care about ordinary things. Are you sure you have something that can compensate for it?" "Yes, absolutely," Lee Sandow replied confidently. Lin Fan nodded slightly. "Then take it out. I also want to see what makes you so confident." Lee Sandow struggled to take out a long wooden box from his robe. Seeing this, Su Eru snatched it away and, after making sure there was no problem, handed it to Lin Fan. Seeing the treasure he had worked so hard to get being snatched away, Li Sandao's face was full of pain. He had originally planned to rely on this treasure to ask the divine pharmacist for a Dahuan Dan, but now he had to use it to buy a way to save his life. He was so unlucky. What's this? Lin Fan took the wooden box, looked at it, and then looked at the other party and asked. Li Sandao replied with a pained look on his face. This is a wild ginseng that's 3,000 years old. I went through a lot of trouble to get it when I went into the secret place last time. This time he wasn't acting. He was really in so much pain that he almost fainted. This thing, even if I eat it directly, my power will increase dramatically, but now it's all gone. 3,000-year-old wild ginseng. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard that. He looked at the other person and smiled. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually managed to get a treasure from it. That's great. Haha, not bad. Li Sandao forced himself to smile, but he was furious inside. So what if I'm lucky? Now I'm working for you for free, and I'm such a fool that I just came to your door. This stuff is really good, enough to make up for your previous sins. Eru, help this warrior pull out the arrow from his butt and sprinkle some of the special wound medicine I gave you. Lin Fan opened the wooden box and took a look. Seeing that it was indeed a 3,000-year-old ginseng, he immediately smiled with satisfaction and looked at the other person with a kind look. Who wouldn't be kind when someone rushes to deliver the baby to your door? Yes. Upon hearing this, Su Eru strode forward and pulled out the arrow with a wicked smile. The barb of the arrow pulled out a piece of flesh, causing Li Sandao to scream in pain. Hey, my hands are fast enough, right? At the end, he added a sentence that was murderous and heartbreaking. That's enough. Li Sandao was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes, but he still had to force a smile and nod. He is now really afraid of the silly-looking Su Eru. He is a fucking devil. His butt. Including the last time, I've been shot twice. This is not a devil. Can he always stare at someone's butt and shoot? If you make such a person unhappy, not only will your butt be damaged, but you might even lose your anus. Su Eru was just punishing them on purpose, but he certainly wouldn't really hurt anyone. He just made a joke and took out the special medicine Lin Fan had given them and sprinkled it on the wound. The special medicine made by the divine pharmacist is naturally very effective. When the powder is sprinkled, the wound has stopped bleeding visibly and the pain has been relieved quickly. Li Sandao groaned for a while and found that his buttocks didn't hurt anymore, so he tried to stand up. Although it was a little inconvenient due to the wound, he could move normally. Is this the work of the divine pharmacist? Li Sandao's eyes brightened. At this moment, his inner thoughts became active again. Okay, since you are fine, you can leave now. Seeing that the other party was able to move, Lin Fan waved his hand to send him away so that he could start refining the elixir. But Li Sandao didn't leave. Instead, he said, Master Pharmacist, wait a minute. I know where I can find a 3,000-year-old wild ginseng. Would you be interested? 133. Another one who delivers goods to your door, 2 chapters in 1. You're still alive? What are you talking about? What level of existence is the divine pharmacist? He never bothered with us at all. I sincerely apologized at the time, and everything was fine. Also, look at the wound on my butt. It was the great pharmacist who treated it for me. The medicine is amazing. Inside the Tianfeng County Inn, Lu Sandu looked at Li Sandao, who was carelessly showing off his, but with a suspicious look on his face. Before that, he had escaped to a distance and witnessed with his own eyes Li Sandao being captured, shot with 2 arrows in the buttocks, and carried into the house like a chicken. He thought the other party had been killed and the body thrown away. If there hadn't been some things left at the inn, he would have had no intention of coming back and would have run away on the spot. But he didn't expect that. He had just returned to the inn to pack his things when Li Sandao, the man he thought was gone and would never come back, came back alive and kicking. That's all. The other party also told him that not only would he be fine after being recognized and arrested, but he would also be able to meet the legendary divine pharmacist. He could even ask the divine pharmacist for help in refining the great Huan Dan by offering him the harvest from the secret underground treasure. The former is fine. Whether Li Sandao lived or died had nothing to do with him. At most, he would sigh a few times when he had free time. But the latter is related. Isn't this the reason why he came here so eagerly? Is it really okay to go in? Lu Sandu looked at the other party and asked. His heart was already restless. It's really okay. Li Sandao patted his chest and replied, his face full of sincerity. This looks just like someone involved in a pyramid scheme. In fact, he was indeed involved in pyramid schemes. Because he mentioned to Lin Fan that there was a 3,000-year-old wild ginseng in Sandu's arms. There were actually 2 3,000-year-old wild ginsengs in the secret underground treasure. They were obtained through cooperation between two people and were divided equally after a struggle. That is, one per person. There was one thing he didn't lie about. The divine pharmacist did agree to help him refine a Dahuan pill, but he didn't offer his own pill. Instead, he came back to trick Lu Sandu into offering the one he had. Logically, there is no way that Lu Sandu, the old scoundrel, would be fooled by these things. But he wanted the Dahuan Dan so badly, and the fact that Li Sandow was indeed fine and alive and well was quite convincing. You're not lying. Can I just go over and offer it to you? Lu Sandu was completely moved. Li Sandow was very happy to see that the other party had taken the bait, but he looked unhappy on the surface. Believe it or not, I came back to share this with you out of kindness. I only did this because I thought you were my friend. But you actually doubted me. You really took my kindness for granted. After Li Sandow finished speaking unhappily, he was ready to turn around and leave without paying any more attention to the other party. Brotherly, what's wrong? I'm just asking. It's my fault, okay? When Lu Sandu saw this reaction, he believed it and hurriedly smiled to try to keep him. After calming Li Sandow down, he began to say a few words of apology. After calming the atmosphere, he chuckled and said, Brotherly, we're partners who've been through thick and thin together. We can't just forget about good things, right? Don't you think that's right? Then what? Li Sandow remained unmoved. Then, hey, brotherly, please do me a favor and introduce me to the senior divine pharmacist. You know, I also want to ask for a Dahuan Dan. Lu Sandu said with an apologetic smile. Oh, Li Sandow's expression was indifferent, and his acting skills soared to the level of an Oscar winner at this moment. Lu Sandu couldn't help but feel a little anxious when he saw this. This was not the reaction he wanted. But now he had been completely tricked, and his former shrewdness was gone. Faced with this situation, he gritted his teeth and said, Brotherly, you know I'm a real man. I won't let you work in vain. The money you borrowed from me last time was just a reward for your help. As he spoke, he took out a piece of yellow paper with words written on it and a signature. It was the IOU that Li Sandow had written to him to borrow money to get to the top of the list. Li Sandow's eyes lit up when he saw this. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Although Lu Sandu felt distressed, he laughed when he saw Li Sandow's reaction. Just be moved. Although this debt is not a small amount, it is nothing compared to the Dahuan pill. As long as he could obtain the Great Huan Dan and improve his skills by half a century, he would be able to oust his leader, take the top seat, and control the entire Five Poison Valley. Compared to these, a mere debt can be said to be insignificant. Li Sandow was already smiling in his heart, but his face was conflicted and hesitant. Lu Sandu fell for it, and the more he hesitated, the more he believed it. Otherwise, why hesitate for such a good thing? Aren't you worried that a rash recommendation would cause dissatisfaction from the divine pharmacist? No problem. No matter what happens today, I must pester Li Sandow to introduce him to me. Half an hour later, Li Sandow took back his IAU and Lu Sandu's last assets, then opened the door of the inn and led Lu Sandu, who was full of anticipation, on his way. It's really on the road. When he arrived at the gate of the manor, Lu Sandu, who looked confused, was tied up. No, what's going on? Even when he was tied up and pressed to the ground, Lu Sandu was still confused. It wasn't until he looked at Li Sandow, who was smiling and nodding to others, that he finally reacted. Li Haisai, how dare you try to trick me? Oh. Lu San was so angry that he screamed. In the past, he was always the one scheming against others, but he had never been schemed against like this before. Moreover, he sold himself and helped others count the money. It was simply murderous. Old devil, I don't like what you said. Did I force you to come here? Or did I trick you into coming here? Li Sandow looked indifferent, glanced at the other party, and asked. Lu Sandu subconsciously wanted to curse the other party's ancestors for 18 generations to relieve the hatred in his heart. But when he heard what Li Sandow said, he found that he could not refute it, because Li Sandow never said from the beginning that he wanted to bring him here. Instead, he had to flatter and smile and give money before the other party reluctantly brought him here. That's obviously you. Lu Sandu's old face turned red, but he couldn't say anything at this time. Hunting geese all day long. Today he was pecked by a wild goose. Now he knows clearly that he has been tricked. But can this be blamed on others? I can only blame myself for being stupid and falling into the trap set by the other party. Stop talking nonsense and take out your 3,000-year-old wild ginseng. Li Sandow was too lazy to argue with the other party, so he just had to rely on the other party to exchange treasures. Don't even think about it. Lu Sandu said with red eyes. It's not up to you. Li Sandow chuckled and walked forward to touch the other person's chest, and a similar rectangular wooden box was taken out. He already knew that the other party, like himself, carried it with him in case he couldn't take it out when needed. After all, it is rare to see a divine pharmacist. If you miss him because you don't carry him with you, it will be useless to regret it. Master Divine Pharmacist, this is another 3,000-year-old wild ginseng. After Li Sandow got the spoils, he presented them to Lin Fan, who was watching the show on the side like a treasure. Lin Fan didn't take it immediately. Instead, he looked at the other person with a half-smile and said, "Didn't you two team up to hunt for treasure before? Is it really appropriate for you to plot against him like this?" Hee, that's all in the past. Now I have an irreconcilable feud with this poisonous ghost. Li Sandow smiled apologetically and raised his finger to the sky to swear. Ah! Lu Sandu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Okay, since you gave me another 3,000-year-old ginseng as agreed, I will give you a Dahuan Dan. Lin Fan reached out to take the wooden box and handed over a small jade bottle. He refined a furnace for his wife last time, and now he still has a few left. Li Sandow looked at the small jade bottle and couldn't stop trembling. His hands, which used to be very steady when holding a big knife, were shaking uncontrollably when he took the small jade bottle. Thank you, Master Pharmacist. Li Sandow couldn't speak clearly because his face was as red as a bubble teapot due to excitement. Puff! Lu Sandu, who was standing next to him, saw that the treasure he had obtained with great difficulty was taken away by others in exchange for the thing he wanted most. He could no longer bear it and vomited blood. You bastard! You little bastard! Lu Sandu stared with his eyes wide open. His gaze seemed to devour Li Sandow. Li Sandow laughed at this. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Let the other party scold him. Anyway, he is about to take off. Master Divine Pharmacist, this poisonous fellow has a very vicious heart. He would be a nuisance if he stayed alive. Let me help you kill him with a single blow, okay? Li Sandow naturally would not leave any trouble behind, so he prepared to get rid of the donkey after it has served its purpose. Lin Fan hadn't said anything yet, but Lu Sandu, who was tied up, was panicking. If something is lost, it is lost. As long as you are still alive, there is still a chance for everything. But if I lose my life, then everything will be over. Please spare my life, sir. Don't kill me. I'm useful to you. I'm useful to you. Lu Sandu didn't care about anything else and started howling for mercy. In this respect, he was very similar to Li Sandow. In other words, the two people are actually the same mold. The reason why Li Sandow was able to be more skilled this time was because they had similar personalities and knew each other's breakthrough points. Master Divine Pharmacist, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. There's no point in keeping him around. It's better to chop him up and put an end to it all. Li Sandow was not willing to accept this situation. If the other party really survived, wouldn't he go crazy and cause trouble for him in the future? Are you teaching me how to do things? Lin Fan looked at the other person calmly. No, I wouldn't dare. Li Sandow was so frightened that he lowered his head in a hurry. The butt-shooting maniac next to him has been staring at his butt. If he is not careful, his butt, which is in better condition, will be broken into pieces again. There were also men in black clothes around him who were dressed in uniform. They didn't look very strong, but each of them posed a great threat to him. Especially those strange pendants hanging around his waist. Every time he looked at them for a second, his scalp would go numb. And every man in black has several of these things hanging on his body. If this made Lin Fan unhappy, he didn't think he could leave here. Tell me, what's the point of keeping you here? Forget about helping me refine poisons. With your mediocre poison skills, I think you're just walking too slowly. After Lin Fan arranged for Li Sandow, he looked at the other party calmly and asked. Lu Sandu's expression changed. He had originally planned to say that he was proficient in poison techniques and could help refine the poison, but after hearing Lin Fan's words, he knew that this plan was obviously not going to work. Divine Pharmacist. It's not surprising that he is proficient in poison, but he had no doubt that Li Sandow would kill him because he couldn't come up with any useful capital. Faced with this situation, he could only try his best and said through gritted teeth, as long as you are willing to give me a chance and give me the great rejuvenating pill that I exchanged for the wild ginseng, I will be able to control the 5 Poison Valley and bring the entire 5 Poison Valley to serve you. In order to survive, he simply planned to pack up the food and sell it. I have to say, this is still somewhat attractive. After all, the 5 Poison Valley is the top force second only to the 4 Absolute Forces. Although the other party is of little use with the escort team around, they can still be of great help in doing some dirty and tiring work. For example, if the White Lotus sect causes trouble for him, he can take the initiative to attack through them. Moreover, there are people in the martial arts world who can act as a spy. Li Sandow became anxious instantly when he saw Lin Fan's intention. If the other party really succeeds, he will be the unlucky one. Master Divine Pharmacist, don't pay any attention to that poisonous fellow. When I return and take charge of the Iron Blade sect, I am willing to lead the Iron Blade sect to serve you. Compared to those poisonous ghosts in the Five Poison Valley, our Iron Blade sect is the real powerhouse in the Jianghu martial arts world. Li Sandao gritted his teeth and said, there is nothing we can do in this situation. We can only leave. You brat. Lu Sandu widened his eyes again. He didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. How can we play this? 134. Nothing to do today. Listen to my wife playing music. Li Sandao was originally feeling uncomfortable. After all, he was being sold out for no reason. But when he saw his opponent looking miserable, he felt a lot better. And being able to hang out with a divine pharmacist is actually a good thing. Thinking of this, his mood improved. I was even a little grateful that my archenemy reminded me of this. Lu Sandu saw his mortal enemy was so happy that he knew what was going on, and he felt even more upset. I've heard of your Iron Blade sect. It's indeed a very powerful martial arts sect. However, your sect master is no weakling. I heard that his strength has reached a top-notch level. Are you sure you can control him? Lin Fan is indeed interested in recruiting some peripheral forces with sufficient strength, so that they can do the dirty work and serve as spies. Seeing Lin Fan's interest, Li Sandao immediately perked up and patted his chest, saying, don't worry, Master Pharmacist. Our sect leader is very old and should have returned home to retire long ago. Once I absorb the Great Rejuvenation Pill, I will drive him out of power. Yes, if you can really do this, I will accept your service. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement after hearing this. Thank you, Master Pharmacist. Li Sandao was immediately excited. Being able to work for a divine pharmacist, how could he miss out on such benefits in the future? As long as you do things well, you may be able to continue asking for the Dahuan Dan in the future if things go wrong. One pill increases your skill by half a century. Even if the second pill is less effective, it is enough to save you countless years of hard training. When Lu Sandu saw this situation, his eyes dimmed and he thought he was finished. But he didn't expect that the dawn of hope would shine on him again. Your name is Lu Sandu, right? If you can obtain a Dahuan Dan, would you be able to control the Five Poison Valley where you are? Lin Fan asked. After hearing these words, Lu Sandu could no longer fail to understand their meaning. This means Lin Fan doesn't plan to take just one, but wants them all. That's a bit greedy. But this is for him. That's a good thing. Without any hesitation, he nodded vigorously and said, yes, absolutely no problem. Absolutely no problem. Well, since you are so confident, I will give you a chance. Lin Fan said, as long as you can find me a wild ginseng that's over 1,000 years old, I'll give you a Dahuan Dan as startup capital. But if you can't do it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Master Divine Pharmacist, you can rest assured. If Li Sandao can do this, I will naturally be no worse than him. Lu Sandu also made a promise and a bright smile appeared on his face. This was truly a ray of hope after a dark period. Li Sandao gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to question Lin Fan's decision. But he was not panicking. After all, the other party still had to find something to exchange for the Dahuan pill, unlike him, who already had this sharp pill. As long as you go back and absorb it, you will be able to reach a top-notch level. If you move quickly at that time, you will definitely be able to crush the opponent. Even though they are all younger brothers, Li Sandao wants to be the leader among them. With this idea, his fighting spirit instantly became full again. Humph. Lu Sandu grumbled. He naturally understood their respective situations, but he had absolute confidence in his abilities. The two sworn enemies glared at each other, then said goodbye and left the manor. Now that they had both joined Lin Fan, they naturally could not fight openly. Lin Fan watched the two new brothers leave with a smile on his face. Although he paid for a Dahuan pill, he got back 2 wild ginsengs that were more than 3,000 years old, which are truly precious medicines. Although it is not as exaggerated as the Polygonum multiflorum that Tiger King used last time, which can make a wild beast awaken its intelligence, but reaching 3,000 years is enough to cause a qualitative change. After all, things like ginseng have been progressing for thousands of years. 3,000 years. That's 3 steps. With these 2 wild ginsengs, I can try to refine the Tianyuan pill. This is the real Jiazi pill. Absorbing it can increase one's power by a Jiazi period, and it will not conflict with the efficacy of the Dahuan pill. As long as it is successfully refined, Linger and Miao Miao, my 2 wives, will have the opportunity to quickly break through to the peerless level. Lin Fan took out the 2 3,000-year-old wild ginsengs he had harvested today. Wild ginsengs of this age could naturally be used to refine stronger pills with stronger effects. As long as you can succeed, there is a high chance that the 2 daughters-in-law with the strongest skills will be pushed to an unparalleled level. Peerless level. This is truly otherworldly. Through in-depth communication with the 2 daughters-in-law from powerful families, Lin Fan is no longer unfamiliar with the realm of martial artists in this world. First, second, and third rate. This is actually not a realm of strength, but a relatively simple division of combat power. The true realm of a martial artist is not actually called this. First, second, and third rate. In fact, it corresponds to the first realm of martial arts training, that is, the acquired realm. The early stage of the acquired realm corresponds to the third rate, the middle stage is the second rate, and the late stage and peak stage are the first rate. Most martial artists at this level are honing their bodies and accumulating internal strength. They have good combat power, but are not much better than ordinary people. But it is different when it comes to the super first-rate level. Martial artists at this level have already surpassed the acquired realm and are able to release their internal strength externally, reaching a level of strength that transcends the ordinary. When facing these beings, ordinary people, as long as their internal energy is not exhausted, can kill a large number of them like slaughtering chickens and dogs. However, this is not truly extraordinary. The truly extraordinary ones are masters of the peerless level, that is, the kind of masters who are among the four supreme masters. Masters of this level are called the innate realm in the martial arts realm, and are also called martial arts masters. From the acquired to the innate, transcending the truly mundane, one person can defeat thousands of troops. This level of cultivation is similar to the level of strength that Manhwa possessed in his later years. It is not difficult for such a master to behead an enemy general in the face of thousands of troops. As for the top-notch ones who look extraordinary, they are actually just pseudo-extraordinary. Their division in the realm of martial arts is the half-step innate realm. Compared to the real innate masters, this half-step innate master is much weaker. Only a true martial arts genius can barely withstand a few moves and have some strength to defend. Otherwise, if there is a difference of half a step, the confrontation between the two sides will be a crushing defeat. However, the existence of this kind of strength cannot be said to be weak. Looking at the entire martial arts world and even the Imperial Army, the existence of this kind of strength is among the best. Jin Ling and Dao Miao Miao have such strength at such a young age, which can be said to be quite awesome. Only a divine pharmacist like Lin Fan, who has the existence of plugins, would not be satisfied. Certainly, you can't blame him for this. After all, who made him a cheater? After playing with the two ginsengs for a while, Lin Fan started to refine the elixir. This time no one disturbed them, and the alchemy room began to be surrounded by thick medicinal fumes. With the maximum level of medical skills, there were no accidents when refining the elixir this time. 2 days later, when Lin Fan opened the alchemy furnace, 7 pills emitting a bright glow appeared at the bottom of the furnace filled with smoke. Although the yield is less, 2 ginsengs and a bunch of precious herbs only produced the 7 pieces in front of us. But Tianyuan pill. It has already reached the level of a true precious pill, surpassing the ordinary level. Any one of them released would be enough to cause a bloody storm in the martial arts world. Even the almighty imperial court could not remain calm at this time. One that increases one's skill by 60 years is enough to create a top-notch master. If a gifted top-notch master takes it, there is a great chance that he can cross the barrier of the innate realm and reach the ultimate level. This kind of magical pill in the world cannot be refined even by ordinary pharmacists. Only a max-level cheater like Lin Fan could pull it off. Taking out the jade bottle he had prepared in advance and putting away the precious pills that could cause bloody storms, Lin Fan pushed open the door of the alchemy room. Several daughters-in-law had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lin Fan come out, they immediately went forward to greet him happily. Lin Fan opened his arms, but there were 5 lovely wives in total, and he couldn't hold them all. Faced with this situation, he could only hug them one by one. Each time was different, and each time had a different feeling. Certainly, some have more than one of these. Anyone who understands it will understand the feeling. Alas, having so many wives is tiring. Lin Fan sighed in his heart that it was a bit tiring to hold them one by one, but he actually enjoyed it. Some people can't even feel tired even if they want to, and this is very good. Next, of course, is the paid content that everyone dislikes the most. Just omit 10,000 words. After 2 days of hard work in the alchemy room, Lin Fan enjoyed 4 days in the land of tenderness. It was not until the morning of the 5th day that Lin Fan took out a Tianyuan pill and handed it to the sword spirit, whose face was rosy and shiny from being moisturized. This is the Tianyuan pill. Refining it can increase your power by 60 years, and it has the effect of breaking through the bottleneck of the Xiantian realm. Lin Fan handed the pill to his wife and began to introduce it. The sword spirit had never heard of Tianyuan Dan, because this kind of existence that surpassed Dahuan Dan had never appeared in the territory of the Dalong dynasty. Even in the previous dynasty, I haven't heard of it either. But the sword spirit understood the information Lin Fan introduced, and its eyes instantly brightened. Is this really so effective? The sword spirit asked excitedly. Now, besides expanding the Lin family, her top priority was to improve her own strength. As someone who comes from a martial arts family, he is naturally very persistent in this aspect. It has always been her dream to be able to enter the innate realm and reach the level of a peerless master, and she has been constantly striving and training hard. Now that a pill can have such an effect, how can she not be excited? Lin Fan smiled and said, "What do you think? When have I ever lied to you? Husband, you are amazing." The sword spirit couldn't help but say this. Lin Fan smiled and pinched the other person's jade-white face, saying, "Save this for tonight. Talking about it during the day might lead to crime." The sword spirit blushed when she heard this, but she did not reject this feeling. "Husband, you have refined so many elixirs to improve your power, but why have you never used them? Why is that?" After the two of them were affectionate for a while, the sword spirit asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Her husband, Lin Fan, had made many pills that could increase one's strength, but she had never seen him take any. There are obviously quite a few of them, and some of them can even be sold. Why not use this yourself? Hearing this, Lin Fan said helplessly, "Actually, I have swallowed them, but whether it's the elixir that increases internal strength, the great rejuvenation pill that can increase my strength by half a century, or this Tianyuan pill, they're all useless to me. And when I was practicing the 9 transformations of the dragon reversing, I don't know if I went astray or what, but what I cultivated wasn't internal strength, but a kind of chi and blood that roamed throughout my body." He was really helpless about this. He was obviously a great pharmacist, but he couldn't improve himself with the pills he made. And the cultivation is also weird. It was the same 9 transformations of the reverse dragon, but others practiced internal force, while he practiced the power of chi and blood. It's not that I'm weak. On the contrary, the power of chi and blood is stronger than the internal force, which makes his strength increase dramatically. Even, it is easy to defeat the internal force. But there is also a troublesome thing. That is, the power of chi and blood has become so strong that it will be more difficult for my wife to get pregnant in the future. If you have few children, it will be difficult to fully utilize the other half of the system's functions. Only half of the system is used. Looking at the entire group of time travelers, he can be said to be unique. The sword spirit fell silent upon hearing this. She didn't know the answer to these questions and could only sigh that her husband's physique was too abnormal. Even the Tianyuan pill, a supreme elixir that helps to break through the innate state, is useless. How strong must one's physique be? No wonder the sisters couldn't handle it even with their combined strength. There must be a reason for that. Thinking about it, the sword spirit had some wrong thoughts for a moment. Lin Fan looked at his wife's rosy cheeks and beautiful appearance, and immediately carried her up. Nothing to do today. Listen to my wife singing music. 135. The Lin family's rapid growth, 2 in 1 chapter. Husband, you are so strong. I have made great progress, but I am still so vulnerable in front of you. The sword spirit was panting, and his upright chest kept rising and falling. Then you have to work harder in the future. Lin Fan replied with a smile. He didn't feel tired at all even after ravaging his wife severely. Half a month has passed since the Tianyuan pill was refined. During this half month, the sword spirit, the daughter-in-law, successfully absorbed the Tianyuan pill completely and was forcibly pushed to the peerless realm. That is to say, to move from the acquired to the innate and reach an extraordinary state. The sword spirit is only 19 years old now. To reach his current level at this age is unprecedented in the entire Dalong dynasty. However, even after reaching this level, he was still easily defeated by Lin Fan, and it's still a crushing state. My dear husband, this special blood energy you cultivated is so powerful that it can suppress my internal energy. Even my innate internal energy would be easily defeated upon contact. We both cultivated the 9 transformations of the dragon reverse, so why is yours so special? The sword spirit took a breath and couldn't help but ask, expressing his doubts. The two had just had a fight, and although it didn't reach the point of a life-and-death battle, she didn't hold back at all when she attacked. With the strength of a peerless master, even if it has not reached the point of life and death, the power that can be unleashed is still beyond imagination. The last time the old man with the northern leg unleashed his strength, it was just like watching a fantasy movie, with all kinds of special effects flying everywhere. He could easily kick the solid granite from more than 10 meters away. The old Imbi behind was even more fierce. He kicked the White Lotus leader to pieces from dozens of meters away. Even a top-notch master would find it difficult to defend himself in the face of such strength. A fellow like Li Sandao can kill instantly with just a wave of sword energy. But even with such power, It collapsed at the first touch when facing the blood and chi power that was similar to internal strength that Lin Fan unleashed. It's like winter snowflakes falling into a red-hot stove. There was clearly no method involved. It was just a simple release of the chi and blood power, attached to conventional means of attack. But that kind of restraint, it's like the higher-ups crushing the lower-ups. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the suppression of the five-finger mountain. How could she not be confused? In this regard, Lin Fan spread his hands and said, I don't know. After all, we practice the same thing. If I had to say, maybe my physique is more special. Maybe. Some people do have special physiques. Perhaps my husband is one of them. The sword spirit nodded when he heard this, and he agreed with this point very much, or it could be said that this was the most likely possibility. Lin Fan smiled and said nothing more. In fact, he was basically certain in his heart that it was the elixirs rewarded to him by the system that were the cause. First, he took the life-boosting pill, which helped strengthen the foundation of his weak body. His 3 wives were not enough for him to defeat alone. Then came the dragon blood pill, which completely transformed him into a saint. He could easily control his 5 wives. Pills that enhance internal strength are useless to him. It is probably because his physique is too strong. The low-level power system of internal strength is simply not worthy of his extraordinary physique, so it is directly digested after entering his body. As for why he could develop chi and blood power similar to internal strength after practicing powerful supreme skills, it was because these were cultivated by himself. That is to say, his current physical condition has transformed into a power system that is truly worthy of the power of his own physical condition. Although it seems strange, I have never heard of anyone cultivating this kind of power. But I have to say, this force is indeed strong enough. Even the innate internal strength of a peerless master is powerless against it. Perhaps this is the reaction of a time traveler, possessing a system that can be used to cheat. Lin Fan could only think so and accept his own power system, which was different from that of ordinary people. It's all fucked up. What else is unacceptable? Although pills that increase internal strength are useless to Lin Fan, pills that increase chi and blood are of great help to him. Every time after practicing the 9 changes of the reverse dragon, one's own chi and blood will be depleted to a certain extent and transformed into chi and blood power similar to internal strength. At this time, if you swallow pills that increase your chi and blood, you can replenish them quickly, allowing you to practice more efficiently. In just over a month, he had cultivated to the 5th level. Any martial arts genius was nothing but trash in front of him. This realm corresponds to a peerless master, similar to the sword spirits who are now switching to cultivation. But the realm of the two is the same, but when they come into contact, they can easily crush each other. Just like a father beating his son. Brother Fan. At this time, Su Eru ran over with his signature silly smile on his face. What's wrong? You look so happy. Is there something good going on? Lin Fan looked at the other person's appearance and asked with a smile. It's a good thing. Su Eru nodded vigorously, and then said excitedly. The Dahuan Dan you distributed a few days ago has been absorbed by all the Mingwei. The 2 brothers Su De and Su Er, who have the strongest talents, have reached the peak of the 1st-class level under the blessing of the medicine. The others have all reached the 1st-class level. At the same time, the family secrets you equipped us with have also been pushed to the 3rd level. Now everyone has been reborn, and they are all masters in their own right if they are sent out to other places. In just over a month, they were pushed from a group of ordinary people with only some basic skills to the level of 1st-class masters. This is simply a miracle. No one else can do it except Lin Fan, the divine pharmacist. Certainly. Here, the supreme martial art of the 9 transformations of the reverse dragon also played a great role. If it weren't for this highly compatible technique that makes any physique suitable for martial arts training, even if the divine pharmacist Lin Fan provided more pills, it would be impossible to accomplish this miracle that has never been seen before. Ability is one part. Luck is also a part. But no matter which one it is all Lin Fan's credit. It was he who created this miracle. Have they all reached 1st-class status? Lin Fan's mouth curled up slightly. There were dozens of first-rate master-level guards. Looking around the whole world, apart from the almighty Emperor Longwu, there was no one else like him. At least that's what it seems on the surface. But now there is one more person, Lin Fan, the head of a small family based in a small county town. With a guard team of this level, coupled with a wife of unparalleled talent, it would be no problem for them to defeat any powerful force in the martial arts world. Even if the Imperial Army came to suppress it, they would not be able to take it lightly. At this moment, Lin Fan now has the capital to truly gain a foothold in the world and is not afraid of any challenges. And this, it's just the beginning. Lin Fan's idea was to create a guard team composed entirely of peerless masters, and he plans to push his most core female army to a higher level. By that time, even the imperial court would have to bow down and worship before him. Thinking of this, Lin Fan suddenly became full of energy. You've done very well. This great rejuvenation pill is a reward for you. You've raised your cultivation to a top-notch level. As the leader of the guards, you naturally can't be too shabby. Lin Fan patted Su Eru's shoulder with satisfaction, and then he patted him with increased strength again, making Su Eru grimace. But when he saw his reward, he soon smiled again. A little bit of pain is nothing compared to this reward. Thank you, Brother Fan. Su Eru thanked him excitedly. Since there were no outsiders around, he used familiar terms for everyone. Work hard, and your Brother Fan will marry you many more wives in the future. Lin Fan encouraged with a smile. Okay. Su Eru nodded with a silly smile, indicating that he would work hard for his elder brother's future happiness. After sending away his guard commander, Lin Fan came to the garden of the manor. The sword spirit had nothing to do, so he followed over at this time. The two walked side by side, like a golden boy and a jade girl under the setting sun. Hurry up, is this how you repay your loyalty to the patriarch? Lin Xiaodong, I'm talking to you. You just fell down, and you're whimpering. With your appearance, you still want to repay your loyalty to the patriarch and protect the Lin family's safety. You're just dreaming. As soon as they reached the garden area, Lin Fan and the others heard a scolding in a voice that sounded old-fashioned but childish. The internal garden of the manor was renovated some time ago. Not only were rockery and rivers set up, but also many special obstacles for training were arranged. These obstacles include rope ladders, crawling barbed wire, single-log herringbone bridges, and various mud pits and piles of rubble. These things are set up to train secret guards for special purposes. Compared to the visible guards who carry big guns and openly intimidate the enemy, these secret guards are more rigorous in training. Not only must their strength not be inferior to that of the main guards, they must also be able to adapt to various harsh environments so that they can spy on the enemy anytime and anywhere. When necessary, they can also carry out decapitation assassinations to ensure that their master's family will not be threatened. If the visible guards are elite troops, these dark guards are special forces hidden in the dark or agents. In this case, they not only need to be absolutely loyal, but also must have strong combat capabilities in various environments. Otherwise, how to secretly spy on the enemy and how to secretly carry out decapitation operations. I'm not wishful thinking. The child who fell from the net rope and was scolded was Lin Xiaotong, the youngest in the entire secret guard team, and was only 3.5 years old this year. But even after falling from a few meters of net rope, he showed no sign of giving up. Even in the face of merciless scolding, he did not waver at all. With a determination that was completely different from his age on his little face, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain to get up from the ground, and continued to climb the net rope with great effort. For someone of his age, he didn't know how difficult it was. He was already very tired. Although he had been soaking in the physical strengthening liquid for quite some time, his physical strength limit was very low due to his age. Training from morning to afternoon, the intensity is so high that even strong adults can hardly withstand it, let alone these children who should still be in kindergarten. But he persisted. Whenever he was exhausted, he would think of a man with a gentle smile, who gently placed his hand on his head. When he learned that he was an orphan and had no name, he named him himself and gave him the surname Lin. Lin Xiaodong. It was the name given to him personally by the patriarch, Lin Fan. Husband, is that child the one you named? The sword spirit saw the child and asked with some concern. Yes, that's him. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Isn't this too hard? After all, these are still young children. The sword spirit spoke with some reluctance. Lin Fan shook his head. Actually, this wasn't something I asked of them, nor was it something Su Eru asked of them. It was something they asked of themselves. They insisted on doing this no matter how hard it got. The sword spirit didn't say anything after hearing this, but he still felt a little sorry for these children in his heart. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled and reassured them, don't worry. Although it's a bit hard, it's good for them. With the physique strengthening medicine, their foundation won't be damaged. On the contrary, this high-intensity training will help them absorb the medicine and lay a solid foundation. He was not lying about this. If he laid a more solid foundation now, he would definitely be able to advance faster when he really started practicing martial arts. By then, when equipped with various elixirs, his strength will definitely be more terrifying than Ming Wei's, and he will have unlimited possibilities in the future. Lin Fan is a very lazy person, and most of the time he is too lazy to do anything. But he is also a very serious person. When he does something, he will try his best to do it to the best of his ability. After hearing this consolation, Jian Ling didn't say anything else, But he had already made up his mind that when he returned, he would instruct the kitchen to prepare better meals for these children. If these things cannot be changed, then provide care for these children from other places. After all, these children fought so hard just to protect their Lin family. This is the real confidant. Without disturbing them, Lin Fan and the sword spirit watched from a distance for a while and then left. Time goes by day. The Lin family is growing stronger day by day. Dao Miao Miao is pregnant and is not suitable for taking powerful pills like Tianyuan Dan. But with the invincible Lin Fan and the peerless Master Jian Ling, the Lin family no longer lacks high-end forces. There is also the Lin family's guard team. After the children who served as secret guards laid the foundation, Lin Fan began to use his superpowers. With the continuous blessing of various elixirs that can drive martial arts masters crazy, a first-class master who is only a few years old suddenly appeared. Can you believe it? A child who is not even as tall as a normal sword possesses the strength of a top-notch master? But it is actually true. Lin Xiaodong carried a special short sword on his back and flew around the training ground. No matter how difficult the special obstacles were, they would not cause any delay. He was even more ferocious in battle. Even his companions who were a few years older than him could not withstand many moves in front of him. Although he is the youngest, he has the highest talent in martial arts among all. As he is extremely hardworking, it is not surprising that he has achieved what he has today. You didn't let me down. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, touched the other person's head, and gave him approval. This made the other party work harder, causing their companions to be in a panic. Under the influence of this king of roles, his younger companions also worked harder. The Ming guards from Sujia village were terrified when they saw this scene. If they were really pinned to the ground and beaten by these children in the future, how would they have the face to see people? Because of this, they became more hardworking and diligent. Fuck, what do you little brats want to do? Are you trying to steal your brother Tiger's position? When Su Eru saw how competitive his subordinates were, he suddenly screamed and hurriedly joined the team that was desperately rolling with each other. In this atmosphere, the end of the year is approaching. This was Lin Fan's first New Year's celebration since he came to this world, so he naturally took it very seriously. Not only was there a grand banquet for everyone to eat and drink, but generous red envelopes were also distributed to everyone. New Year's Eve. The whole family kept watch together. You're still enjoying yourself so much even when facing death. Tonight's mission looks easy. Don't be careless. Even the saint whom the master favored died here. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Don't worry, with the blood pills provided by the Lord, not only have we reached the super first-class level, but the blood spirit guards under us are all top-notch masters. Even if this place is not simple, what trouble can it cause under this dimensionality reduction attack? Just as Lin Fanpu was celebrating at home and keeping vigil over the new year with his family, a group of figures wearing dark red blood-red robes appeared on a small hill not far away. This place, it was once the place where the 13 thieves stayed. A group of people showed up again tonight with the same plan. 136. Blood-killing, rejuvenating monster, 2-in-1. That night, under the will of the owner Lin Fan, the entire manor is enjoying the joy of the approaching new year. The defense of the entire manor seems to be full of slackness everywhere. Even from the outside, there is no sign of protection at all. Deputy Commander, we don't see any defenses in this area. Should we first spread poison powder and conduct a large-scale poisoning to completely disable this area's resistance? There's no need for that. This is the first time that our blood spirit guards will publicly demonstrate their strength. Not only must we complete this mission, but we must also intimidate the world. The blood spirit guards arrived and, seeing that the manor had no defense at all, prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to launch a fatal attack. Large-scale poisoning is a very common method for those who walk in the dark. However, the leader, the man in blood-stained clothes, who was also the deputy commander leading this time, snorted and refused at this time. Yes. Although the people below felt it was a pity, they did not dare to express any opposition. Go straight in and kill everyone in the manor. The next morning, I want everyone at the manor gate to see a landscape made of human heads,